Pay no attention to the people behind the curtain. All right, so it comes. It's Friday. We're back.
We made it.
Another week.
It's a good Friday. You know why?
Because
we're here. Yeah.
Because there's two very nice things happening next week. First of all, Wednesday, Andor Season 2 drops.
I need to watch the first season. I saw the first episode and it was good.
EVE Online talk show.
Also, next Friday is the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. And I remember seeing that movie at 12:01 a.m., my last day of high school.
EVE Online talk show.
What?
What's that?
Are you angry with us already?
I am.
Sound angry.
He lives
Stick
in
to
a
the point.
state of non-ending
Let's carry this
anger.
on. I don't care about
That
his
sounds like
movie
denial.
interests.
When did you move to Egypt?
Oh my God. Not
Yeah, baby. You know what? I'm gonna start drinking harder now. Fuck you guys.
All right.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. So welcome. There's kind of some Eve stuff. Some of it's lore.
People play Eve every day. We got things to talk about.
I mean, there is something on topic for which we always tangent to every week, no matter
Getting
what.
Closer.
Oh, but it's Manfest.
No.
They released the scheduled program for it. Yeah, so that's
the Open Comms. It's the Open Comms Rome. That's where. Oh, what are you talking about?
Oh, they released the program, the actual schedule for FanFest, like show all the.
And yep, I already posted it in the Discord. I already went through and planned out all the talks that I want to see. I'm really excited for a couple of the panels, especially the one on the supermassive black holes.
The Dr.
Let's go around the horn, then we talk about that.
Yeah,
I do want to talk about it too, because the list of the stuff they're going to stream is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're getting
Alex. What you drinking?
I'm
for fuck's sake.
doing what? A classic tonight.
No, he's talking about his phone, not you.
Oh, okay. Yingling tonight, actually. So swapping it up a little.
Damn. It's like, what are you drinking, Alex? Well, oh God, for fuck's sake! I didn't actually want an answer. No, no. It's Dom's on the phone, so
someone clip that, please.
I'll go next. I got some vodka flavor if I need it, but I found this I don't know, it's just a pre-mixed Cosmopolitan. It's just vodka, cranberry, and lime juice.
Is that the On the Rocks brand?
No, it's Stirrings.
Oh, all right, there's.
That bitch does that on purpose. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Good. Dom, what do you got?
I am drinking Yingling Black and Tan.
Oh, I was gonna say, it looks like you got a Stein of something.
Oh, this is the Eve. My Eve's. You can't see it because it's dark.
Oh,
it's got a corpse on it. Yeah, it's the Blood Raider Eve glass.
Oh, I thought you were. What's the Eve Germany one? What's that called?
Heifenstein.
No, it's like the Eve.
Lederhosen. Eve Lederhosen.
Eve. It's like the meetup that they do in Germany.
Yeah. Eve Germany.
G Fleet.
G Fleet.
Eve flip flop.
Oh,
yeah, I thought it was the G Fleet. I thought it was looked like a G Fleet mug. And then Redline, you got anything?
I actually do. I have a 50.7 ounce bottle of Ice Mountain spring water.
That's a lot of ounces.
That is an incredibly large bottle of water.
What mountain?
I don't know how many milliliters it is.
It says it right in the bottle.
1.5 liters.
So that'd be 1,500 milliliters.
Oh, you did the math for him.
Wow.
Fucking Draden's in science mode already.
I wasn't going to do the math, to be fair.
I know, that's what he did.
If you know the
I didn't come here to do math. I came here to do drugs and talk shit.
No,
I'm all out of drugs.
You see how beneficial metric is? Because you get the liters, you just times it by 1,000. Whereas it's this many ounces. Like, how many cups or gallons is that? Fuck, no one will know.
That's way too many zeros.
Just get a large Farva.
I understand. No, I want a leader of
want a
goddamn
large-
cola.
Farla.
Skyhook, what do you got?
You good
I'm
now?
drinking some pink lemonade and vodka.
Nice. And Vlad.
I don't have anything yet
Oh,
because
what's up?
I'm prepared.
Hey, people.
Well, it's like it is a surprise when you do the show.
We
I
do
mean, we
the
never know
show
what time
every
or what
week.
day it's on, so it's hard to
Mm.
plan.
What's up, Nalio? Hope I said that right.
Now.
Gamers, how are you sure?
So I mean, do we want to do the breakdown of the FanFest schedule, or do we want to do some of the other stuff? Capsuleer Day started. We kind of
Yep.
Nope.
It's
mentioned
gonna
that
be
a
when
few
you're-
Off on
times, but
FanFest
it's
for a little bit.
I want to talk
Talk-
about the FanFest schedule.
Let's
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about it.
this.
Talk it in game and then transition to FanFest.
No,
Oh.
because this is in game. The FanFest schedule
FanFest
is
is
in
part
game
of the- yeah,
stuff.
it's
That's
pretty
the
big.
point. I'm looking at the stuff that involves anything that's in game, and the amount of stuff that I see is quite scarce.
disturbing.
An expansion keynote, but
No name.
that
Bothers me, no
shipping
name.
module balance. What does it mean? What do the words mean?
well,
I know,
module-
you're gonna-
module
you're gonna have to watch to
balance,
find
I mean,
out.
yeah, you have to wait till FanFest.
I'm excited they
hate
didn't name the
hearing
expansion
that
yet.
phrase.
That
Oh,
means there's going to
shit.
be a kick-ass video.
We got
There's
rated by
still
Oz. Hey Oz.
Oz.
Welcome everybody up.
Oz.
Great and powerful.
Yeah. What's
Hey,
Oz,
I
fucking
mean,
Oz
it
right
may
there.
be a letdown.
Thank you.
How did the stream go? We were
No, they're
just
cute
about
and
to
charismatic.
just having some drinks, about to go into the FanFest schedule since that's coming up in a week and a half, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, welcome
I
everybody.
mean, we're awful, and we're not going to get good.
Yeah, well, I'll put a link to the.
Oh, Redline's not. He's pretty good.
If everybody follows right now, the cutest guy on stream will take his shirt off.
Drayden?
Nice
Who is
timing.
it?
Right as I did that, I clicked on the wrong window and all the cameras went black.
With
How
a
good
follow
the
to the open
when
com
setting
show
that red
and
line
$3
was-
at your local
Yeah,
coffee shop. you're probably
People are
gonna have to have a
following,
coffee.
so who's doing it? No, don't do it. I don't. I feel like we shouldn't get banned for that, but you might.
Symbiote, you did hear my voice on the hive. I apologized because I was one of the dummies that wasn't paying attention.
I feel like you should do it the other way around. Follow and we won't take our shirts off. Get more that way.
Everybody left already. Oh, back up.
So,
So before we move
Down
on
the
to the
schedule.
FanFest stuff, I missed last Friday, and I apologize. I was in Florida having a good time, and I just want to congratulate the what it goes the Rage sub cancel quit guys for winning the.
yeah,
I'm sure you guys talked about it, but I thumbs up. It was a
that was
fucking
cool. That went
quality
to that
tournament.
yeah, it went to game 5. That was I had a blast watching that.
Quality,
I got
quality,
the Galnet
all of them.
skin. I went
Scripted,
all
of
in,
it's
went down to
scripted.
0 halfway through the second to last day, and then just all in to like 5 in a row and won. So I went from like 200 points, and I all in on like some 8-1 odd group. So I went up to like a 1200. Then I all in was up to like 5,000, and then all in was and got in like within an hour got enough for a Galnet skin. I was like, holy shit, I did it.
Nice. I know you guys have talked about I'm sure you talked about it last Friday.
Yeah, no, it
I
was.
just want to
It
give
was
I want to give my congratulations to him and congratulations and thank you to all the people who ran it and did all this stuff to help make it happen. Good job. That's it. That's my most soberest rant you're going to hear
If you
tonight.
love him so
Yeah.
much, why don't you marry him?
I asked. They said no. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, because no one likes a suck up. Suck
No,
up.
they do. Some people do.
No,
Some
they
people like
don't.
them. Well, they don't respect
Who?
them, but they like them.
Name one.
Me, I like people who suck up to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
What?
Kiss my ass and I'll be happy.
Bro, I got the hiccups.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Where's the?
It
I had a
does
better
depend.
schedule than this. I saw some link that was a better one than this. Where'd the good one go?
Just
Did
the
you see
regular-
did you see the one that I put in there?
The one that's on the
That's
splash
probably the
screen,
one
it's
I
pretty
was looking at. Where's that one? Do you have that one available?
Here, I'll put it in chat again.
Yeah, I really think that one.
Is it different than the one that's on the login thing?
Yeah, I did the one on the login, but I remember.
I like that the one that I linked. You scroll down a little and there's the whole schedule.
This isn't
You
even.
just tab each day.
This is not the one I saw either. but that'll work.
It's the same
I'm-
one I already had. Yeah, the live stream schedule. You just click on it and tell.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. So, oh, you can click on the days. Cool. I like that.
Should we talk about the live stream first, and then we can talk about the all events, or vice versa?
Yeah, I mean, the
What do you
live
wanna do?
stream.
What do you want to do?
This is definitely the most
Just go
important.
day by day.
I was thinking day by day. Just
But-
hit it.
It's
That's
easier.
not
Pull a
important
schedule
to me.
up and put it on the stream.
Step by step.
Step by step. But I'm just pointing out the stream part was above
No.
that, so I don't know. I mean, that I think they wanted us to talk about it in that order, but we'll fuck it up. It's no problem.
That's what we do.
Is what we do.
Yeah, I can just put this on the stream.
So as you're doing that, in
Um,
conjunction with the FanFest stuff, so that you know, the coins I had made will be here tomorrow.
Oh,
Nice.
He did get all the first 10, first 11 done. He is working on a couple other people's who just didn't get him in that first batch, but I'm going to try to get him to Rain tomorrow so she can bring him to FanFest. Obviously, for the people who are
Oh
gonna be
yeah,
there.
brother.
And speaking of rain, that actually segues to what I was going to say. So Thursday is the first day of like the formal events at Harpa, and Rain is actually going to be kicking off
yeah, let's do
as
that.
the first speaker.
Yeah, no pressure. No pressure, Rain.
Yeah,
You're
No
first.
pressure.
No
Unfortunately,
pressure.
though, unfortunately
You're
for
going to
Rain,
set the tone for the whole fucking thing.
unfortunately for Rain, she's also going up against the AT talk from Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah, that's a tough
Yeah.
decision. Both
I'll
should
be-
be very good presentations. Both, I mean, they're both worthy stuff.
I will
Well,
be
yes.
at
Do we
Rain's
wanna-
presentation.
Do you want us to break down day
Yeah,
by
I'm
day
going to
then?
be at Reigns as well. I don't care about the tournament.
You should live stream Reigns.
I don't
Isn't-
know. I'm
Isn't it
torn.
going to be? Aren't they gonna?
I don't think it's
No,
live.
it's not.
Oh,
It's going to be
Um,
recorded, but it's not going to be live streamed.
right because they have two different.
Yes, you should live
Also
stream
on Thursday,
Yes,
I could.
is they're going to be doing a
Can
talk
you?
on upgrading Carbon to Python 3.
it. Who knows what
and-
that means? What does that even mean?
Hold on, we're
So
all
that-
over the place. Do we want to go day by day and get to these things?
I
when
thought we
get
already decided that.
Let's-
Well,
you know
right,
what,
but you
let's
guys are
just start
talking
from
about like on Wednesday, on Tuesday, on Friday. It's
Tuesday,
we're
and then
everywhere.
Hell yeah,
and then
dude.
cetera.
I-
Monday,
Let's do that.
Tuesday,
People are just
Thursday, Wednesday.
talking.
I
Take
literally
control.
started with the first
Take
event on
control,
Thursday.
Brayden.
Right, but it
Let's
starts
start
okay.
Tuesday.
It starts Wednesday. Well, Tuesday and Monday, there's not really much going on. That's just
But
When-
Tuesday's when we all get there.
okay. But
Bro,
There's
but
nothing on
look at the
Wednesday.
Tuesday pre-event FanFest mixer. That's Tuesday. All right,
so
so
talk about
there-
your dinner
it's
plans.
gonna be like a meet and greet thing on Tuesday.
And the EVA
Well-
Frontier Hackathon if you're a techie.
Wednesday
Okay.
is excursion day for good number of people. I'll be at inside of a glacier for Thursday.
Same.
Or Wednesday. Excuse me.
That sounds
Oh,
awesome.
that's
Y'all will have a good time.
Fantastic place.
Yeah, I'm super stoked for.
You think it's
for
gonna
that.
like cave in with all these volcano earthquakes?
I hope so.
I hope not. There is a wedding chapel inside there though, so you and Rain can make it official.
I thought they already did on the boat. The captain did it for him.
Oh, I missed that part of the story.
Wait for what?
Captain married when you
Missed
guys
that
got
part of
married.
the story
Oh.
because you weren't listening.
No.
You have to listen.
No, I think he wrote about it a little bit. No, I think her dad did it, but
Who's dad?
Rain's dad.
Rain's.
Did
You
what?
got ordained it. Even you can
Married
do
them.
weddings.com.
Yeah. No, he was there.
I can do weddings. I'm an ordained minister in the Universal Life
Minister
Church.
or oh, nice.
That's the word I said.
I like it.
All right, so
Oh, you have
Wednesday.
those Universal Life Church things.
It's basically all outings and the land party at the top of the world.
Fix you. What do you mean? Are you trying to hop in, Pukin, or?
Yep.
Yeah,
Simple.
can you fix him
He
again?
said, "Fuck us."
Oh,
What do you say? Fuck us.
What do you think this is? A revolving door?
okay.
Can
There
you
we go.
fix me
Go
again?
in and
no,
out
no
and
one's,
in and
nobody's gonna
out.
be able to fix you, buddy. I'm done.
All right, so let's
Wednesday.
Let's talk
Wednesday.
about Ronald Turner.
Wednesday, Harpa Concert Hall. We got Wonders West Iceland and Perla and Eve Devs. Wonders of the West. So that looks like a tour, and then Glacier. So it looks like early stuff
It
is
is.
just kind of
That's why I skipped to Thursday.
okay.
Did anybody
So
do the Golden Tour when you went last time?
I've never been.
Why not you then?
I did
it in
Golden.
22.
It's
I
worth
did
it.
Golden.
I enjoyed it.
I did Golden Circle in 2023 and highly recommend it. And this will be my first time doing the Glacier thing because I think it's the first time they've offered it.
Yeah.
When I went,
so
Golden
what-
Circle was the only choice. Yeah.
So Golden Circle, so 2022, they only did Golden Circle. And that was the first year they did a tour that was early and a separate Wednesday outing. And that was a huge success. So they did Wonders of West Iceland in 23. And now they're doing, as well as Golden Circle, and now they're adding Glacier as well to West Iceland and Golden Circle. So if you've never done those before, Golden Circle hits 3 big items that are in Iceland: the Parliament Field, the Geyser, and one of the major waterfalls. They're all within driving distance of Reykjavik.
And
The
we went
West
to like a
Ice-
horse thing. When I went, there was
Yeah.
4. We did like some horse, like the minute the little teeny tiny hairy horses. Like
You can see
those
the
the ones
horses.
they eat?
oh.
Are those the food?
We-
it's,
we
it's,
didn't.
It's the same.
Hairy
it's the
horse.
same breed. Yeah, it's the
Okay.
same
I was
breed.
like,
horse, too.
are those the food horses?
They're ugly. So I'd eat them too. They're not fucking cute. They're not
What-
beautiful, majestic horses. They look like assholes.
Are
Well,
y'all
when Don
good?
went, he told me he said he did the golden shower thing with the horses. I don't know.
Oh, I did that too.
The what?
That's extra.
The West
Oh, no,
Iceland
no.
one was pretty cool because you go to what's called the Whale Fjord and you get to drive under it, which is really cool. You go and see some waterfalls that are kind of off the beaten path. You go to a settlement museum, which is pretty nice. But the second half of the day is at these really nice thermal baths. They have like 8 heated thermal baths of like different temperatures. And if you really have cojones, you can actually go get in the ocean. So yeah,
Oh, I heard-
It didn't look warm.
Yeah, so you're going from like 80 or 100 degree water into 45 degree water.
I'm good.
It is a shock.
SEMA.
And if you really want to, if you really want to
Yeah.
go, if you really want to go balls deep, you go all the way into the water, into the ocean, which I did, and it's a legit shock. Once you get after that
Oh,
shock,
I
you get
see.
out, and it's like you're legit trying to put all your energy into getting into the hot water.
I've done that.
I would only have to go halfway in the water to get my balls in it, though.
I mean, one, it's not good for your heart to do that, but 2, I've done that when I was younger. We'd get in hot tubs and then you jump out and roll into like snow. It's like, it's hot and
No.
then it's cold. I don't really need to
It's
do
yes
that.
and it's no.
It's yes and it's no. It's hot
And
and
it's
it's go.
out, it's up and it's down. Hmm?
Yeah.
Or you can find the hot tubs that they don't recommend tourists go into. I tried to go into it. I got ankle, and I was done. I was like, this is too fucking hot.
So yeah, Golden Circle. There was that. I did the Glacier because that just sounded awesome. And
There,
I was also thinking about the tour. It's the Wonders of the West. That's just like a tour around Reykjavik, right?
Into the glacier.
I just said what it was.
yeah.
Are you
that's-
not
I
paying
thought you were
attention,
talking about the
Drayden?
Golden Circle. I'm working
he
on
talked
stuff.
about both.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. My
Honestly,
Drayden-
Vlad, you say so many
Pour
things
it
that
in,
we
you
could
real.
no, it's not that.
ignore.
It's that's on me. It's because I was
I'm paying attention.
messing with another window, and so when I do that, my mind doesn't focus on 2 things at once.
Which is actually
West
definition of
Iceland,
not
the
paying
West
attention.
Iceland tour is really good. It is worth doing. But definitely, if you're going to start with the Golden Circle and then do the West Iceland tour.
In a
It's,
helicopter, right?
You cannot do them both in one year because they're happening
no,
at the
it's
same
an
time.
entire day.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was pointing out. You can't do them both. So you
Yeah,
have to go
like-
to FanFest twice, if not 3 times.
Yep.
I didn't realize that actually at first too, like how I knew it would be most of the day, but the last group to get back in for the excursions is going to be us on the Glacier.
I didn't know vampires couldn't go in salt water.
Well,
Skyhawk,
now
maybe you guys
do.
will get
I was not ready. I'm just
Icelandic Werner Herzog again.
I'm no longer a
That'd be cool.
floating head. I'm an
Um,
entire person now. With my own thoughts.
So, question for the stream: is anyone here a fan of the German documentary filmmaker Werner Herzog?
No.
I've
They
never
focus-
heard
they
of it.
focus.
The fan fest schedule.
This
This is
stay
why
focused, guys.
we don't.
Yeah. Hold
heard of
on.
him.
I've never heard it.
Thursday.
So we got the tours.
Oh, we're
There's
still on Wednesday.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what
mhm,
we
yep,
gotta.
lots of tours. A helicopter tour, even. Wow.
I
And
didn't see
then-
the helicopter tour. No,
There's not a hell. There's not.
There's no
I don't think
helicopter.
there's a CCP one. There's plenty that you can go sign up for if you want. But
Yeah, I think Redline is
Um,
trying to derail us further.
yeah, there's
No.
Viking film
it's
screening.
flyover It's flyover Iceland. What do you
No,
mean?
that's not a helicopter. That is.
That's a
I'm
I know
on-
it's not.
Oh, I'm on that. I'm doing that.
I
but,
thought it was at first. It should be.
Oh no,
That's
it's
not
a film, isn't it?
lying.
It's one of those. It's almost like a theme park ride. You got like the big. All the seats are on
It's
this
a
platform, like
screen.
a piston platform, and the platform moves and dives down. So it's, and then it's a big wraparound screen. So it basically visually looks like you're flying around in
I
Iceland.
just rode
and-
some of those. They're fun.
Yeah, and you get the up and down motion from the seat thing, but it's not. It's in a room, but it looked cool.
And you
Okay.
know what'd be more cool than that? Go up, rent a Twin Otter, get like you and 15 of your friends, and get a guided tour from like a Twin Otter. That would be fun.
So I did
Why would
do
two
the
otters
flyover.
fill a whole bunch of people. That doesn't make any sense.
Twin
did-
Otters hold 20.
Incursions using Vindicators.
I did the
Ah.
flyover Iceland back in 2023, and it's the kind of thing where I really enjoyed it and would recommend honestly anyone going there do it at least once. It's pretty inexpensive. Like it's one of the like least expensive things I think you could do, honestly there. But I don't know that I would necessarily go back and do it a second time. Kind of one of those kind of things for me.
I guess
Toilet?
quick diversion question. Incursion still using Vindicators. Maybe.
They've changed in 7 years.
Well,
Currently.
the main change they did to the not just the Vindicator but to all the
hybrid.
Oh no, I'm not thinking of Vindicator. I'm thinking the Kronos. Never mind. I was thinking Marauders. I was like Marauders got.
But in 7 years, the incursion
Marauders
fleets
got
have
hit
changed.
with the.
Yeah.
They don't have the 100% bonus to the plates or extenders anymore. So I was like, maybe that would cause an issue with that. But Vindicators not.
Marauders are the meta for incursion still.
Oh, Marauder. He's
I-
asking if
I
Vindicators.
thought
are-
nightmares were.
I was thinking like Paladins and stuff is what people would use, but
I'd recommend a Caracol.
So,
Yeah, Caracol.
what's happening Thursday?
sorry. Well, hold on. Land
Let's have
party.
a land party.
Land party.
Yeah,
is
that
up.
sounds
What is
fun.
that? What is that? Is that like
Well,
some
a land
tournament shit?
party. You know
So
what a land party is, right?
Well, I know what a land
20
party is. I'm old enough for that, but is it like a tournament little thing?
they did it in 2023 as well, and they basically like Bjorn takes you out in the fleet basically.
I'm
So,
in for that.
Yeah,
I'm on.
That's basically what it is. And let me is that who
Do we have to bring our own computers?
No,
No.
It's
they
hours.
go to they rent out a whole like a place there where they've got all the computers, snacks, pizza buffet. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it says this
enjoy
is
hours of PvP roaming on high spec gaming PCs.
my understanding. If I remember
if you die,
correctly,
I do
the
that at my-
numbers.
You
they
have to
have-
stand up in front of everybody and say, "I'm a loser."
if I remember correctly, they have I think 50 computers in there. I think it's that many. Because I remember
Nice.
I didn't end up being able to go in 2023, but I reached out to Swift and I basically just gave away my ticket to someone else. I accidentally double booked myself on Golden Circle and the land party, and obviously I wasn't gonna miss Golden Circle.
you gotta get a ticket. For well, the land. It's during
Yeah,
the.
it's
It's during
sold-
the
it's
glacier
sold out.
thing. So it's during the glacier thing anyway. So I
Oh, it is sold out.
Yeah.
I wish they put that on the list. You know,
Yeah, I mean that would have been fun, but it time conflicts wouldn't be able to do it. All right, so Thursday, main day, main starting day.
What, we just gonna
talk about the
we gonna
Tweet
skip
Fleet
right over
karaoke?
Tweet Fleet
Yeah,
karaoke.
that sounds like a blast.
Oh, okay.
It's a staple. It's a staple.
So,
I'm-
Traded, do you guys want to hear the Grandma song at karaoke?
Gremlin song.
The grandma
The
song.
Grandma song.
The place where it was at actually has now closed, which I'll be honest,
We threatened him with a good time.
I didn't enjoy the karaoke venue that much in 2023. I thought it was way overcrowded and
But the Tweet Fleet group is a
Like, it
fun
just-
group. Should be fun.
it was like I'm not saying I didn't have fun because I honestly I had fun every day. I was at FanFest last time, but if I had to pick something as like my least favorite thing from the week, it was that venue, not what it was like where it was at specifically.
It's because
Okay.
Gulkern is too damn small.
Oh, it's packed in there. Oh, yeah, that does kind of.
It was it was
I mean, I'll probably check it out if people are going there. I'm probably just gonna, outside of the events that I'm signed up for. I'm probably just gonna tag along with whoever's around.
I have a feeling too that
I'm
after the
heading out there to
glacier,
hang out with people, and so I'm probably not going to do a whole lot of. I'm going to go do this thing by myself. I'm not going to do probably any of that really.
Well, Drayden, are you
I-
in the Eve Meets channel on PL Discord?
No.
No. There's a reason
You
for
should
that.
make sure to get in it if you're staying in Habit.
I don't think I'm even in the PL Discord.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah,
Anyways,
so
that's where all the
Are you in
peace
PL?
will be.
I'm in PL, but I'm not in the
You
PL
should be in the
Discord.
Discord. I think-
No, I've been
Okay,
removed from the
Where's
PL.
your Aussie friend so I can shame him?
No,
So-
I am out of the BFL and the PL Discords.
Oh, Drayden kicked after show. That makes
Were you
me-
removed from them?
Yeah,
bad posting?
'Cause you didn't go on fleets?
specific fleets. I've been on fleets, just not the specific ones I'm supposed to go to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that alliance.
Which is
sucked.
all of them. Yeah.
No, not all of them. Just not those.
Most of
Not the
them.
BFL ones.
It's not the important
Not
ones,
the
yeah.
important ones. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on to Thursday. We're stop picking on Redline. Or not Redline. What's your name? Drayden.
Yeah.
No, you guys see how easy it is to get kicked out of PL? There's 3 of us now. He just doesn't like people on the show. It's
No,
wild.
it's not what it is. It's the people.
Couldn't be. 3 on 1
Rain
now.
kicks off Thursday with weaponizing Eve for good.
Speaking of getting catch from PL,
It doesn't help you when the leader of PL or the leader of any group doesn't like you. That's not a good thing.
Doesn't work out.
and he can poop in his own mouth.
Yeah, weaponizing E for good.
That's
So these are all the
toxic.
presentations. Got Rain's thing coming up first. That's early,
But
man.
honest question: they are
Not a
recording
lot.
all of them, and they're gonna make that available later, or
Yes.
do we know? Okay.
Yeah.
So
they
somebody said
said-
we should stream it, but I think you have to have permission to do that. But what we can do later is get a recording, and we can stream that for people, and get permission, of course.
Yeah.
I like to support Rain; she's a good friend. No, I'm only saying that because she can come kick my ass anytime. so. Third-party tools, ESI and you.
Oh, I can mouse over
I'm
all
interested
things.
in that because I need to get better at my API skills.
I
'Cause
I'm
I can't code worth shit.
My plan actually, Vlad, is to go from Rain's talk to the third-party tools, ESI and U, and then do the upgrading carbon to Python 3, where we will be able to see our boy, our resident CC peer, giving part of that talk.
The hard
Um,
part about the ESI tools or the ESI thing is that they keep changing the endpoints. So that's the frustrating thing is
I know
so a
upgrading
lot-
shit sucks.
Yeah.
yeah. So when you go to upgrade your apps or if you're building new apps, is that they keep changing the endpoints, and it's frustrating. And that's what's frustrated a lot of people or had people just go, I'm done, So
Well, they the one big change where it fucked everything, right? And
oh
it's-
yeah,
and people did not come back. A lot of people didn't come back. From
oh, so they got 2 different rooms. You got to pick.
or
what you wanna
the
see.
other thing, or the IP
That's-
banning. People that are building, or they build an awesome app, and then they get IP banned because a lot of people use it. So
Well, but that's
That-
their problem. That's their fault because they didn't go through the right channels, right? There
Yeah.
are channels to get permission to do it. I mean, you can't. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so you
Probably
got,
rate limited stuff but
Well, you gotta if you don't set your caches up right, like the amount of time, like you can only hit the ESI server so many times with so many requests on each thing, and if you go over that, I mean, CCP is lenient to a certain extent, but man, if you keep slamming them, with the same requests over and over and over again, yeah, then they start banning your IP.
So on Thursday, is this 3 different
At that
rooms
point,
then?
you're essentially
Well,
DDoSing them.
it's
so-
three
Caledon,
rooms.
Harp, and
Yeah,
Rima?
exactly.
Well, Rima and Caledon are the presentations. This Harpa thing, like its registration, the trade hub is just like the merch store. This
That's
is
the
like,
overall.
yeah, this is just kind of like outside of talks. It's gonna be like probably just mezzanine type.
I
of
recommend, Drayden, that you do the Eve Monument walking tour unless you're
thing.
gonna.
I was planning on doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a bunch of us were gonna go do that. Put a thing out for Akaroth, and
I was wondering what time we were doing.
I don't know who was mentioning that, but it was Akaroth's mom coming.
That's what it sounded like.
It sounded like she was getting a ticket to go.
I heard through the grapevine that they were trying to get Akaroth's mom to come to FanFest. So hopefully that would
I'm gonna
be
send a message to Gunner right now and ask him.
Yeah, and yeah, they were talking. And then someone else was going. Yeah, to put a thing out for Akaroth, also for it was an nominate.
Yeah.
Yeah, nominate, and then BC will be out there. I'll put a little thing out there for him too.
Yeah, there's if we go out there for that, there's also a PL guy we lost this year that probably would find his name on the monument, say farewell. Guy that I actually knew before he joined PL. So
yeah. We got upgrading Carbon to Python 3. So they're going from Python 2 to Python 3. I'm not.
It already
coder. What's
It
What's
happened
left on
already.
Carbon?
Like that was actually something that they were working on really as far back as like the last Fan Fest, or a little before that, because I remember talking to some CCPers then. This is them they're going to talk about like what that took and what it means really. But basically they modernized their code base essentially, which gives access to new features and capabilities and improves performance.
So walking in stations again.
I've said it
Eve Frontier?
before. I want Ready Player One, but in the Eve universe.
Oh man, Eve, like what do you call it? Like a
I don't
Maybe
want
on the
my
MetaQuest
inside, I don't want my
Eve.
UI to be plastered with ads. Thank you very much.
Well,
No,
that's
plaster
why
ads,
we
but
need
just,
to not.
VR Eve. That'd be
Your
cool.
UI is plastered with ads already. They're
I was just gonna say
different
there's
views.
there's all kinds of ads. Are you talking about non-Eve ads?
Right.
I don't mind the Eve ads.
Freshest fish, deepest oceans, dude.
Yeah, in-universe ads are
You
not
don't want
bad.
that?
I like that.
Yeah, the
that's
in-universe
true.
ads. are good.
In-universe ads that are like flavor text are fine.
Where's the freshest fish?
part of the-
What days? What
Yeah,
days?
all the ads in the game are like they're either
That's
player
not
corp ads
what I
or
mean.
like
I mean the ads that like advertise expert systems and shit like
or
that.
Pepsi? I don't want to see Pepsi ads and
Not Pepsi.
Wife
flip flop
We're
ads
talking
on the
about
fucking screen.
Pepsi.
If it's in-game stuff, I don't
Flip-flop
care.
ads?
Flip flop ads. You don't want that. Or do you? You
Oh,
want
you're
flip flop
right.
ads?
Makes like-
What are
No.
you talking
Trading-
about, dingus?
That's you about. I thought you were talking about like outside of the game ads on the fucking splash. I don't want that.
Someone just knock on my door.
Have you heard of this
obviously no
wonderful
one
thing
does.
called uBlock Origin?
Am I getting swatted right
You
now?
can't put that in the video game.
Uh-oh.
You dumb.
Drayden- Drayden's getting
Uh-oh.
swatted, friends.
Oh,
Is
fuck.
he
Oh
really?
dear. We're about to find out live
he's-
on camera.
Get your shit ready, Skyhawk.
No, there's a browser. There's a browser tab open right now.
Yeah, close the browser. We want to watch you get shot.
Damn. bro.
Beanbag, beanbag,
Jesus.
beanbag.
Nah,
Beanbags.
I ain't answering that. It's like
Was there someone
They're
there?
pounding on your door saying, "We have a warrant." I ain't answering that.
it's like two like 6 or 7-year-old kids just knocking on. I looked out through my peephole. They're knocking on like everyone's door. I ain't opening my door for that.
I don't blame you.
They're clearly trying to get away from an axe murderer.
No,
and
children are terrifying at night.
Next thing I know,
I
they're
dropped for a bet.
the decoy. Then the ICE agents come fucking marching in.
With that complexion,
told-
you
I
really
told you
got to
not to
worry
join in
about
this
Yeah, I
that.
know. No, I don't. But anyway.
Yeah, you have a stealth cloak about you, effectively.
Wait. So where were we at?
Still working on the first room. We have not got to that yet.
We've been kind of going side to side because you were talking
Oh,
about the
okay. Time-
ESI
you're doing the
tool,
time
third
sheet.
party ESI.
I don't. Well, I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm
The
gonna go
comic
to
relief.
it. I do. I was just gonna say that I actually like that they're bringing in a local comic.
He doesn't speak English, but it should be funny.
He doesn't speak
performed around the-
English.
He's performed. Everyone there fucking speaks English.
Snjolaug Ludvigsdottir.
Well, that's okay. You
And
can't
it's a
pronounce
she.
his name.
Probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a she. I was like Ludwig Dottir, like the name ends with that. That's like daughter of Ludwig.
And they're on a drama show. Usually comics don't come from drama shows.
Oh, let's not
Um,
talk about that. That one that was a couple of years ago that they did.
Kavla or
They had, or no, that was an improv one. That was yeah, that was something else.
did they do
Yeah,
this
but-
last year?
I don't think it was last year. It was like a couple of years ago, I think.
I remember people talking
Yeah.
about it and said it was very good.
Yeah, it says she performs in Icelandic, English, and French. I would assume that she'll probably do English for this
Oh,
one.
French probably,
if
yeah.
it's people from all over, I would assume that English would be the go-to.
Mm.
That was fun. That'd be fun, yeah.
There's more hackathon stuff.
that they'll be presenting
Black
the
holes, why we
result.
don't need them or want them. Yep.
Ugh.
So there's two
He's
black hole
unclear.
things. One is
So not black hole, wormholes. We don't want those.
Oh. Well, then they got Undock. From a new player perspective. Oh, that's the Boojum. Wasn't he CSM or he was like going for CSM?
He ran.
Yeah, he ran. I think he streams too.
I believe he does stream, yes.
Is that the black hole thing though? So it's CCP relativistic. There's another one with Dr. Becky.
It's the
That's on
next
Saturday.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Saturday.
Yeah, that one I'm excited for. This one, I mean, I'll probably check this one out. Got two black hole stuff. I mean, you can't go wrong with two holes. Awkward
More
silence.
fun.
Truer words have never been said.
So later that night is going to be the charity dinner at CCP Games, which I know at least Rain, Kale, Alex, and myself will be going to. And my plan is to go from that to Queerioke. God, I
Yeah,
can't say.
that's what I was. Okay, I was wondering if the other karaoke on Wednesday was that, but okay, so that's Thursday.
What, the charity? You said the charity dinner? Is that what you said?
That's
Yeah,
Wednesday.
charity dinner is
Or
Thursday.
Thursday,
Are
sorry,
you going to
Thursday.
that too, Alex?
No, I'm not going to that one.
Okay.
Is
I
that one
didn't
like? I
get
mean,
into
I probably won't have money to be donating to charities, so I don't think so.
Well, no, so the way the charity dinner works is you buy your ticket and then the money from that goes to charity, but then they also do a silent auction on items there, and then the proceeds from that go into the same charity bucket,
Oh.
and all of that money goes to the Icelandic Children's Hospital.
Oh,
And they
I like
that's
that.
an auction. Got some cool
okay.
shit on it. So
I'd
I'll check-
probably do
yeah, let me
that
check
then.
I sold out, isn't it?
It's an informal setting. Okay, so you don't have
I
to like
thought
get
it
all,
was.
don't have to get all dressed up for it. Then.
It doesn't say that on here that it's sold out. I haven't checked.
Because it usually
Eventbrite.
does, but it might not
Ooh.
this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll check
But
it out.
the silent
Um,
auction, you know
But
what?
so
they gave away some
so
cool ass shit.
basically, so for that, you do want to like ride a scooter over to that part of town because it's not like downtown. It's like 10-minute scooter ride, if that
At
though, which
Groska?
I think they're fun. Yeah, over at Groska. And you get to go see CCP's headquarters, and then the people that actually like the chef team that cook and feed CCPers make all of the food for the night, and then you just get to go around and mingle and talk with devs. Like at one point, Kale and I were having a conversation with an American CCPer that had moved to Iceland, and Hilmar just like walked up, started talking to her and asking her questions about work, and talked to us briefly. Got to spend like an hour talking to CCP Ritati. Like it's a really relaxed, chill environment.
Do you take his shirt off?
Not that relaxed.
No, not that. Okay.
I mean, although we have accidentally seen Hilmar's ass on a stream before.
Saw more than that during.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
At
yeah.
the home
That
fest
was
or
the
whatever
front
they
too.
did.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, only in this game.
Oh, very nice.
FinFest, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Flyover. Oh yeah, flyover. I'm doing that one. That should be fun.
So actually, that'll be perfect because do the Eve Monument walking tour, which of course will end at the monument, and then Flyover Iceland is like right around the corner from there, and they're right one's right after the other, so
Yeah.
that's perfect.
Drifter
Mhm.
Crisis Summit powered by Redline. Fuck yeah. Wordline.
Oh, so yeah, these are like two different things. Vlad. So Vlad's wanting to do the metal one. So I don't know if this was. It almost makes it sound like it's a karaoke, like a metal karaoke, or if it's just listening
Which
to
one?
metal. The Metal Mayhem.
Metal Mayhem, I said.
It's CCP Duckling and CCP Razorrector. But it's at the same time as the karaoke. So basically, do you want to do karaoke or do you want to do metal night? But it doesn't really.
Wild
Oh,
Night
it's
of Metal
D-
Booze and Chaos.
Oh, okay.
That
So
sounds-
DJ, so CCP Duckling and CCP Resurrector, they're gonna both like duo DJ and play a bunch of metal where people just drink and party. So party night with metal or karaoke.
I'll be
Well, it's that
Clearly.
Lemmy. There you go. Lemmy or God. Which one is it?
Lemmy is God.
That's right. Great question.
who's Lemmy?
No, Lemmy is the
No.
location.
Get the
It's
get the fuck out.
Makes me
all
sad.
right. Then we got Friday. So that's Thursday. Pretty full. Oh my God, there's a lot of shit on Friday.
Yep, that's why we focus.
So the welcome. Why is the welcome ceremony after a whole day of presentations? Huh?
So
It starts on
so
Friday.
so Thursday is like all the extra stuff and the fluff and like the Friday and Saturday
bullshit,
is
if
when
you will.
is when you get like the real juicy goodness.
It's the mic check stuff. They're just making sure everything works for Friday. This looks like fun.
Content.
Yep,
Capital
no
content.
pressure, Rain. You're the first one, so
I love that. I'm gonna text you later.
set the
No,
tone.
you are setting the tone, Rain. Don't fuck it up.
Set the tone, Rain.
There's one oh no, that's at the same time. I was like, there's another one in the other room.
Well, Colonel Kurtz, he's already fucked it up. I mean, he's a crazy person from Vietnam. We don't. Rain's got to hit it.
Yeah, but Rain was in Vietnam, so you know.
But we don't know. Colonel
Same.
Kurtz might have been too.
So welcome welcome ceremony. And then I guess technically after that, but before the next presentation, you got Eve lore panel. If you're into lore, Fozzie, they'll be in the other room. This stuff, oh, that's blank. That's all just kind of stuff. Eve tournaments panel. Oh, that sounds fun.
You get Dr. Ronald Turner there, who's also an EVE Online player. He works supporting the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts Program, and he's going to be doing a talk on that.
Now, has he presented at
FanFest
FanFest before?
Same time? I want to go to both these. I want to do the tournaments one and then the fucking NASA thing. God damn.
Can't have everything. Although
the NASA one ends at 12:15, and the tournaments panel starts at 12. So I mean, most of the NASA one.
Yeah, but it's like, what kind of asshole do I want to be? The guy that leaves the NASA thing early, or the guy that shows up to the tournaments thing late?
Who's doing the
It's
who's hosting the tournament?
It's
like,
Zealous,
so-
Jotun, and Overload.
No, you know what?
all
Because they
the
might
guys
kick
that-
your ass. All the
I'm
ones
like-
you like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eldborg is going to be like their biggest like room there basically, and it's going to be the kind of thing where like if you grab a seat at the back, like you could just dip out and no one's going to notice.
Yeah.
It's like back when you were at college, you give somebody a recorder and they'll record it for you.
Yeah, I mean, I can watch it later. They'll do like live stream, but they can check out the VOD for. I'll probably watch some of the NASA stuff, but I'll probably go check out the tournament stuff at noon.
There's one here that I know Redline would love to comment on, I'm sure. Are you content with your content?
I don't know what that would be about.
Put you on the spot, buddy.
No, like
Are you
I
content
was trying to
with
think
your
of what it would
content?
be. No, absolutely not.
It's going to be about that.
It's going to be about not being content with your content.
It's about how you about the people who make content and how you go about doing it
Yeah.
for other people. That's it. That's
After
good.
that will be Eve Economics with CCP Larrikin and CCP Rattel, where they're going to present cool data stuff about the economics of the game.
That would be my favorite one. I like numbers.
But after
Do they-
that is my absolute favorite talk that I'm looking forward to. It's not easy growing a supermassive black hole.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely go watch that.
Wow.
I'm stoked about this one.
I went and watched a couple of her YouTube
Oh, yeah.
videos. She's
I've
impressive.
been I've seen her on other actual shows before, and I've seen a bunch of her YouTube videos. And then when I saw her, we have a astrophysicist that's gonna be presenting, and they showed a picture. I'm like, I know that. That should be good.
I know that face.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. And yeah, it's like because I was actually just watching a video on some like the big supermassive, like the C channel, the SEA guy. And he was talking about the primordial black holes, and then the ones that just like skip star formation, just collapse directly into a supermassive black hole. And I was like, I have questions about that, but I'm sure she'll answer them in this. Stoked. That should be fun.
And then after that, we finally get the Eve keynote. And that's where big announcements get dropped.
Allegedly.
Now I know that I'm slightly jumping ahead, but one thing I just wanted to comment on that is they're giving us an EVE Online keynote on Friday, and then we are getting a Vanguard keynote on Saturday.
Yeah. Well, it's saying on this one, plus exciting updates on Eve Vanguard, Eve Frontier, and Eve
There's
Galaxy.
keynotes for all three.
Yeah.
What's Galaxy Conquest?
It's a mobile game.
That's the mobile game.
Oh.
That was the
Eh.
like.
I'd be okay with a mobile game that's not just a copy of
No,
Eve.
I'm fine
If it's
they
something
make one, but
different, maybe,
I'm
it'd be
not
kinda fun.
interested in a mobile game. But hey, there's a lot of people that
Well,
don't play
I don't
PC
play 'em,
games. They
but
play
yeah.
mobile games, so I'm totally fine with them branching out into that.
It wasn't called this when I got to do the play test for it, but I did both of the play tests for Galaxy Conquest back in 2022. I remember I had it on my phone during.
Didn't they
Eve-
call it something
Eve-
else back then?
Yeah, I'm
Eve Echoes.
no,
Eve
that's a different
Echoes.
game.
Oh,
No. Echoes is a totally different game.
It's a mobile game though.
Yeah,
That's the one.
it is. No, Echoes came out years ago at this point. Like it was out a lot longer. Galaxy Conquest is pretty new, and it's really just like a strategy mobile toilet game, effectively. Eve Echoes is like Eve Online, but turned into a mobile game.
It was Eve Light.
Yeah.
Eve, gotcha.
But I had Galaxy Conquest on my phone during Vegas 22, and I remember someone noticed me like playing it, and when
But
we
it
were
wasn't
at
called
Flipper,
that,
I was
right?
like, "You don't know this? You see nothing."
Yeah, they do have a Galaxy Conquest panel.
It wasn't called that, right? It was called something else at first.
While it was in beta, it was called
Yeah,
something
okay.
different.
And you had to sign up for that one, right?
Yeah, like I'm still under NDA for that game.
Vaguely remember that. Where we at?
So that's all the presentations for Friday. I don't know what Norderlios is.
It's
One of the
another
rooms.
Oh, all right.
There's probably not how you pronounce that, but it was a good class.
I doubt I even got close. You got scheduling in Carbon, Stackless Python.
So I think they're obviously proud of the work they've done on the switch from to Python, which kudos to them. It's making the game better.
Yeah.
Well, it's always been coded in Python. The
So they're
graphics are
moving
the
Carbon to
graphics are
Python. That's
Carbon.
a big thing.
No, the graphics are Carbon, but it's always been coded in Python.
Yeah, the underlying
With-
engine that runs everything, and
with a
Is-
little bit of C++.
Right. Exactly.
It's always C++ and everything, except Apple, because that's a bad company.
anyway.
They're just
Right on the
upgrading.
floor where you
They're just
right on the
I was
floor
like,
where you
I
left
don't hear
it.
I don't hear the Skyhawk rage, but I know it's there.
Yeah, they just
Fucking deserve
upgraded.
it. You don't
They're just-
deserve it.
Yeah, they're just upgrading to a newer version of Python.
and like I said,
But
that
they
I
also
had a,
switched over shit from Carbon, right?
I
They have us talk about it.
Carbon is just the name for the engine, and
Yeah,
Carbon is
the
written
graphics
in
engine, yeah.
Python.
Yeah.
You got little things now. So I remember like the little things, the quality of life stuff. That was Karker's project. Is she still? She's not listed on this, so I'm assuming, does she not do that anymore? Is she still with CCP?
My
Yeah,
understanding is
she's-
she's with
she-
CCP still. She's just not as public anymore.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I remember she used to do all the little things that she would put out, and it was like one of the few things where CCP like, look at all this stuff we added, and everyone's like 100% of the time like, this is awesome. Like they nobody ever had an issue with the little things coming out. Yeah, Fozzie, Kestrel, that's Tony, right? Master Plan,
Yeah.
Mercury, and K1P1, Keepy. They'll be doing
Flip-flop.
Flip flops. I mean, you could have flip flops.
That's how you pronounce it.
Wait, that's during.
CCP 7-pack. I love that.
Some of these are during. Oh, these are totally other. I may or may not be at some of these because nope, I'll be at the tournament one for that, so I will miss the little things. Man, there's like 4 different rooms of shit going on. How are you supposed to get all this?
You need one of those little fucking time travel spinner things.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I'll just borrow one from Hermione.
Oh, they hand them out at the door. You just got to be there early. First 500 people get one.
I guess you just really have to pick and choose what you really want to see.
That's exactly why I sat down the other day and like just figured out like, all right, what do I want to see? Oh, does this conflict with something? And then just figured out what I want to do.
Why is Tim Apple a bastard? What?
Oh, this is a joke.
Uh,
It's Tim.
But
Cook.
what I did,
Oh,
and this is a long time ago when I went, I found myself doing, it was catching little bits of a lot of them, except the big stuff, right? I mean, except through the fun ones all the way through, but all the little ones, I would go ahead and watch a little bit of them and move on and try to catch a little bit of all of them. I wouldn't recommend doing that. I think it's better what Skyhawk's doing is picking the ones you really want to see and doing that and catching the whole thing.
that's what I'm gonna do. You got another one that's this looks like it's nostalgia stories, talking about all the cool fun things you've done in the past.
I would like that one, but it's probably not the most important thing. It'd still be interesting.
And I'm gonna be probably at the real life space panel one for that. Yeah, these other 2 rooms seem a little less large. I feel like they're just kind of side ones if you want to see them.
Well, there's a map on the thing too. Yeah, the size of the room.
And then Fleet Up Parties. That's the pub crawl, right?
Or before that, that's where they.
Yeah,
end.
where
that's
pub crawlers
that's
go.
where it ends. That's where it ends. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll be on the pub crawl, so I'll end up there.
Yeah, the pub crawl, yeah, goes to that. Yeah.
And I'm one of those that I didn't buy tickets for the pub crawl, but I'll end up there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to. I did because I'm sure you get like drink tokens for different bars
You
and shit.
you get tokens for beer, and that's all it's good for.
Yeah, I like beer, so I'll use them.
And yeah, and
Really,
I
I thought, well,
no, and I only drink cider. I don't drink beer. And like only one bar had cider last time, so I was buying my drinks anyway. So it was like it wasn't worth the money for me last time, so I didn't do it this time.
I like beer. Not a fan
maybe I
of
should
stouts
buy
and
beer.
porters, but everything else is fine.
So Drayden, make sure that everyone that like bought tickets, you get when you start it, the CCP you end up with will pour everyone in your group a shot of Brennivín that you're supposed to take before you start the pub crawl. Make
Okay.
sure you partake. It is awful, but you got to do it.
no, Drayden likes Jägermeister. He'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
James Cole saying CCP does not just have a person, or I think he's saying does CCP not just have a person in each presentation recorded? Yeah, I think they will. So all of these, I would assume, will eventually be uploaded to YouTube
It's not always immediately after FanFest. Sometimes it's been like
Yeah.
a month or two, but
I was just
eventually.
gonna say it was weeks last year. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, they will eventually get uploaded. So the ones that I want to see that I'm gonna miss, I will see later on. But it is kind of neat seeing them in person.
For sure.
All right, so that's Friday. We're moving on to Saturday. Oh, I was like, oh, we're getting some confetti. Art of Eve. Is this wait? How's Darwin not in the art panel? Isn't that what he does?
Primarily. After that, we get the Eve Vanguard keynote, which I will very much so be at that one.
Yeah, I haven't really
Vision
heard
to
much from
reality.
Vanguard in a while, but
There's a constant flow of information about Vanguard. You just got to pay attention to the
I'm in
Vanguard
the
Discord.
I think I'm in the Discord. I just have it. Or actually, no, I don't know if I am in the Discord.
I'm checking.
I think about it. I don't believe I am.
You are not.
Probably why I haven't seen anything about it.
Yeah, like there's. So, like, for example, there was an announcement in there yesterday. Yeah, there's basically like weekly things coming out consistently. And then they've also started doing like posting podcasts with their like directors and like leadership of that game.
So they have a Vanguard keynote, and then they have a Vanguard panel later on too.
Yeah.
in
So
the other room.
basically, they'll do the keynote and presentation where they'll throw a bunch of information at us, and then they'll do the panel where they take questions.
Okay. I'll probably be checking out these expansion keynote. I would assume everyone's going to be probably checking that out. Wait, there's one on
Yeah.
kill mails. Are we going to get Logi on there? Maybe.
A technical
What's his
deep
name, their
dive
future?
into the history of kill mails, how they work, and their future.
In the future.
But they've teased this before at events, so I don't believe them.
Yeah. Can't
Fake
get
news.
excited.
We'll get Logi on there eventually. I honestly, it's like
they don't do any combat. It's not a kill mail.
I feel like it would
When they start fucking contributing, we can
call
put 'em on.
them rep mails or something. I don't know. I thinking about it, though, it's like I don't know how they would get implemented.
Rep
'Cause
reports.
I don't know. It's
They're going to be called failure reports, so they only get credit for it when you rep a ship that dies.
So-
I don't want
There's
that.
so many people off.
It's like
I like
'cause,
that.
I mean, if you don't want to generate a mail like that just because you rep a little bit of damage that someone takes. So I feel like you would only get them if someone would have taken a lethal amount of damage but didn't
That's a
die
lot of data
because they received
computation.
reps from someone else. Then anyone that gave them reps could get a rep mail. But if you do
That's a lot of computation.
that's just that's just
involved in that.
more stuff that has to be processed. Now, I mean, if they do it have it solved by an outside thing, like the brain in the box thing, where they, it's like, hey, there's going to be like reps and damage coming in anyway. But if an outside thing can take those numbers and calculate it separately to generate the mail, maybe. But I don't know.
They're having a fucking thing about third-party
Yeah.
stuff. You should create a third-party app that does that. You can do it, Drayden. We believe in you.
Yeah, but you'd have to. People would have
We
to
believe
send
in
their damage logs and the amount. I don't think they're. That's a nightmare of calculations.
There's nothing in the API right now where you can like pull what you need to.
Yeah,
Drayden
I don't think they
actually
have the
does.
damage
Are
logs.
you saying you don't believe in Drayden?
Oh no,
I'm
I
saying
couldn't-
that
no,
I've-
I don't believe in me.
believe
I
in
couldn't
him.
design anything like that. I don't know how to code shit. I think the last
Great.
time I did any coding was in Visual Basic in high school,
Christ.
and before that, Quick Basic. I made a few things, so that's my programming experience.
I already
You-
sent an email.
honestly,
I'm already sending an email
Drayden-
suggesting you.
We
Drayden,
got ChatGPT now. It's okay.
you're a smart
No
cookie,
shit.
and Python is so human readable. you could pick up Python.
I mean, I did. Well, I was in a
Unless
class.
you don't like snakes, then you're
I was
fine.
in the class like the first half was Visual Basic, and then we went to C++. But me, instead of doing my work in C++, I just spent the whole time playing video games, and then just alt tabbed back to C++ when the teacher came around, pretended I was working. I failed that class because I didn't do anything. I just played video games all day. So I've taken a C++ course, but I didn't do. I
Yep.
don't know how it works. So
Python is a walk in the park compared to C++. I say that as someone who's had to take a semester worth of both classes.
yeah,
Are we done
we
with
got
Saturday?
anything
No.
Redline mentioned ship and module balance. He asked specifically, what does that mean?
Oh, so when they balance ships and modules, I think.
Like on 2 scales. They make sure
There
they're
you
nice
go.
and balanced.
Perfect.
Oh, they're not going to try to balance them. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, someone say make capital content great again. What's up, Tamper?
The answer's no.
I mean,
Oh, you got a bone to pick with you.
let's make a new capital to make capitals great.
I'm telling you, I want a Black Ops carrier.
What if they made like a capital sized interdictor, like a big dick that you could like take
You
a,
like it like a Lancer Dread?
Yeah, no, but interdiction.
Or they turn the Lancer back into that.
Well, no, I mean, because you can have multiple. Like, if you look, dreadnoughts are kind of like destroyers, but capital-sized destroyers.
Are you flying out to? Are you at the airport, Tamper? I knew you were flying
Uh-oh.
out like ahead of the rest of us, but I didn't realize it was this soon.
Oh, he's like a week and a half early. Damn.
Yeah.
Ah, damn.
I mean, if you're traveling halfway around the world, you want to be there for a while.
That's a good point. It's not really a weekend trip for somebody who's
What's
fly
the-
from that far.
What is the
Yeah.
echelon? Is that the shuttle thing or the?
It was that was like a giveaway, a gift. Like it was like a scanning ship from way back.
Oh
like,
yeah. Mr. Unlucky shows it. Is that not available?
Well, you can. They can't get new ones of them if you have one. So, but we were talking like, why isn't there a skin for this? I was like, I'm gonna say something to Tamber.
I thought I looked it up in game and they were like $3.5 million for the ship or something. It was like really cheap.
Is that the
They're
scanning
absolutely
ship or the
worthless.
PI ship?
No, the echelon was a skin. It was like, it looked like a bug. I think
Yeah.
it had like a relic scanning. Like it didn't work very
Oh.
well, but it had like a relic.
Yeah, it
scanner.
was like a kind of a bonus. It wasn't a very good one.
You know, and it came with like but it came with a relic module on it right there.
That's
you know,
right.
with
I
the-
remember that. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool looking, but they're worthless. Yeah. But still want to skin for it. Well, you need to fix that, mister.
Well, then how can they be special if they don't have skins?
No shit. Yeah, how special you could be if you can't on my skin?
I mean, I guess before. I mean, can you use Skinner on it though? Because I can understand not wanting to spend a bunch of dev time because dev time is money on a skin for a ship that
I think the primate has a skin.
almost nobody has, and now and they may not.
Well,
If
yeah.
you played,
buy.
if you played the game, everyone got one. It was a free gift.
Yeah. That was way, way back in the day. So,
That long ago, was it?
and it's a small ship. So why
Must be
not?
before I played. I don't think I ever got one.
I have one, so it's not. We started at the same time.
But then again, I sold some of the ones that were. I mean, they aren't now. Like remember the Gnosis? Everyone got one of those, but it was like, oh, you get this one time, and I was like,
You-
sold it.
you get 'em
And then,
every
like,
year.
They kept giving them out. Yeah,
Yeah.
You lucked out and got a good deal on yours.
yeah. I did the same with the geckos. I was like, oh, 4 million. Someone's gonna pay me 4 million for a drone. Here you go. Fuck,
3
Now
weeks
they're
later, they're
200.
400 million. yeah.
sucker. And then now I'm just like, fuck, I should have kept all those. God damn it. They're worth a lot of money now.
Yeah.
They need to have another gecko event.
They brought it back again at one point.
Yeah, a few years
Problem
ago.
is, there's just not many things to use them on anymore.
Gilas. Don't Gilas get to use them?
Yeah, Gilas use them. I mean,
Can they launch 2? I don't think they can, because the Gilas can only fight. They only launch medium drones, right? Because they
Gilas
change
can
their drone.
launch. You can launch
Ishtars. Yeah, you can launch
Oh,
two
Ishtars.
larges.
Gilas get the bonus for the mediums, right?
Yeah, they get the
You launch-
bonus. Yeah,
Don't they count as mediums though?
No, they're large.
they're
Oh,
large. Yeah,
Okay.
because they're the size of
Well,
fighters.
rattlesnake, I guess.
Yeah,
but I
yeah. Well,
don't
they're
think
they're
big enough.
25 M3, aren't they? So,
No,
but
they're bigger
I
than that.
are they? I
I
thought
think
they
they're a
were
little bit
They're,
bigger.
they're
huge.
technically fighters, right? I mean,
Oh.
that's
Yeah.
what they are.
It's been a while since I've used those.
And didn't you read the comic books? They're 50. Drakenhof says, yeah.
50.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're 50.
I thought their bandwidth was high.
They should still count as medium.
But there's short. There was a short time you could launch them from a fighter. I mean, from a carrier.
From a carrier.
That wasn't very long. And then
That's why they got nerfed so bad, because people were, before they made the changes in the carriers were whipping out 15 of them.
Oh, he goes still in at 5. That was back in the day of on 5 at a time. But the thing was, you could launch 5 of them, and those 5 would do better than the what were they called back then?
Yeah.
Fighters and
Oh,
fighter
I know.
bombers?
I know what I was thinking. Like, so yeah, with an Ishtar, you can launch 2 of those, 2 mediums, and a light. Right? Ishtar's got 125 bandwidth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Where were we at? Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Closing ceremony. That's at 1600. Party at the top of the world. So that's okay. That's Saturday. Is that something you got? Is that like a dress up party? Like kind of like a nightclub type thing?
I don't know.
it's-
I
I
don't think
think
dress
it's-
code.
I don't-
It's like
I don't
a
think,
night-
like- No, not dress code. But I mean, like probably not like shorts and t-shirt type of thing, right? Like
it's
some kind of like a button-up shirt and some pants. Like
So you're
have a
rocking
s-
out with your
I
cock
have
out
a
there.
suit, but I don't know if I want to bring a suit. But I'll bring like a nice shirt, some slacks, or something to wear. I mean that's a lot of it.
But that's the schedule, right? But for those us poor people who aren't going this year, they are streaming on Friday and Saturday. A lot of the stuff. So
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
streaming everything from the main room on both those days. And Thursday, there's one thing, the hackathon at
and that's is that
1300.
and that's
It's a
a
thing for
Frontier, right?
Frontier. Yeah.
Oh, Eve Frontier, yeah. And then Wednesday they got a couple things. They're streaming the LAN party, and
It's fun to find out
again,
the
the
live stream,
hackathon thing there too. For
They have like
Frontier.
their live stream schedule, and they only show Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, Tuesday they're streaming. Okay, so Eve Frontier Hackathon is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They're streaming all 3 of those.
When I saw that, I was excited. I thought they were going to be playing D&D or something.
Tamber's going to be streaming on a Narcos stream. Okay, doing like a dual stream thing, or just streaming on his channel.
When? What day is that?
Probably every day. He might just be streaming wherever he's at. Just GoPro. Just go around with a GoPro, Tamber. Just put it on your head. Stream everything but the bathroom.
Well, I know roundtables. Like the one year they, or a couple years they had at Vegas, they had roundtables. Why no roundtables?
There is one.
There's a
the
couple
little
panels.
things is kind of a round table. It's because
mean,
they're
they got
asking for
panels.
ideas.
Yeah,
But-
well, panels are kind of like the round tables. There's an AMA. Where was that? I saw an AMA on one. Yeah, on Saturday. There's an Eve Data AMA. But
That
yeah, I
Friday,
mean,
there's
some of the rooms.
Little
Yeah,
Things
there's.
is an AMA. Yeah.
Little things. Yeah, that's gonna be one where they talk about and everyone can just suggest. So I think they might talk about some of the little things, but it says like where you can suggest life changes that you would like to see. So that's gonna be one where you just bring up ideas to them. I would actually go to that, but I think I'm gonna be at the tournaments panel. Sunday soak at the Sky Lagoon. Is that a hot spring?
Used to be the Blue Lagoon, but yeah.
Oh,
I
it's.
guess that one kind of got shitty, and now they're going to Sky Lagoon.
Huh.
So Timber special edition ships that they give to players do have skins. Like the Sinesis has skins, the Primate has skins.
Mhm.
So let's get this happening. God damn it.
Right.
I'll have to look into getting a ticket at the Sky Lagoon. The Sky Lagoon.
Yeah, that's what I was
Skylazoo.
talking about as one. I want to do that on Sunday as well.
Yeah, I'll probably just do it on Sunday. I feel like Tuesday, get in and then just kind of hang out and chill because I'll probably be wiped out from not sleeping for a day and a half or whatever it is.
Well, I'll let you know how it is because I'll be going on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday I got the Glacier, and then probably just hang out that day too. Interesting note: Society of Conscious. Wait, yeah, SOTC is Society of Conscious Thought, right?
Yes. Jacking off.
SOCT, yeah.
I don't understand what you're saying here. Anybody can translate that?
No, he just put a space. So, Society of Conscious Thought ships are only going to be gained by completing the events this year instead of giving to every Omega account. Oh, okay.
A new one or just more versions of the same ones? That's what I guess. I'm
Just
asking.
like Gnosis, like your Gnosis, Sunesis, and all that shit they give you. Each
No,
year.
that's the. Oh.
So instead of
Conscious
just getting
Thought.
one for having an account this year, you're gonna have to do an event to get.
You know what? I'm on board for that. I'm happy with that. That's good. Get people playing. Quit giving me fucking Sunesis. They have to move around. I don't fucking. Wasn't the Echelon the one? If you took the analyzer out and repackaged it, it gave you the head in a jar. Right?
I don't know.
Purloin Sancha data analyzer. Wasn't that where you got the head in the
Praxis.
jar?
I
I agree,
am
Jack.
gonna-
I don't want to move them though.
well,
I've got
I'm-
too many of them.
Just don't reclaim them until you're ready to put them somewhere that you are gonna leave them.
That sounds like I have to fucking have forethought and no, you know that's not gonna happen.
You're just like redeemed a station. You're like, you don't even look
I'm
where you're at.
over here waiting to redeem shit. Ah, I gotta redeem it now.
I mean, I'm still sitting on like 30 Praxises, so I mean,
I
or
left a
Praxi or
bunch back with
whatever.
Dell. Yeah, Dell.
I
I
mean,
don't
I
like that
made
ship.
it.
I like that those ships are you get to choose whatever you want them to do. They're specialized in everything and nothing, but I don't know. I just
Isn't the Praxis the one that's bigger than a carrier?
the Praxis is the battleship.
No,
It's huge.
That's the battleship.
No,
It's huge.
Praxis is the battleship. It's
It is. It does look big compared
The
to
model
the
of
other
it is big.
battleships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
they are cheap. I mean, they're useful. The nice thing about them is that they're useful, right? You can use a Praxis for any ratting space. You know, you go out to drone lands, you want to use lasers, you put lasers on it. Then let's say you go over to Amar you want to, or Blood Rage, you want to use lasers too. But let's say you go to Angels. I don't know what damage types you want against Angels. It's like thermal, kinetic.
EM and thermal.
EM and thermal. Oh, that's lasers too. Okay, we'll use Charistas. Charistas, you want to do kinetic explosive, right? You can put in fucking artillery, projectile gun. So you could put in whatever damage type you want it to do. You can put in whatever tank you want it to do. They're
designed for whatever skills
ships,
you have.
but I feel like they're not quite as good as a ship that's specialized for that specific thing. So if you just want to have one battleship that you can tweak around to different stuff all the time, that's one thing. But it's like, or you could just be like, this battleship's good at this, and this battleship's good at that, and you have better versions at each.
I agree with the chat there that it messes with the T1 Empire battleship market. Because I mean, if you're building up, let's say, any of the smaller or just the T1s, and any faction, you got this all-purpose one that you can use for anything that's being handed out every year. And there's so many people that get them, and then they go and bring them. Let's say they bring them into Empire, then that messes with the market. Versus somebody that's building handfuls of them.
I don't see as many people using
that new
them.
Change is good. Then the new change is good.
Yeah.
It won't.
Yeah, exactly.
Inundate the market with these, and people who do use them will have to go out and make effort to get them.
Right. I agree.
It'll also drive the price of them up. So the Praxis is 2,440 meters, 48 meters long, where like a Roke, is only 1,000 meters long. So they're huge for a battleship.
Yeah, their model is big. Yeah. It's not bigger than a carrier though.
No, my carrier. You don't know how big my carrier is. Maybe I got a tiny carrier. You don't know.
Don't size shame the carriers.
Don't shame my fucking back.
When we get a Society of Conscious Thought carrier, oh shit! I don't know.
Oh, Dread. Yeah. There's
But I mean,
Or
but I mean, if you got somebody that can run around and practice instead of a Hyperion or something like that, I mean,
when are they
and
gonna?
you're getting them for free,
They shouldn't do this, but I was like, when are they going to update them to be able to use the entropic disintegrators, like the Triglavian guns?
Yeah, right.
That way,
we can put a
don't
breacher
do
pod
that.
on.
Then everyone would buy one because then it's a cheap Triglavian ship, which the whole point of Triglavians being as good as they are is that their ships are expensive as fuck to buy. Like Tech 1 cruisers, like 60 million or some shit.
Worth it, every penny.
It is like, yeah. I mean, they're amazing ships, but you pay for it. So, but if you could get a Gnosis that was just as good as a Drekavac or whatever it is, the battle cruiser, and
I don't think they're the
Gnosises
same.
are cheap as fuck. So,
Oh, I see what you mean.
no
So
sign.
you have to put the Eden. What's it? What are those called?
Oh, those are the
You have to put. You should be able to put those on in.
the chain
Yeah, you're
lightning
right.
guns. I forget. Yeah, it's a Tropic Disintegrator is the Triglavian, and it's like on the tip of my tongue. Can't remember the Edencom guns.
Chain lightning. That's what I'm
Oh,
calling.
that's a chain lightning gun. Yeah, I don't remember the name of it.
But Cameron's gonna share something in Discord. I mean, we can't share it, or you want us to share it?
Oh my god.
Where is this? I need.
It's in guest show notes. Jesus
Should see what's
Christ.
been in there.
That looks fucking delicious.
It's like an
It won't
ice cream
translate.
cone.
That fucking thing's got 3 skins. Why doesn't the Echelon have a skin? Jesus Christ.
Hold on, how do we get this?
Oh, fucking
Wow.
Mr.
Nice.
Unlucky.
Mr. Lucky came. Hey,
Here
what's
goes
up,
the
guys? Welcome. Made for. Is this the Praxis? Oh no, he didn't make it. It's all in Chinese, but
On a live stream though, you've got
Is it on
everybody
the other
blocked out, though.
server, Damber? Or is that?
it's like an ice cream cone. Is that a
But
Praxis?
is that from the Chinese server? Or Mr. Unlucky, if you're listening, I did scold Tamber about the Echelon.
Oh, there's one name that's not right.
Oh, he can join. Nice.
I feel like I have to actually make it cap sensitive on yours, Pukin. Otherwise, it's just like it doesn't like separate out well.
What
What
is
was
that?
that one guy calling you?
Oh, just on your name tag. Like I know I do all capitals, but with your name, it's like I feel like I have to.
Frumpkin. Look at this one guy's
Frumpkin.
calling him Frumpkin all night.
Isn't that Radicus that calls you Frumpkin?
No, it's a guy at TFT.
Oh.
There's a lot of guys. I don't care.
Yeah. What's up, Unlucky? How'd the roam go? Did you guys catch anything?
Grief and destruction. Oh,
No
yeah.
roams.
Rose.
Oh.
I was just saying, it looked like you guys were.
Oh,
at
home
yeah.
defense. Oh, shit.
How many how many structures did you lose? All of them?
Did we lose it? Yeah, I was like, do we have a home anymore? Is it still
The
there?
home is gone. Yeah.
I haven't been on any fleets the last 3 days. I got home from work at like 8 p.m. But
Yes.
I went on one Monday or Tuesday, I think. It's like they Unlucky caught a bunch of carriers. I was like, oh, gimme. So I get in, burn like it was like 15 jumps the long way, and then I found out that he was like Titan bridging people in from somewhere else. I'm like, fuck. So I got there even later, and then I get there and they were on a ESS warp in gate, but they had been booshing away. So they were like 1,200 kilometers away, and you can't warp to fleet members when you're on the ESS gate. So it's just like trying to long burn. Didn't get any of the
Warp to
carriers.
ESS, yeah.
That was a fuck that. Fuck ESS
Mm-hmm.
gate mechanics.
Fucking hate ESS.
Nice. So while I was watching Unlucky's stream, one of the guys in chat, I don't remember what we were talking about because I'm intoxicated. We were talking about stuff and things, and he linked a guide that he made for like joining a corp as a new player. It's kind of fun. It's biased toward Horde. I mean, he claims that Horde is good. We all know it's not true, but he says the Horde group's okay. So, but this guide put a lot of effort into it. It's kind of, I'm gonna link it here. Kind of fun.
Yeah. Well, no, this wasn't.
Lucky knows who this was. I don't know.
Yeah, this wasn't even in the ESS, so you could use MWDs. This is like on the acceleration gate, but not through the acceleration gate. But when you're on grid with that acceleration gate, you can't. Even if a member is like 1,000 kilometers away, you can't warp to them. There's interference that prevents warping. So. And I lost a.
So you have to warp to the ESS, right?
You have to warp to the ESS gate, and then
Well, would
it
that
was, like
land
it was
you
a slow
way out?
burn, but but going even with an MWD, Ferox navies are not fast. But and then I was trying to do some ESS fuckery in a curse and died like later that day. I don't know if it's that same day or whatever. But I fit up this faction fit curse. I was like, hell yeah! And then not really fully faction, but it was like a faction shield extender, and then like a faction, all faction newts.
Getting such great reports
Yeah.
about how your PvP skills are super.
I was all
improving.
excited. I was like, this thing's gonna kick ass, and then it still had 100 MN afterburner on it because I was doing ESS stuff, but then this wasn't on it. This is right through an Ansiplex, and I didn't change it back to the MWD. And then I thought we were going in, so I jumped through, and people were actually pulling off. So when I jumped through, it was like a bunch of rail fit brutish navies with a Lachesis that was, or I don't know if it was Lachesis or Razu, but it was damping the fuck out of me, so I couldn't lock anything, and then got pointed by an interceptor that was only 20 kilometers away, but I couldn't lock it because my lock range was like 12 kilometers, so I couldn't even nude it out to escape and just fucking died. I'm like, fuck this. I'm logging out. I'm done.
Yeah. Sometimes you have bad nights, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you're off.
I was just bummed because I literally fit that curse up like an hour before that.
And put some money into it.
Yeah, I was like, this.
because
Yeah, it was like almost. I think it was like 700 million. It wasn't like the craziest expensive, but
But it
Don,
still
we know
sucks
that
when you put
name.
effort into a fucking fit
Yeah.
and it immediately dies and proves that you can't. do
yeah, I was
that.
like, apparently I don't know what I'm doing, but
I recognize
pirate.
that name. I recognize that name. I recognize the name. I don't know who he is, but I recognize the name.
The one that died?
Yeah.
the sacrilege.
Yeah. I recognize the name. I've seen it before. His name before.
It's empty. Sounds familiar. All right.
Yeah.
Is that it?
No.
We had all the
Those
FanFest stuff.
coins landed in Iowa.
They're supposed to be delivered tomorrow. So I told them, we'll
Sweet.
get them out to everybody. So
Nice.
Drifters advance as New Eden fights back. There's that stuff.
I haven't done any of
I'm
those.
not gonna
events.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of been nerding out on these stupid things. They're kind of fun to read. I'm just irritated that they had an event that didn't have. What was it? A contest with no fucking prize. You can't do that to me. I don't like it.
I haven't been doing any of the PvE stuff. So I'm clueless on the whole Drifter event thing.
You been getting your daily login rewards though?
I have been. You?
Get you that free SP.
Get those daily logins, folks.
Oh shit, for the Capsuleer Day.
Yep.
No, I said I haven't logged in the last like 3 days because I've been working late. That's when it started.
No excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better get it going.
I'll
There's
start
like a
tonight.
12-day. I think there's a 12-day grace period.
Yeah.
So if you missed like the first, I think it's 12. I don't know for sure, but something to 10 to 12. If you miss those, you still can get all the good stuff.
Yeah, I
Like
like
the
that they
last
do
10
that.
days is those. Yeah, I do too. That was a
Yeah.
cool move.
It's a little rough
Which-
when they're like, here, you got to log in every single day for like 20 days straight to get the
Well,
the one that.
And especially since this overlaps with when a bunch of us are going to be at FanFest, and not everyone will, have a laptop with them where they can get on.
So you're saying
Hmm.
while you're at the place that makes the game, you're going to fail.
Can we just like get into the office and
She
You know,
just
they
have,
should-
like,
I mean, I'll
They should
have
actually do that, right? Make it so they just give out, if you have a FanFest, you got ticket, you should get all these things for those days you're there. Just
so
automatically.
I'll be at Center Hotels Plaza, and I'm bringing my laptop. So if anybody wants to come in, log in real quick, grab their dailies, and then log out, it would be
I'll
set.
also have,
Oh,
I'll
I
also have-
lied. They're not doing that this year. All the way up to day 30, there's stuff other than boosters. I mean, it's
they
Skinner
usually
stuff, but
yeah,
it's
it's like they
still
usually mix skins in there and stuff. So
not skins, but Skinners.
for
Day
those at the
22 is the
Airbnb,
last
I'll
day
have
of
my
the
laptop
skill
too.
points. Yeah.
Never without.
There's still 27 days left. So you have 5 days to start to get up, and then you'll be able to get, as long as you keep with it, you get the maximum skill points.
I already put my Horde sticker on my laptop, ready to go. So if you spot me in the airport, feel free to say hi.
I'm trying to think how many days I'm in FanFest or in Iceland. I think like 6 or 7. So I'll have to log in a couple days on Alex's computer.
I'll have mine at the Airbnb.
but-
That'll be more convenient. for
Oh
you.
yeah, okay. I did do that too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Then you can finally. It's a Mac though, so you'll have played Eve on a Mac.
Alex, when are you available for that?
That's funny. You could just give me your account
Anytime,
login. I can
Drayden.
log in for you.
Anytime.
Trust me.
I'm on Linux. No.
Does
Also,
your-
just PSA too. If you haven't already thought about having a power adapter, think about it now. Those of you at the
yeah,
Airbnb.
they got the weird Europe thing going on.
For
Oh
those of you,
shit! I didn't think about
at
that at all.
so what?
Is it? You just need a different plug, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or,
well,
or
so
do they
Yeah.
do 220?
So there's two things that you need to pay attention to. One of which is incredibly important. So the first one that's not as important is the obvious. You need something that actually physically fits their plug.
We
However,
gotta adopt a
that
shot.
yeah,
Cheers,
Look at
freedom.
that.
cheers.
Thanks. For,
So you need the actual adapter, but the adapter is not an inverter. So a lot of modern devices, like my laptop, for example, it can handle either voltage frequency in Europe or here in the US. So it's rated for both. But if your device is rated only for the US, it gonna blow up basically when you plug it in over there. So
Yeah,
what
so when you're
what I do is I use my laptop and its 3 USB-C ports as essentially a charging hub when I'm overseas.
Wait, you have USB-C on your laptop?
you don't?
Oh, I don't have a laptop, but
Oh, so yeah, so you
Yes,
don't. Yeah.
wait,
There,
So
there are
I
no,
got-
isn't USB-C the one that goes into the phone though?
yeah, there's
Mhm.
USB-C to USB-C cables, straight.
Weird. I don't. Why would you do that?
That's
Just to piss people
that's the direction the world is moving.
Oh,
USB-A, it's going to take a long time, but USB-A is going the way of the dodo.
huh. Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I got
so you
I got
need
these.
those.
I got the power inverter, which this one has two USB-Cs on the bottom of it with a USB-B. And a regular plug and one on top. And then for my laptop, I just got one of these things because it does 110 and 240. Is it 220, 240? Oh, it's free. But my power brick automatically converts European stuff too. So
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'll have to look on Amazon or something and get something
So,
shipped. Probably, hopefully, like 2 days shipping or something. 'cause
I got
do
this
not
in-
have that.
I got this intentionally because it's a 2-pack, so I've got 2 of these. But it's so it's got the main one with the ground, 2 USB-A, USB-C, and then it's also got regular plugs on the sides and the top. So I'll have one of these for me and one as a spare in the Airbnb just in case.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably look for something to get because I mean, the only thing I need to charge is like my phone
Magical blue smoke.
and
Oh,
the
that sounds
battery,
good.
the spare battery pack I have for my phone. So
Now you travel light compared to me. I will have my phone, my watch, my iPad, and my laptop.
yeah, I don't.
I remember when I left Germany and I sold all those things because I was stationed
I
over
actually
there.
bought one when I went to Iceland for the Fan Fest years ago. So I know right what's
That's good to know. I mean, like, man, I wonder how many. Well, I mean, I guess a lot of people I never thought about it because I would have went there with my American plugs and been like, oh shit.
And the way I remember it, I'm about 72% sure the room I stayed in had a converter box in it.
Yeah,
for-
and then
It was just like attached to the floor.
I could see them
That-
having
but
that
we're
for tourists.
we're staying essentially in a house.
Yeah,
It's
so I
not
don't.
gonna have that.
Yeah, and then I mean, because
No,
my next plan would be like, oh, well, I'll go to the store. They'll have a store that has some power cables, and I wouldn't have thought about the converter. And like Dice Walkers, that you'll get
You'll
the
get magic blue smoke.
You'll get the magical blue smoke if you just hook that in. Damn.
Yeah, you don't want to let the smoke out.
That. Well, thanks
But-
for that.
but honestly,
thanks for the
like-
because that would have been another Eve meet where I lose a phone.
Modern like
God.
technology in the sense of like smartphones, laptops, stuff like that. That's all going to be rated really for either one, so you won't have to worry about that. But things like
Hair dryers.
hair dryer or like electric razor, like
Mm.
other small simple appliances.
Toothbrush or electric toothbrush, all that.
Oh, I guess I'll have my beard trimmer, but that's I'll just make sure that's charged up before I go.
And-
I don't think I'm gonna be running my beard trimmer for an hour and a half to 2 hours.
I know,
for
I
the
was-
week that I'm there. So
I was on the fence about it if I even bring it, honestly, because just give myself a nice good trim and shave, and I mean it's only going to be a week, whatever.
yeah, but after a week, mine
That's what
starts
I'm gonna
getting
do.
like into my mouth and shit.
Oh, that's fair. Well, yeah, I mean, I run with a bit more than you do.
Yeah.
But also mine, my trimmer, I got one that will charge off of USB.
Then my lawnmower. No.
No, not that. Not that lawnmower. I know what he's talking
Hedge
about.
trim.
Oh,
is that
manscaping
the-
That's
guy.
that's your puke.
Yeah,
That's
there you
right. I
go.
forgot about that.
The
yeah.
manscaping kind, yeah. Oh, you got quiet.
Yeah.
I got irritation level 12. going on right now.
I'm being yelled at currently by a cat.
Feed it.
He wants to play. No, he has learned how to play fetch and will pick up his little ringing ball, bring it over, drop it by me, and then meow at me repeatedly until I pick it up and throw it. He'll chase it and bring it back to me. Rinse and repeat.
You tried like shaking your fist at him?
He just yells louder.
Oh, it's like a
Yeah.
word. Okay.
You got to do me a favor, though, and take pictures of each one of those coins. I want to put a face to the coin. I spent hours on those things, so you guys got to.
No, come on now. That seems like effort.
Seems like effort. F you. I want pictures with those. I want to put names.
I'll
and faces.
attempt to take pictures of them. What the fuck? I can't find these new skins. That pisses me off. They've given us 2 skins already. I've redeemed them, and I can't find them, and they're not injected. What the fuck?
Oh man, they got a TLDR for the Capsuleer Day. Hell yeah.
Ooh, shit fucked up.
Just a couple new sites. Random multi-room PvE gauntlet.
Where's that at? Where you seen that?
Just wormhole combat sites. Yeah.
Patch notes? Wait.
This is Encapsulator Day.
Okay. Oh yeah.
The live now one.
Gotcha.
Man, gotta go into
What's today's day?
wormholes.
18th.
Expect the unexpected on May 6th. Oh shit.
Well, I got what I asked for. Just read the patch notes. So the Drifter Crisis thing, the race for the hives, where seemingly nothing, there actually wasn't a race and or an event. There now is. The event features a high-end fleet encounters with non-occupied drifter wormholes, and they're asking for Capsuleer help. So maybe this is where the Capsuleers come in now. Okay.
Probably where the prize is.
Brand new seasonal challenge track. That's not a prize. That's a job. Daily login rewards. What the fuck?
Also a job. No.
Also a job.
Okay.
I can't find any fucking rewards. What the
I'm trying
hell?
to get mine for today before I forget.
But it's part of the home front. You know what? Now I apologize to one of our listeners. Pointed that out an hour ago. Now I know what he's talking about. It's part of the home front stuff. So that's the reward is that home front system. There's rewards in there. I don't know if they are. I'm not gonna read it.
Those are the high sec only ones.
Are they?
Yeah, the home fronts. They're
Masking. I mean, yeah.
yeah. They're not anomalies, but they're like a little summer combat sites. They're like the ones where the combat sites are the one where you all got to get together and rep something up. You got to get together and hack something. It's like a bunch of different.
It's basically like the sites in
They're more
a
involved.
nullsec version of the ratting in nullsec, right?
No, because they have those in high sec. These are a little more involved. There's one that's kind of a ratting one, but they're events where it's meant to be multiple people, or what's usually done is someone in their 5 alts or 6 alts or whatever. And but they're different ones. There's the repping ones. When they first came out were like the strongest ones. Is if you're just going for pure money generation, those are like the best ones to do. But then I think they nerfed those a bit, and brought them a little more in line.
The seasonal event, drifter themed skins, Skinner components, Plex, and SOCT ships. That's the rewards.
What's up, Savage?
Possible rewards.
Mr. Savage.
Oh, Savage.
I think I want to try one of these sometime, but I can't go to nullsec or high sec. I mean,
Not with that.
You get on an alt.
that seems like effort.
That seems like effort.
I mean,
Well,
Alex,
high
that one
sec.
you
Just-
linked
you
is
just
not
gotta-
a voltage converter, by the way.
I meant like, sorry, I said converter. I meant
Inverter.
like a plug converter. Yeah,
Oh,
not like a
okay.
transformer, inverter, or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, the daily login
Yeah,
skins are
what you
cool.
linked is basically the same thing as what I've got.
Shiny. The new daily login skins are cool. I've lost mine apparently.
New
But the one I was
Berlin.
talking about was the Drifter Advanced on New Eden. Apparently it's home system stuff. Then the other thing is Capsuleer Days that's going on. So it's the daily rewards, right? My tongue is swelling up. The fuck?
My PC's chunking.
Chunking.
It's chunking
All right.
hard.
So while we're taking a break from these stuff for a little bit, a funny story for you. I was in Florida last week, visiting my mom. The Gulf side. We went on this sunset and like cruise, like a small boat cruise, and dolphin chase. Like that's part of the fish. Probably like trying to run dolphins over or something. We get out. We're going out of the bay because toward the Gulf, and we're in the channel, and so we go about 10 minutes out. We see dolphins. So the pilot of the boat starts going back and like doing S curves like back and forth to get to turn him up, to the dolphins jump and and all that shit. Everybody gets to see dolphins, whatever. He does one turn, second turn, wham, sandbar, fucking run aground.
Oh yeah.
Whoops.
Hard, and it's low tide, so we're pretty fucked. Then they're trying to get it out, doing all kinds of stuff, having us move around the boat to like try to tip it and stuff. And also we heard this boom. You fucking blew a hydraulic line in the engine because for the rudder because it's stuck in there. Well, part of the deal on this boat is all you can drink. I was
That's
like,
a long
okay.
time of all you can drink.
Guess what? I'm putting him to the test. We had a couple other guys that met in there. They had this huge like one of those big, like you see on a counter like with orange juice in it, like to divvy it out, whatever. They had one of those full of rum punch. We about finished it. We were out there 2 extra hours.
Damn.
I think I got my money's worth. I don't give a shit about sunsets. I drank a gallon of rum punch. It It probably for me it made it better. It was funny. We had to get towed back. It was fucking hilarious. But just to let you know, Disney World sucks.
How'd you go?
My wife had never been. Yeah, my wife had never been to it. So we go there and then so it's a massive 3-day deal, right? But, well, half a day the first day, full day, and then half a day.
Which all parks did you go to?
Just the Disney ones, all of them. 32 miles of walking we did in those
Damn.
3 days.
Did you-
32 miles.
Did you go to the Mos Eisley thing?
Yes. And
That
I said,
looks
oh,
cool.
yeah, I got a picture of next to this Millennium Falcon. I got to go in the Millennium Falcon. It was that part was cool. I gotta take it back. Disney, it's 3/4 of it sucks. I did like the Star Wars stuff. It was
Yeah, I've heard
pretty
that
neat.
was.
I've always wanted to. The parks that I care about seeing like all the Star Wars stuff, but then I also want to go to what's the animal one? I was is it no? That's not Magic Kingdom.
Disney Zoo. Yeah, can't think of the name of it now. We went there.
Yeah.
Not if you want to call it Animal Planet, but it's Animal something rather.
That-
Oh, animal. It's an animal prison, right? It's just an animal prison. There you go.
Damn, rough.
Oh,
But they have
No.
they have the Avatar.
no,
stuff
it's
there.
literally it's Disney's Animal Kingdom.
Oh, Animal Kingdom. Yeah, that's what. It
Yeah.
was. Not prison. But at the animal prison, they have the Avatar rides, which were like they have the floating mountains. They
Mhm.
have that there. They built floating mountains
Damn, how'd they
in
get
this
them to
little
float?
section with I don't know, magic apparently. They've got some unobtainium and stuck it in the fucking middle of it. I don't know. It was really fucking cool. Of course, I don't take pictures because I'm a retard. My wife got them and she hasn't sent them to me yet, but I'll share it. The Avatar thing was super impressive. It looks just like the movie, right? That section of the park. It's freaking awesome. And then we did the ride, it was like you were talking, Drayden, with the thing over Iceland. It's like
Yeah, yeah.
screen and stuff. And that's what this is. You dangle your feet are dangled. It's like you're like on the back of one of those flying bird things that they ride.
Oh yeah. Well, this
It's
one.
fucking intense, right? The thing's breathing. You can feel it breathing on your legs. It was fucking
Oh yeah, this
cool,
one like
right?
you
Yeah.
aren't dangling. It's kind of like a big platform, almost like
I doubt a 2-day event will have a Disney level.
It's kind of floor. It almost feels. It looks like a section of a movie theater with a bunch of chairs on it, and then just a big screen in front of you. But the platform that all the chairs are on will move and stuff with the motion of the screen. So
And
Yeah,
this
it's like
was
a
pretty-
flight
it basically
simulator.
will give you like the kind of feeling of flying around. But
I was impressed with a few things, but overall, walking 32 miles did not impress me. My feet fucking hurt. Yeah,
I got my logins done.
got it done. Okay, there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. I
So
don't know.
So I want you to redeem your skins, right? And tell me where they go. I can't fucking find mine. I got
They
gypped.
go to your redeem queue.
I redeemed them. They're supposed to go to your fucking cargo. Not
yeah.
cargo, but your inventory.
Oh, they might-
mine are not there.
Oh, for the login ones, I think they automatically just apply to your account. I
Nope,
don't think they
They're
give you
not applied either. Not applied either. I checked.
Sure.
1,000%. I'm looking
Huh.
at it right now.
Because all the other login ones in the past that I've gotten were they just instantly applied to the account that you redeem them on.
Yeah, your skins go automatically right to your skin
Yeah,
thing.
they,
You
don't-
can't.
they aren't.
They're not
sellable.
gonna be. They're not gonna be
They
in
put
your
them on the wrong
inventory.
fucking character. I'll be mad.
They should apply to whatever character you redeemed them on or dragged them to.
Yeah,
Don't assume I
not-
did it right.
they're not. They're not gonna be in your. Yeah, your skins are not gonna be in your cargo or
Yeah.
your inventory. They're gonna be applied to your account immediately.
They're not.
And activated.
I've received the Amicus and the two of them, right? According to the thing, I got check mark. Received them both. I'm like, I do not have them in my thing.
Well, that check mark is going to show it for the whole account. So all 3 characters on that account, but whatever one you redeemed them to when you redeemed
no.
it,
I
that's
pull
where
up the
it's gonna
daily
be.
login campaigns.
Right, but the
First,
check mark.
first 4 days are green check marks.
Yeah, but that check mark is going to be. That's going to show the same check mark for all 3 characters on that account.
Right.
But where the
Okay,
skin,
I only logged
the-
into
the-
Dom.
the
I didn't log
char-
into
Oh,
regular.
okay. I was like, the character that the skin went to is the character that you redeemed it to, specifically.
I'm gonna send an EV. I'm gonna send one of my fucking mails to CTP. Can I get? Hopefully, I can get swore at again.
I'm calling right now.
They're gonna get a strongly worded letter.
Dom
tonight.
went to drag it onto the Dominart character, and he like fat fingered it over to the next character. It's like his
I gotta
level
check.
like his alt that has no skills in anything.
I'll be fucking furious.
Can't even fly an Imicus.
Oh, one of them Santa Claus. Then Santa Claus. He has nothing. He just gives out. We should try to give out gifts on Christmas from Clue Space Nerds. Oh, I'm gonna be mad. if
Wait,
Santa
you have
Claus are-
Santa Claus is your character in game?
Well, it's weird spelling, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
I was gonna
I
say.
had Santa Claus, and Rafe had Baby Jesus, and we took turns killing each other. So I've got a kill mail with me killing Baby Jesus, and Baby Jesus killed Santa Claus.
Back in the day when I was in Provi blog, this is like 2016 to 2019. Every year around Christmas, he would basically show up a little bit after Thanksgiving and then stay all the way through Christmas Day. But we had a cloaky camper, Gay Santa, would come, and he had all sorts of raunchy images linked in his bio. But yeah, he was actually always real good fun to talk to when he was active and local. But yeah,
I remember Gay Santa.
he was a funny guy. And he just disappeared.
He
That
made
might-
his
Are you
rounds.
sure that wasn't Kegden? All four of us had a
Yeah,
Santa Claus, and I think we made him do Gay Santa.
He does have a Santa
Yeah, we all four of us
an
did. Yeah.
account. Yeah.
He's not clever enough to come up with that.
No. He's got a Santa account, but yeah, it's not Gay Santa.
That's not what I wanted to do. How do I get out of this?
Was that your passwords? We got his passwords. Get him, get him, get him.
Oh no. Okay,
You opened the chat.
I opened the chat. And
Cameras are fucked.
I got it fixed. It fucked
Oh,
everything up.
okay.
All right, don't click on chat. There was a red notification bubble, and I hate leaving those alone. Can't
What?
stand
What are you talking about?
The like someone posted something. It must have added me or added.
Oh, in
everyone.
Discord, you mean?
Yeah.
Alex's fault.
Yeah, the on air.
I
channel.
don't have a single server that doesn't have the red circle with the number in it.
I can't stand them being there. I have to clear.
I got
them
one
off
that
every
says
time I s-
246.
Ugh.
Drayden is on his way to you right now to mark all of those
I
as
have
red.
I have to, like, I always like I see a server. I'm like, if there's a bunch of servers I don't even read anything in, but I'm just in there, and I'm just like, I don't even care what was said. Just click, scroll down, and move on, just to clear the notification.
Oh, I lied. There's
So
like five.
you
that I don't have
Drayden, you realize you can right click the server and mark everything as red, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's way
but I
easier
don't do that.
because you like living life the hard way.
I feel like
my Santa Claus character was legitimately
always
trying to
work.
give away things on Christmas, and I had a hell of a time just giving away stuff. No, it's free. I literally said, I'll fucking inject it. You can have it. I mean, it's free. People wouldn't take stuff. Untrusting, untrusting bastards and Eve.
Well, that's how our corp would recruit though. So that's probably why. I mean,
Giving
we
people
did
shit and
that-
then killing them.
Well, we recruited Genghis Khan style, so you would throw stuff out,
And
and
then
then
kill 'em.
when the moment, well, you didn't kill them. The moment they touched it, you just threw every effect on them.
I was trying to be a benevolent podcaster.
We would warp, scramble, tackle them every which way, do everything. Had every effect on them. You would nude them, everything, and then say, "Hey, by the way, join our corp, and we'll give you lots of money and books and
Those lies.
this and that." No, we did
just
for a lot
press,
of them.
press gained everybody that came.
Press gang everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, we did
Now
that.
you
and-
start mining. You can't
That's-
stop until I tell you can stop.
and
And I
we,
want you to sing the Hi Ho song.
it was so easy because you would drop, let's say 10 million right in their wallet, and they go, "Oh, okay," and then they would get that 10 million right away, but we would blow them up and say, "Okay, now here's a ship," and we would give them a really nice ship, that costs
Ruining
that-
their kill board. Ruining
Yep,
it.
yep,
They had
we would-
perfect kill boards at that point. Now they're can't get into
Yep.
fucking Noir.
Yeah. And that's
What
how
was I
we
just
would,
gonna do? Oh, I remember.
and that's how we would recruit Genghis Khan style, just like that, and then CCP made it so that we couldn't do that anymore. They go, "You can't go in the school systems doing that." We're like, "Fuck."
Oh yeah, I could see. Yeah, you're not supposed to
That-
mess with the new players. Doing that
Yeah,
stuff, yeah.
Oh man, I remember the first time, you tackled somebody near the school system, and they were like, "You got to leave these people alone. You got it,"
I mean,
got
understandable,
contacted.
because I mean they might not know what you're doing, but I mean you don't want to.
Eve's
they don't
already
want-
got an.
Yeah, they don't want
a-
people
Hard
griefing,
enough. Yeah, it's hard
because
enough.
people
yeah.
people would grief new players and just to.
I
troll
was
and-
super okay with that change. A lot of people were pissed.
Yeah,
but
I mean, there's a,
and I like to pick on people and do shitty
would-
stuff. That's
we would throw-
that's too far.
We would throw the drinks, the exotic dancers, the tobacco, and all that stuff into a can, and then watch somebody take it, and then
You're
do
that guy. You're
Yeah.
that guy.
We were that guy. Yeah.
trying to take my quaif, huh?
Yep.
The
Then we would recover that stuff, and do it again. Recycle. Just keep doing it.
I'm the world's worst high sec suicide ganger. Absolutely awful at it. Failed every time but one time. I wanted to do it so bad because people I hung out with did it all the time. They just fucking, we got 45 billion isk and shit. Like, shit, I want to do it. Let me join you. Fail every time.
But we'd get about 50% of the people that way, though. It worked, We would re-recruit. We'd get about 50% of the people.
I mean, it doesn't sound. It doesn't sound like it's really.
You try to fucking recruit me that way, guess what? You're on the list.
I probably
You're
wouldn't get
on
recruited
the
that way.
list,
Like, nah,
and it
I'm
would
good.
take
I'd
decades
yeah.
to get off that list.
I anytime someone tries to ransom me, like I've had people do that. That it's like tackle me. I'll be on a battleship or something. They'll tackle me on a gate and like bump me off, and I'm just like stuck there. I mean, now you have the warp thing where they have 3 minutes or whatever, and then you can just warp off even if you're pointed. Type of or no, not pointed, but if you're
Bumped.
Getting bumped. Yeah.
But no, if I haven't been
Let me
ransomed
know that
since
you're getting
I
bumped.
lived in like drone space back in 2013, 14. But people are like, oh, we'll let you go if you pay us 50 million or whatever. And I just like initiated self-destruct. I'm like, you can let me go or like loot my wreck in 2 minutes. They're just like,
Yeah, but
and
then we
then-
would
and then-
just
and then they shot me and killed me. I'm like, I'm not doing I'm dying in 2 minutes or less. So you can
but then we just tackle their pod, though, and then
I would
we
self-destruct
had
the
their
pod too. It's
Yeah,
it's like I don't play
right.
games like that. I'm like, I got shit to do. So you can kill me now or wait 2 minutes. But either way, I'm
you
going
get-
back to the station.
Yeah, there's no way I would fucking. I'm not gonna abandon my ship to you. I'm not. There's no way I would do that.
Right.
No, because even if the person's the most, I wouldn't do that to Kriba. Fuck you. I ain't giving you my ship. I will blow it up
Yeah.
first.
A lot of the people, you would tackle, that we would try to get, and then you would fail at, or of course, people that had alts, and they were just starting new alts. Of course, those are the people you would fail at. And then also, too, the people that already were recruited by somebody else or already had an idea of the game and they were going to be going somewhere else, or whatever. But the people that you were successful with were the people that were just first starting into the game. They were, fumbling around. And then, we know some of the ones who you fail at were the ones with the language barriers, like I don't speak English, or they say they didn't speak English.
It was one of those
And
things. If you throw a fit in that situation, Eve's not for you.
Oh yeah, that you could
it's
weed
the truth.
out.
100%. You weed them out. Yeah, exactly.
We would weed them out really quickly. The first 5 minutes, when you have them tackled, you could see who was gonna be part of your group or not, just by how they acted.
I mean, I was angry and spiteful.
Yeah.
So if anybody's looked, update on the skins from the login reward. I didn't redeem them yet because I'm apparently I can't see. They're the
green check mark means it's been claimed, but yeah. It's
Yeah,
not
but I
redeemed.
thought I fucking redeemed it. But I had not.
Oh.
The Tyrant
User error.
Tyrant Breaker skin is what they're giving away. It's
Yeah.
really neat.
Pep
Did I say that right?
Tyrant Breaker, yeah. That's it.
Tyrant Breaker, yeah. I wanted to say Tyrannus Breaker, but that's not it. But they're really, I see them, they're pretty neat. It's a shiny, I'm going to say green, maybe a different color. But
It's green and it's shiny, but it's got a little the symbol on the side that's kind of silvery bluish, but it's kind of like a weird reflective thing.
yeah, okay, yeah, right. Anyway,
But one
I
thing
got
we
'em.
never did, we always played by the pirate rules though, which was you always paid, right?
Problem.
But you always paid, if they did the ransom thing or whatever, you always let them go. You're always honest, so we would let them go. So if they paid, we let them go, and we didn't bother them after that. And if we shot them and killed their ship, but they didn't want to be with us, we still bought them a new ship. So
Yeah, I mean that's the thing though with the ransoms is like there's some honest pirates and then there's a lot that aren't. They're just like thanks for the 50 million buy it, and they just kill you and take your loot. It's just
Actually, I'm still friends with the first person to gank me and Eve. 15 years ago. Jesus Christ, 15 years ago, he ganked me. He fucking came in and started combo. He's like, dude, that's the worst fit I've ever seen. Do you need help? That's what he said to me. I was like, I wanted to say fuck you, but I said, yeah. He's like, you're doing it wrong. Oh shit! He's a good guy. He's a Finnish guy.
yeah,
That's the worst fit I've ever seen. Do you need help?
feels bad. You like
Well, Ray Collins is the one trying to teach me the damn game, and he's worse than I am.
blow someone up with like obviously don't know what the modules do. They're like in a mining ship with a target painter or something. You're like,
Well, no, I
oh,
had
dude,
multiple
like,
weapon
oh.
types. I'm thinking space. You want some short range weapons? You want some long range weapons? You probably want a missile launcher on there. You want all this stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, no. But it was an interceptor, and I didn't have it fit right.
I remember when our corp was forming, and I remember when Jeff first showed up, and of course we had I'd been playing for a while, and we had help from another guy as we were forming the corp. But Sonar God, this was his first time. We all came from the first person player world, and when he jumped in, he had a head start with some of us before we did the full transition. But he was running around in a dummy that had lasers and all sorts of. He was doing the triple tank, thing.
It makes sense if you're thinking life.
Right. He had lasers and missiles and all sorts of shit on there. And I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Listen, missing and puking. I'm a fucking expert.
The first time he got ganked, we just let him get ganked. We didn't even go around to help him. We were like, "Yeah, you got to learn."
Once I got a little bit of skill in the game, I invited Kegden, who's a court mate of mine, and I know him in real life. We live in the same city. I invited him to join us in a fucking room. Somehow I'd gotten into Drake Train, probably through InSong because it's a Finnish group. None of them spoke English, or they did, and they refused to do it around me. But it's funny. Anyway, I invited Kegden to come out in his fucking fleet. He's joining us in Lowsec, and he's like, and the guys are like, hey, there's a neutral here. I saw the name on it, and they just immediately attacked him. So I was like, well, sorry, Kegden, you're not joining us. He had a shit fit ship, and it was like, oh my god, it was funny. It was fun stuff.
Drake says his dummies have lasers, but at the time, way back then, you would not, if you fit it right, could not have enough power grid or anything down or CPU to put any weapons on it if you fit it right, and it was an all drone boat, so there was no way.
His is a drone boat. He says he uses them for his drones.
Yeah, he just uses it to. Well, that's when you just use the.
to direct.
You just use like a civilian laser gun because you don't need ammo and.
Yeah.
It takes like zero fitting space. Yeah, no, that. What was it, buddy? Dervike, when he was starting out, he went on a fleet with me in Redline, and Redline's like, "That's filament." I'm like, dude, he's like, this was back before Winterco left PanFam, so or not
he was brand
they broke up the coalition now, but this is when those two were combined. So it's like, dude, we're both blue, and like half of space is PandaFam and the other half isn't. So it's like if we do a nullsec filament, 50-50 chance we're gonna be in space where we're blue to everyone and he is not, and we can't shoot anyone to help defend him, and everyone's gonna be reporting him in intel, and like he's like, it'll be fine, we'll just tell people not to shoot him. I'm like, that's not gonna work. That might work on some people, that's not gonna work on everyone.
That's why what we've been doing with the Saturday rooms now have been working really well because most of
it.
us are blue to each other, so we don't have that problem.
Well, we've been
back
roaming
when
in
they did with
Lowsec anywhere.
Nervike, though,
most people in Lowsec aren't really part of the nullsec blocks anyway. So
back then, though, with Nerviking, he couldn't even gone to Lowsec without being blue to a lot of people because you had a lot of people in that coalition.
In Lowsec, there's not
no.
There's most people in Lowsec were neutral. The only time I see blue people in Lowsec was like if there was like some horde dudes or well back then frat guys, but there was very few that we come across. And we filamented, and lo and behold, we ended up in drone lands. Since like I think we were in Ethereum Reach or Malpais or something. I'm like, oh no.
Which
No, it's Malpais. I think we were like 4 or 5 jumps from MJ. I'm like, this isn't good. So we
How
just
quick
started
did you
making
get
our
there?
way
Before I-
down, and we get to a spot. I think we get to Ethereum Reach, and lo and behold, Slice Dude comes to shoot him, and we're like, don't shoot him. And he's like, fuck it. If he's not blue, he's an enemy. It just kills him, and then Redline starts shooting that guy, cause a diplomatic incident. I'm like, this is why we don't film it with half blue and half not. Like, but
That's
this
funny.
actually reminds me because I wanted to ask. Alex, Dom, and Drayden, are you guys going to be around for the fleet tomorrow?
I think so.
Probably can be, yeah.
I'm gonna get a haircut tomorrow, but I should
be.
be doing that before. Our fleet's at what time?
1900, or sorry. Yeah, 1900 my time, so 7 p.m. Eastern.
So it'd be 7 Eastern. That'd be 4.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Because I'm -7, so 1900 would be 2 p.m. for me. So that should be 5
Right.
p.m. or 4 p.m. your time. Dirk?
7 p.m. 7 p.m. Eastern, which is 1900.
No. Because that would mean
Yeah.
Eastern time is only
No.
2 hours behind UTC. That's not right. I'm -7 from UTC.
Am I mathing wrong?
Yeah, you're mathing wrong. I'm
It's
minus
7 Eastern.
I'm well. If you want it to be
Yeah,
7,
7 p.m. Eastern time is 1900 is 7
4
p.m.
o'clock your time, dude.
Yeah. I just got fucking gaslit.
oh, I thought you're saying 1900 UTC, like 1900
No,
Eve
Eastern.
to,
19
oh, that's okay.
I go off a 24-hour clock. Everything that I set is 24.
Well, no,
hour
I
clock.
know, but I thought you were saying 1900 UTC,
I thought
No,
I was.
which
Eastern.
that's why I was minusing 7 hours from 1900. I was like, that's
I think it's
yeah.
subtracting, but
yeah, that'd be.
You
12,
had me
that-
questioning reality.
Yeah, I was like, that
going,
would be
"Oh,
like
my-"
noon for me, but okay. So 7 Eastern, so that would
Um,
be 4 p.m. my time. Okay, yeah, I'll be back
Yep.
by then.
And I nominate Drayden as FC
Oh, okay.
since we will not have Redline tomorrow.
I will try.
Redline has a hot date with Mrs. Redline.
Oh damn, that's hot. Yeah, I have not FC'd before, but I will give it a shot.
Drink
We'll
up.
see.
yeah, I thought you did
Um,
one time.
Which, so
I was going to.
I-
but-
I'll share with you what he said because I thought it was funny. When I asked him if he was going to be around FC8, he said Mrs. Redline wants to go on a date. First it was Applebee's, now it's a fancy brewery. I have to take her, otherwise she'll want a date on the moon next.
Yeah, that's, it probably won't, but that's fine. I'll,
Go to the moon? That'd be awesome.
Take her on a Blue Origin flight.
Well, just don't go on the one from
Ooh,
the first one. What was it called? The
that's a shot.
big butt bear or something. One of the refrigerator. Don't go to that group because they can't land apparently.
Yeah, no, right.
Bridge.
Going?
No, it's a private company out of Texas.
Yeah, there's two companies. One that has a lander that looks similar to all the other lunar landers that NASA landed with, and then there's one that has one that looks like a refrigerator that landed that keeps tipping over when it lands.
Oops.
I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I know we've been doing frigates and destroyers. I know that's like really easy, but I kind of want to take some.
Well, yeah, one of your people in there is limited. Remember?
Huh? Oh, your
Not that I would fly around killing blues, but I mean, another character might.
Yeah. So I was thinking like just some like T1 cruisers, but also I mean frigates and destroyers are fine too. Like a frigate for tackle would be ideal.
Oh, and I think
Um,
part of what we've done with frigs and
Yeah.
destroyers is that we are really like it's only a couple of us. Like we're super small, so
Yeah,
like
there's not a
emphasis
lot of
on the small
damage.
part of small gang. So it's made it so that we can like be choosy with our fights.
Right. I mean, we are a little more mobile, which is nice. The only thing that is like, if we get a fight, it's like if there's 3 of us in destroyers, we don't have a lot of damage, so it's,
No, I
it's
Do-
basically
do
micro
you
gang,
actually
and it's like
who
if we
we fight?
catch, we might see something. It's like, oh, an Ishtar. Well, that Ishtar would probably kill all 3 of us if we
and
try to go and fight it.
Drakenhoff, I think actually my favorite roam that we've done since we started doing this was when we came and occupied your system briefly. That was a fun night.
Yeah.
We did. We left. We did not leave on our own accord.
But yeah, I was just thinking with depending on how many we get. If we only get like 3 or 4 of us, then yeah, probably frigates and destroyers is the best way to go. But I was like, if we can get a handful more, like bring in at least a couple cruisers might be fine, because then we have a little bit more damage to back up, and then we can actually take on a little bit bigger fights. The only downside with cruisers is you're easier to catch, and so if you get reported into some intel, that's easier for people to come with 20 dudes and catch you. But I don't know. Maybe we'll just keep it to frigates and destroyers. Especially if I'm like FCing the first time, it might be a little more forgiving to have some.
Maybe
things.
Fuck Timber?
What? What do you do? You want Discord?
Just Discord guest show notes.
And
The ice cream?
Because shit keeps popping up. I was gonna talk about something.
Oh, and he's so Timber is flying out today, and there's emergency weather alert for his area.
Oh no. Maybe they'll just fly through it.
It's probably an
right
Australian
through
fucking death storm or something.
Nope. What's up, Millen? I was thinking about sending it off.
Wait, is that an SOE capital ship?
No, we're in there 2 hours.
That looks like it.
Too bad. I think that's from the Chinese server too. So.
Yeah,
Why is it vertical? Is it like a vertical?
it's Naglfar 2.0.
But all the SOTC ships, they're like sideways. Like
Not SOTC, SOE.
Oh,
Sisters of
but
Eve.
also those are sideways. Like you look at the Praxis, or not the Praxis. That's the SOCT.
Astero, Nestor, and
Nestor. That's what, yeah, Nestor.
I don't think any of those are vertical.
And the
they're not.
No, they're not. That's not the way mine fly.
What's the cruiser? The cruiser. Stratios. Yeah, Stratios,
Yes, that
Astero, Nestor. Those are on their side.
They're my
too.
favorite line of. They're my favorite line of ships overall. Like I've
look
always
really
just
cool.
loved the SOE ships. Yeah,
Yeah.
aesthetically,
Do not like
I love
Nestor.
them. I like it aesthetically.
Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah.
It's hard to fit them up because I mean they're armor tanked, but then like if you're gonna armor tank it, you have to sacrifice. You don't have the damage mods, so it's like you're either tanked with no damage or you're glass cannon. I feel like that's any armor ship though, I guess. And then you have to decide like, do you want to focus on drones or do you want to focus on lasers? Probably drones, but
This is definitely the Chinese server.
I
This
used to
server
do.
does not prohibit RMT.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of like see-through wormhole, like day tripping with dual repping Stratios. That was a fun fit and fun ship.
Well, basically, those Colossus are kind of like their version of it's basically like an attack battleship for Marauder Dread. It's a very
The
different
battleship
option.
skin or battleship hull.
Basically, well, I'm just saying it's considered in between Battleship and Dread, but it's kind of like that step up, like an attack battleship versus a Marauder.
Sure, but it's a battleship hull, not a capital.
It's
That's what you're
something
saying?
else.
Okay.
Completely, yeah, it's a different class. But I'm just giving you the concept of how it steps up.
yeah, I find it weird that it's vertical like that though, because all the other SOE ships are.
I thought it was a station.
They got the circle.
Right, that's
going
what I thought.
around
The station.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of station thing, but.
Yeah, then we actually had some people who actually went on. Supposedly, you can get into Serenity. There was a guy up in Canada, one of the guys who's mostly been in the Eve Discord. He actually got into it in Canada. You actually have to get a special, like a license or a permission to allow you to go into Serenity. But the majority of everything is in complete Chinese, so a lot of people it's kind I guesswork on
I
stuff.
just got to brush up
but
on my Chinese. Take me
You need
2-3
permission.
hours.
Would a
Oh, yeah.
would a VPN not just let you in, or you also need the permission as well?
Yeah, there's some complications to how
yeah,
you do it.
You can't get
But I
on.
know, like-
You can't with a VPN. You cannot get on.
Mm.
What's it called? Serenity. They've got controls somehow. Yeah.
It's that deep seek. It knows.
This
It knows
server
you're
does
not
not
actually in China.
Prohibit RMT. That's funny.
Is it deep seek? Is that the AI thing they have over there? Something like that. I forget.
Dipstick, maybe.
No, not quite. It's
I don't know.
something
I
like
think
that.
some people.
It's the big state AI thing they have going on. It's like DeepSeek or something. It's like the most
Yeah,
advanced
yeah,
AI out there.
DeepSeek.
Yeah.
I think some people like that Mortis Legion version of it though, because there's a Mortis Legion Dread or carrier. That's
on the Chinese server.
yeah, and it's
Okay,
a
cool.
brutal something. But they even have some special ships that we don't have at all, including there's actually like their version of a Gundam, actually like a Gundam styled ship with a recent event.
We got that
There's
now.
all kind.
The Starbringer or Stormbringer.
What are the mortar ships? I know there's a few. That's like the pancake
Garmer-
fleets, right?
Garmer,
yeah,
the
Garmer,
Orthus,
Orthrus,
and
and
yeah,
yeah,
Balgorn.
Balgorn.
Yeah.
Or not Balgorn.
And they also have a-
Argist.
Yeah, and they also have some special holes that were actually for a special like rogue event where you can go through different, almost like our labyrinth we have right now. As you go through each room set, you actually can select how to change the ship to a different function. So it's like there's one hole, it's like a Stratios, but you go through the gates, and as you do it, you actually get bonuses for which room you choose and how many targets you get. So you can actually swap the weapons from like laser weaponry to missiles. It's like a missile.
So you're saying they got a
Stratios.
better Eve than we get? That's bullshit. That's not fair.
To a certain degree, but there's also been a lot of people. I think the people who have got a lot of hold on the AT ship market and skins probably wouldn't like how they're actually more active monetization, like other MMOs, like Second Galaxy.
No, they got a lot of cool skins that we don't have either, and they got cool skins way before we got cool skins.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is,
so then they
they're
showed them to us and say, "Ha ha
Yeah.
ha ha ha! You can't have this."
yeah. Well, we have bugs. We've had the bugs where like sometimes their code will intermix with ours because they actually have to come check Tranquility, because whatever CCP puts on Tranquility, they have to cross-check and then modify to their server.
The big time that happened was when the skins originally were not permanent, right? They were 30 days,
Mm.
right? And then they had that bug where the Chinese skins turned out were permanent. So I mean, I remember clamoring like, "What the hell? You said they couldn't be permanent. They got permanent." And then Tranquility got permanent skins officially like 3 months later. I was like,
We also had weird issues with our like the skins. Like they had one was the tiger skin that was on Serenity. But because of a bug when they updated the game, if you did some stuff with like the nightmare, it would show up on the nightmare, but kind of partial. And so it was like we had all these kind of cool little bugs for a while that were kind of showing, oh, this is what they can do. And then we had like then CCP kind of caved and did give us for a limited time some of the skins, not all of them, but some. Still think
Not
they could
permanent.
probably, yeah. Well, there was some that were permanent. That was later. It was like a couple years ago. But it was just they've had a lot of stuff. Like I'm just like, well, there's some ideas that are kind of cool from the CCP Shanghai office that are kind of interesting. You know, why don't we try that over on our side? We don't have to do everything they do, but some ideas are kind of cool. Some of their graphical concepts are interesting. But you know, we were begging for like a Trig Marauder as a joke, and then Serenity got it before we did.
That scared me. I just remembered. I was like, I put a whole 12-pack of soda in the freezer because I was like, I want to get these cold.
Oh no!
And then I was like, I just remember like, oh shit, they did not explode. I was like, my whole freezer is gonna be covered in fucking ruby red squirt. I know it.
Well, all you guys have, today, happy Passover. Everybody's having a little fun. I might be a little more talkative because I think I had a little too much wine. Oi.
Today's Good Friday. Wasn't Passover a couple
It
days
is
ago?
Good Friday.
Well, it's Good Friday, but today's also Passover. It just lined
Yeah.
up
Oh, I
this
thought
year.
Passover was a couple days ago.
Yeah. So it's
I've
been a wild day.
I've heard of those words. I don't know what each is, but
Religious stuff. Where
well, I know it's religious stuff. It's like it's Good Friday, the one where you're not supposed to eat meat.
Well, it's Lent every Friday.
That's Lent, yeah.
This is the last day of you don't eat meat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We're all
ordered
having-
meat today at the hospital and that. Are you sure you want meat? Not
Yeah.
now. Is it bad?
I almost screwed
Yeah.
up today too, but we were out to eat and luckily they were like, "Are you sure you don't want the fish fry?" Oh yeah, that's right.
I put a blanket over me so the guy couldn't see. It's fine.
Mhm. Yeah, we're having it's been kind of fun, but I was actually the ideas of some of the stuff that's in Serenity are kind of interesting. Same thing with like Frontier, but it's just I think
You lose everybody. You mention Frontier, they'll have a fucking stroke.
yeah, I know. I understand. You throw me out the door. Whee! But
Frontier.
yeah, kick me off into the 300 pit. But if you do the like some of the Serenity concepts are interesting, like with their ships. Like they do have some interesting ship hulls they've added that kind of fill in some of the gaps. There's been some photos circulating of like there's a new ship that supposedly Serenity has for mining, which is completely different than anything we got right now. And there's some discussion of some other new ships for like each one of the factions has like a couple really unique ships that have been added.
What's up, Street Corner?
Yeah, I bet if they do, they're going to announce that at FanFest.
Well, that's what. So what's
Hey,
so
Street
what's
Corner.
the scuttlebutt? So what's the scuttlebutt we think it's going to happen with their new expansion discussion?
Gotta come up with a fucking name for it.
I mean, it's.
Or
I feel like
something.
it's going to be something with wormholes, and being that a lot of these events, like not just the Kepler thing, but all the Drifter stuff. has
You
been
shut your dirty
and they
whore
haven't
mouth.
done much with wormholes in a while. Like the last couple
They don't
expansions,
need to.
the
You
last
can get
couple
rid of 'em.
expansions have been very low sec focused, and the fact that there's been so much going on in the wormholes with this one, I feel like that's going to be.
But what do they
a
need to
thing.
do with wormholes except for debuff them? I mean, good
Well,
lord.
no, the difference though is these are the drifters, so they're supposedly trying to clean up the mess from like the mystery of the drifters that have been like sitting for a couple years and nothing's been done. And so whatever's going on, they're pushing it forward. I'm actually wondering if they're going to do because I know people have been begging for years the drifter tech line. I don't know if they'll add it, but I'm suspecting because they just updated all the graphic models for the ships, including the NPCs for the sleepers. So I'm suspecting they may start a release where players actually can access drifter tech and drifter equipment.
We're getting a new ship
Not
line.
yet.
They haven't finished all the other ones.
I know, but that's
They're
one
also
that's
doing
been
a
on.
fucking. They're
When are
doing
we-
a module pass.
When are we getting
Wow.
the Edencom Dreadnought?
Well, you
yeah,
get
I
yours yet?
wasn't. Oh, you mean the one that I was goofing around with?
Oh, I
No,
don't
I
know.
want- I
I'm
wanna
just saying
get
there
myself,
isn't one. There's a whole bunch of openings for ship slots.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
aren't there yet, but
Well, there's also been like, well, one of the things I've been thinking is that they need to make a couple of the Edencom ships. They actually have two. They have two Vorton slots. We've even been talking
Vortron
about
projectors,
ideas
that's
with.
That's what they're called, Drayden.
Fortron projectors.
Yeah.
God, we were
We
trying
could
to
have
think of
looked it up, but
we were trying to
just
think. We're like the chain lightning gun. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
That's what it. Yeah.
Well, but also we were talking about changing a type of ammo for it. Instead of like where most of the Vorton launchers they launch really long range or kind of close and powerful. We were actually
Have
why don't we
stupid
just
names,
kind of why don't we move the ammo back where it's shorter range but it adds more chain. So it actually goes more targets but at closer range.
Dartarian. I got it. I figured it out. Thank you, Dave, for joining.
Yeah, thanks for following.
But yeah, the problem is like the drifter stuff is interesting. I had a weird thing this morning. Like I was in one system and I kept rolling like weird data sites all day long. It was like I had so many of those CV molecular items. It was
good
just
or bad.
oh, that's the stuff like you use for larger component production. And I like got 50 out of one system in a high sec zone. I was like, what the heck is going on today?
Is that low or high? I don't do this stuff. so-
High 50 in one system. That's a lot because they're dropping.
what would you normally get?
Usually it'd be like maybe 10 per system.
That's quite
Suddenly
some
getting
What
yeah,
is
so
it?
getting
'Cause- what if it's because of
Just-
Capsuleer Days?
Yeah, it could be just.
They upped it for that.
well no, but that was different. It wasn't even Capsuleer stuff. Then it was on top of it. Then I got a stupid lesser covert on top of it. I was like, what the heck's happening this morning?
I did know one
but
thing
it-
about ratting. It's stupid. If you kill a rat titan, it drops
Mhm.
nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
You should get. I know my Titan's got fucking pretty special modules on it. He should drop something. Not
they're-
a fucking windfall, but they literally drop crap like a shitty rat battleship. The same stuff.
Yeah.
It's dumb.
There should be something. There should
They're
you
easy to
should
kill,
be
though,
getting.
too.
Yeah. Oh, the Stratios, the Strategos. The Strategos siege module can be abyssal, and that's
Strategos.
bananas.
What's a Strategos module?
Strategos?
Strategos is the
Radios?
new officer. No, Strategos.
Oh.
It's
Oh, new ops
general.
mod. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
thinking meta one, I was
Strategos.
like, what?
Strategos is a term from Greek. It means general.
But he's Edencom guy.
Oh, he's the drifter. He's the
Drifter
drifter
guy.
baddie.
Oh, Strategos is It's
That's what I. That's the first thing that popped in my head.
Strategos. That's when Radicos gets on the strategy.
That's-
Oh my
Great, and
god.
I swear to God, it's the first thing that popped in my head. It's like, does he mean Radicos?
Well, he just popped in. Like as soon as he came in, I'm like, I know.
I'm
Radico-
the baddie.
Radicos to Strategos.
we need
actually,
a new
there's
Deathless
actually-
ship. I want a fucking battleship. Deathless battleship.
Oh yeah. Oh, someone was reporting about that. In one of these drifter events, someone rolled in just one of the cenotaphs. And he said that thing was dropping bars when it was damage wise. It was like over like 3,000 DPS per second just with the breacher pods.
Well, just the breach pod. Hold on, let me tell you.
Just the breacher. Yeah, it was nuts
Simulate
because
didn't
the
have
reason
anything.
reason why is because that NPC is so heavy on points that it stacked the damage like crazy.
Yeah.
And Radicos, and if Radicos wants to have a little funny, Radicos actually has his own book. There's something that's called the Stratotyricon.
Oh, I thought it was Hookers and Blow. I got that.
There
I got
actually is a book called Hookers and
that. I have
Blow.
it. I own it.
I got it for my
But
nephew.
Did we? Yeah, I said we bought them the same year.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it for my nephew's first birthday or his first Christmas.
How many of you guys have seen the movie Blow?
I've
Oh,
seen
many
it.
times,
Not in a
yeah.
long
I've seen
time,
it.
but I've seen it. It's good.
Love that movie.
I was working my first job when I was 16 when that came out. I was working at a
My breacher
I was
pod
working
is
at a
showing-
video rental, like an old. You remember the old when you went to the store, like the rental store to get?
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
back
Yeah.
in the olden days.
Yeah, I was
The
working there.
way olden days, yeah. So I'm looking at my Cenotaph, 920 DPS just from the breacher pod. Just
Mhm.
the breacher pod.
Yeah. I feel like unless you're shooting a capital, I feel like that you're always going to get reduced down to the 1% max health level because what's the max per tick?
I
It
think
is-
It's like 400 or something, but like that's true. Like I don't think because you can't look at the EHP. You have to look at just the straight total shield armor and whole hit points because that's what it goes on. It's 420. Blaze it. So
but
yeah,
it's
like,
percentage based.
even battleships
so-
aren't like that's going to be more than 1% of a battleship's total hit points. So
Yeah.
like if
well,
you're
but
not,
also that you have a skill that adjusts it too, but it actually increases the damage.
I thought it was always or 1%, whichever's
No,
lower.
It gets upgrade. It gets
Oh, okay.
upgraded.
But
It
yeah,
is
so-
also kind of is. So like there is one problem. Like if you go now, the weird thing is the Cenotaph actually will have a huge advantage in that if you fight in a wormhole, any wormhole that buffs armor or shield HP is going to immediately tip it in the favor of the Cenotaph or any other or the
yeah, 'cause
Tholos.
it's still going to do
That 1% is still
Yeah, because
giving more.
if you're still hitting that 1% cap, then its damage is going to go up with that. So you're still going to take the same amount
Yeah.
of percent damage.
If I'm hitting a cap, it's gonna be 920 hit points a second for 65
I
seconds.
still find those so
1%.
outrageous. Like the fact that it's basically true damage. I don't. That's a League of Legends term. But like
It
basically
bypasses all.
it bypasses all resistances, and it does 75% of your total damage over 75 seconds. So it's like
Well, because it's launching people
if
inside
you
your ship.
don't
There's
get
no-
reps, you will be down to like 25% of your total health, which probably is going to put you in hull without any reps, and that's like from one launch, and then that's on top of it's.
Well, then you start hitting with the other
The
stuff.
breacher
Right?
pods are so busted. I mean,
Well, but I mean, there's also
Here's the thing: is
There's actually-
the barrier is in the cost. It's 2.5 billion for the skill books alone, 1 billion for the ship. Yeah, then you have to fit it. and
yeah,
stuff.
like there's
That's
a
lot for
cost.
people.
There's a
right off
cost
the bat, yeah.
associated with it, and then the ships aren't cheap either. But still, it's so.
Perfect. I hope we. I
Although
hope we
that's
find a
sometimes
way
like
to use one.
it's you. I would say it's like it's so good, but you don't like how many Cenotaphs have you seen running around out there? Probably not
Well,
many.
like I said, but that barrier still hasn't crossed.
Yeah, there's
Not-
probably not
here
that
to go out
many.
and- yeah, I'm not gonna solo mine. Yeah.
And like even Tholoses, I haven't seen anyone flying Tholoses outside of the tournament, the charity cup. That was the only time I've
Well,
actually seen people
I
flying
think the
those.
solos outside the tournament scene is worthless.
I
It's just
Yeah,
so
I-
easy to kill.
yeah, I feel like there's
Well,
In the
Oh.
tournament scene, it had a place, right?
Yeah, well, also, I mean, I feel like they have. It's almost like the Lancer Dreads, right? Like there is a niche for both of these ships. I think it's just not in all combat. Does the Senno get used more? Okay.
well, I mean, well, the problem is the Thalos actually is allowed in what the drifter stuff. But the problem is like, who's going to take the risk of accidentally goofing up a dang hack, and then getting your butt wiped? No, it's not going to be fun. But the problem is if the things were a little bit easier to get their hands on, you probably would see them pretty being used this. They're pretty devastating in certain NPC functionalities. So you can actually use them. Now the problem is and I've also noticed this because if the NPC is below a certain HP, so like you can actually go through the EVE reference table and look at all the different types of NPCs and their HP levels, and you can actually calculate how high both the Tholos and the Cenotaph's damage profiles will go. So it's like if they go over a certain point, they do it, but also it's one of the reasons like if you're a person who really likes the amulet and like Nirvana implants, you are the perfect target for this weapon.
Yeah, because they basically just nullify your implants.
Well, no, because what happens is the larger your hit points become, the more damage it starts doing against you.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just
So, like,
like
yeah.
it's if it's gonna do 1% of your health, regardless of I
Mhm.
mean, if you have the implants or not, it's still doing the same amount of damage to your ship, basically.
Well, it actually because it's percentage. If your hit points like okay, if you had 1,000,
well, it does more like total number,
Yeah.
like damage number, but I mean like percentage of your health
Yeah.
of your ship, it's gonna hit the same amount. So it's
Yeah, but
yeah.
it is one of the reasons like I've pointed out is like actually if you're dealing with a cenotaph, you actually want to do the opposite thought process. The problem is the weapon system is actually efficient enough where even if you shrink your ship's HP pools a little bit to offset the damage, the ship is flexible enough, particularly the Cenotaph is flexible enough. Like I actually was testing on CC a torpedo blaster combo, and it was doing all kinds of hell. It was really shocking it out.
Well,
But
I,
and it can throw a gecko too, which is silly.
well,
I got mine set up with heavy missiles and
Mhm.
artillery with the breach pod.
Mhm.
It does 1400 DPS.
Mm.
Well,
And
and I'm also that DPS is
It's the maximum.
counting
The
if
maximum.
yeah.
The maximum is 1400,
Yeah.
but it's anywhere
Mhm.
from 4,000 to 1400.
Yeah.
Because 900 and something to 1400 because it's
Yeah.
a 500 point difference between 1% and
Yeah.
920. Yeah.
Well, and I'm also, I mean, do. Would someone roam in one of these ships by itself? Because I wonder
No, I wouldn't.
if you're probably going to be with other people. It's probably
Well-
I feel like it's just a ship better in like a small gang or
Well, the
something.
Sano actually because you can use it in actually a couple different ways because it can be the core of a crew, which means that because it can actually it's a battle cruiser technically, you can buff your crew.
Yeah,
You're
people
able
put
to
one
increase
booster
the
on it.
You're able to fleet command burst. At the same time you're
Orb
doing this,
cloaked.
warp cloaked, yes, which also means that in certain situations, although blops don't really advantage from it, stealth bomber ambushes really benefit from that damn thing.
That's why I see these working like 5-man squads. You warp
Mhm.
into the targets, dot everything up, and they're quick, right? And
Mhm.
you just warp back out. I mean, for a battle
Right,
cruiser,
well,
Not only that, they're immune to webs, and they actually are not really easy to take down even with stasis web of fire.
And they're
So you
immune
can
to
actually slip
webs.
in, tag target, and move off.
Did they get a bonus to ABs? I can't remember if they have that or not. Or is it just?
I don't think
I think it's
so.
just immunity, or it's not immune to webs, but it's a reduced effectiveness of webs.
resistance,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
5%
and-
resist to webs per.
yeah, so you can get
Minotaur
basically
battle cruiser
25%.
bonus,
If you're
yeah.
flying one, you should probably have that maxed. I would think so.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, but also remember, there's also some boosts. There's actually some boosters that we've had in the past that actually increase resistance to stasis fire. So actually, there are situations where those ships can nearly be impossible to tag. You can
well, yeah,
literally,
You're looking at a battle cruiser that can align in 7 seconds, right? This is the quick ship. If you do it in a group, you go in, align, warp back out. Yeah, and cloak
well,
up and
and,
warp out.
and I was saying earlier because you were saying the best way to go against one of these is like to have reduced hit points. But if it's not flying by itself, by reducing your hit points, like it's still going to do the 1%.
Yeah.
to you, and then if you have reduced hit points, now those other ships that are firing
Everybody
you have
else-
an
yeah,
easier
yeah,
time
100%.
to finish you off,
Yeah.
type of thing. So
Yeah.
it's
The
I don't
only-
know. They're-
Well,
The
your
only ship
targets
up-
shouldn't know you're coming with these. They're covert
Yeah.
op ships, right? You should be using that covert op to its maximum ability. They shouldn't
pretty-
reduce their hit points because they shouldn't even know you're going to be there, right? I mean, in theory, yeah.
Well, the other problem also is that they're probably, and from what I'm seeing, is a lot of people are kind of freaking out about this because we see both a destroyer and a battle cruiser that are both covert op. So there is a potential, not sure yet, but there's a potential that CCP might relent and actually put a covert op battleship in the mix.
They already have one. It's a Python.
Yep.
Oh,
If you
well,
want
no,
one,
covert
if
op
you want
water.
one, buy a Python. Yeah,
just get one.
don't be a
Yeah,
poor.
it's-
Don't be a poor.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was. I thought it wasn't a covert op.
I don't think it is either,
Capable.
but people say that.
Yeah,
it
it
is.
is, but they have cloak, not covert op, because everybody keeps screaming as soon as you say covert op battleship, they freak out.
It's
I'd love one. Love one.
It's a
Well, but think about it.
I think it's like a Black Ops Marshal, right?
Mhm.
I don't know if it's covert.
Marshall's a
Ops.
Black Ops.
Yeah, Marshall, Black
Oh.
Ops, Black Ops ships only have normal cloak. They can move faster
I have
in
to
the
look
cloak.
at it. I can't remember.
They-
Uh,
but
There's
they
no
can't-
there's
they
no
can't
reduction
warp.
in their ability to to move with with the cloaks.
Right. I thought the Python
Um,
could warp cloaked, like it's an actual covert ops battleship. I think. I
know
think it
people
is.
say that, but I think that's not the way I read it. But
I think, and it's like an AT ship, so it's like they don't care about it being busted, OP broken, but
maybe they should start
Mm.
carrying.
Well, the thing though is that if CCP
Google it now.
finally and eventually gives, at least I would say they probably would balance it by also like maybe making the Nestor into a cov-op, maybe just to kind of adjust it where you have options. But like the Cenotaph, you can run this by as a solo
yeah,
player.
it's,
And you can run around and do dangerous PvP and ratting by yourself because those breacher pods can target NPC and rats. So you can actually get into some sites that normal people would not be able to. And you can actually do it by yourself. And then if you feel like you're being hunted or thing, you can just fudge off and cloak up and wait it out.
You hit a covert
so it-
Sino and
Yeah,
a
and
covert
that
jump
too.
portal.
yeah, it's not a.
No,
it's not,
targeting it's not
a
a
covert
covert
ops.
ops. No,
Yeah,
it's same as it is the same as a Black Ops. Yeah.
yeah, it's a Black Ops, but it's not covert. Okay, yeah. It's
Yeah.
Pretty weak ship. I don't think-
Yeah,
I
the
think it's
covert
worth it.
Sino. I thought that was saying like when it says can fit covert Sino. My brain was thinking it said it could fit covert. Cloaking,
And there's
covert
no-
ops
there's
But
cloaking.
you're
no-
not the
there's-
first person that
yeah.
said that. I've heard a lot of people say it. I think
Yeah.
maybe they just assumed it was going to be able to do that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I
was
don't
like,
know. We'll see. We'll see in the future what CCP does because, although yes, I know some people say, well, a covert ops battleship would be OP. The problem is it would allow you a lot more flexibility of moving around. Now they would have to work some mechanic in. So like, well, okay, if you have covert op, cloak on, you can't fit something else, maybe like a covert Sino.
I don't think they'll ever do that.
I feel like
Yeah.
a covert ops
I just-
battleship, like a legit covert ops battleship, would be way too OP. But I thought that this was one because I'm like, in actual just generic with everyone able to fly one would be a bit OP, but making an AT ship that way would be like whatever. I mean, it's
Well, especially at this point,
like
when they're trying
there's
to
not going to be
curb
that many,
ejection.
and if you're gonna
Mm.
make a ship that's worth a fucking trillion ISK almost, okay, whatever, make it OP as fuck. It's not like there's gonna be that many of them out there, so.
Yeah.
They should just put it on that Chinese
I
server.
thought it would have been fine if they did it for this one ship, but I don't think they should make like a regular covert ops battleship for everyone to fly. I think that would be a little too much.
Why do you hate
Mhm.
everybody? You just hate everybody.
Well,
don't you?
Yes.
Well, the problem is because if you remember, if you have a covert op battleship, and depending on how you do the damage level on it, the ship would be capable of getting behind your lines or filamenting or whatever, move around, as a group, and bring a lot of firepower to shake up your backline, and it would make being able to counter them really tricky. Because then they can just hit anything they want, or you can actually go behind somebody's line or inside their zones of control, hit precision targets, destroy them, and then bounce out.
The problem is the covert ops battleships, the current ones, aren't quick and nimble, right? I mean, that strategy works when you're using recons and bombers, but you got something back there. Even if you go and launch your bombs, you have to or whatever.
Well,
you- whatever you're
the
gonna do,
Black Ops,
whatever
the
you're gonna do
main-
with your battleship, if you warp in there, you're not gonna be able to just quickly warp back out, right? That's the problem with
Yeah.
that why we don't really need it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
well, like,
the
well-
fact they can't warp cloaked is the main thing that makes the Black Ops
Mm.
ships, I think, a little bit balanced. But
Well, not
little
that, but
bit,
also
yeah.
you have the targeting signature from them too, because even though they can immediately be able to start locking process, because their signature, the signature power they have, it's still slow enough that they can't just instantly lock up stuff. Same thing with the stealth bomber. Yes, they can
Correct,
drop
yeah.
their cloak and be able to immediately start the locking process. But there's enough of a delay in it and functionality that you can get away in some situations. So it is one of those interesting offsets that you always have to kind of think about how each
So you hope
ship
whoever's
has.
lighting the Sino's got the ability to hold the target. Because you're right, it's gonna take you a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. But if you get but if you put all your points in trying to get the ship's signature up so you can do a very fast lock, the problem is like most of the battleships are going to probably be good targeting another battleship or a cruiser level ship reasonably, but if anything's smaller, it's going to have a bit of a problem. And if the signature of the target is lower, it's not going to be a fun time either, because you'll be just wasting your time. Oh, and by the way, did you guys notice that they added a little interesting note to the locking process? They actually put a time scale on it now.
While you're doing it, like a graphic.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah, no,
idea.
it's got like when you lock it, it actually gives you a second. So
You're
like if you actually
assuming
look,
people are playing the game.
yeah, yeah. Well, but if you actually were to lock something, even if you were to lock a building, watch just below the center of it because it'll actually start a countdown.
oh, like a time.
actually will show-
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So it actually was something recently added, but it's also like so if you actually watch different targets you lock, you can figure out how quickly you can lock the target up.
I like that.
Because like that's something that only used to be able to be like people would know by looking at PIFA, because PIFA would tell you grading of target times. Most people in game really didn't see that because there wasn't a
They're just like,
function that showed
circle
that.
takes about this much time to finish. So about that.
Yeah. So like if you're an interceptor now,
Right,
you'll be able
guys.
to
Have a good
really
night.
lock that.
See,
That's
Scott,
You too. Take care, Skyhawk.
Where's this come up? This timer?
Okay, so like if you were to
By
lock,
default.
let's say you just lock a rock, lock a rock. Watch it when it locks up just below the center of the target. You'll see a number set pop up. Like
On the
as
ship
it, is
itself,
it,
on the target itself, not
Lock
up in
rocks.
your not up in
Yes.
your not part of the UI on the actual
not
target.
not on the top
Okay.
UI, but it's in game. So in the interaction on grid.
I tried to back up Keepstar, it didn't work.
Okay, well if you lock up, like let's say if you found like a little mining site and just rolled up on
I'm
it
just getting
and
pissed
just
off. So
lock.
I made a Titan here. Hold on. I'm just gonna tell you it's for science.
Like you should see when you lock on it, you'll see the circle start, and if you do, you'll see like a little number start to count down on the lower part of that circle.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
That does.
I
It
wasn't
actually
able to
allows
lock them up because they're tethered, but it flashed
Yeah.
on them and it had a number at the bottom. So yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So it does give players now much more direct interaction. It also gives you information too, because like if your lock speed is, know
More
that you
crap
can
to
lock.
make it easier. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I didn't have this
But it
back
also
when I was new.
Yeah. Well, but it also means like okay,
you for
if
pointing
your
that out.
lock if your locks are slower, that means the person has offset tack or signature. So you'll know like okay, if I know this target, if I normally lock it, it's supposed to be this speed, and then you suddenly start seeing that your lock speed is slower. It'll give you some information on the target in question.
Is there
Not 100%.
any modules that lower a sig radius?
Well, the only thing that you
There's
have
a
to
rig, isn't there?
Okay.
no. It's boosters
Yeah,
and
there's a rig.
implants.
There's the
Yeah, there's a
that's what we
rig
use
that
to
does it.
Slippery Pete's.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can see a rig maybe doing it.
There's modules, too, 'cause that's what we use
well,
with these.
I know there's like a
Yeah.
lot of modules. Like there's a lot of shield modules will increase your sig radius, but some will
Yeah.
increase it less than other. Like faction shield extenders will lower it less than a Tech 2 would type of
There's-
thing. But
There's even
It's the
remote
rig.
modules that'll help you do it too, because that's how. Yeah, because we used to do that, or we had that that
I know there's a
Megatron
fleet
and
no,
EC
I know a
Pater that
fleet
used
boost
to
does it.
snipe people to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know a
He was
fleet boost
he
does
was
that.
he was so hard to scan down because I mean he had a battleship
Mhm.
he couldn't scan down because he would lower the sig radius that way.
Yeah. Well, Dragon, I was saying there's
Yeah.
a
Well,
mid for a battleship that does it. It might be. I don't know.
yeah,
Um,
that's the SIG suppressor. Actually, one of the things I was going to tell about is actually we found out that one of the new officer SIG suppressors actually can allow you to shrink a battleship, stationary Marauder, down to like 30 meters.
Yeah,
Aw.
He's
yeah,
pulling it
smaller
right.
than a drone or about the
A
size of a
Marauder?
drone. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
actually,
can
I got
shrink it down into a
I,
drone.
I'm calling
Yeah.
bullshit.
So you
No, you can
Actually,
shrink it.
you just bash shit up, and it's like, ha bitches, and you can't fucking.
Yeah. Well, no, you'll only have a certain amount of time, but basically that's one of the reasons I told a while back because you remember that big controversy over the Halo Paladin I did, where like some guy on CC kept trying to kill me, and I got pissed off at him, and I threw a Paladin with Halo implants in and a suppressor, and I killed his Cap Dread with a
I lost.
Paladin.
Oh, you killed.
I won. He was not happy about it. But the funny thing was I actually did testing on there, and I was actually able to get a Vargur down at the time down to like 40 meters, which was pretty impressive. But then this new system now, you can get it down to 21 meters. The thing is, because the signature suppressor is a timer, it acts like an ADC because you shrank down your ship. It will actually reduce the damage because the way how the signature system works for the damage calculations, you can shrink your ship for a little bit, actually reduce the damage even more so than if you already have your thing in Bastion and the resists up. And it can cut some damage down to like 50% or more,
Unless you use a
depending on the
cenotaph.
situation. Except for the cenotaph. When the cenotaph tagged you, you're done anyways.
Hell yeah, cenotaph OP.
Then if you
shit.
do, yeah. But then if you do like the implants, you're in a wormhole. And then here's the thing though, the data I'm telling you right now, that's actually without some of the newer stuff because the PIFA guy for whatever reason was behind the ball this time. So like none of the information that we have or what came out with all this new drifter kit has yet been put into PIFA. So there's a whole new realm
What?
application now in the
Oh.
game.
Interesting. I think he's right. Drakenhop, I think you're. Can't remember the name. I'm trying to find it. I can't find my slippery Pete fit. I fucking deleted it.
Oops.
Oh no, it got auto deleted because it was back when they had the 5, and what are the T3 cruiser modules called subsystems. Now there's only 4.
Yeah,
so it auto.
so they changed all that.
Fuckers. I was trying to find that module we're talking about. And I was like, God damn it.
But if you do,
I
but
gotta
if you do use a E3C or any other ship and you have AB and then you have lower signature, then like a normal battleship will have suppressor, and if you're able to move fast enough and you actually punch that signature suppressor, you're going to have quite an interesting amount of fun with that. Not easy to do, but possible.
No, Vlad,
But the
we're talking.
We're not talking about scanning.
Vlad,
Yeah, we're not talking about
we're
scanning
talking
down.
about
We're talking
getting
about hit, like
the
tracking and
ship
hitting.
signature rates are getting
Yeah,
down.
ships like in combat.
And I do
track.
remember. I know there is stuff because I remember doing that. I don't think it was a
Mm.
battleship getting down to the size of a fucking pod, but
Yeah.
there was like it was like a destroyer or a
Frigate, I think.
cruiser getting down to the size of a pod. And
Yeah.
but they changed something to make that not happen. I thought.
Yeah, we're talking
Well, I
about
mean,
we're
you
talking about
can't-
hitting with tracking,
Yeah.
Vlad, not a
Yeah.
scanning.
Yeah. Well, they also have some, because a lot of these new changes with some of the kit and gear that they're putting out with these new officer materials and new factional stuff. They're actually kind of pushing the envelope in some very interesting ways.
Seahawks.
I'm actually
Oh, nice.
very
Have a good
I'm
night,
actually very interested in the possibility of getting my hands on the Strategos heat sinks because one of my little meme fits that I've been kind of testing on and off more and more requires heat sinks. And so I've been looking at it, and I actually just realized if I just had unabyssal Strategos materials in, and I had without the implants and everything else in, my ship was already hitting like almost 800 DPS with just lasers on a stabber.
Strategos is
Hey,
this
Jeff,
is the small and medium ones, right?
Yeah,
Right,
no, Strategos.
Right, they're not.
Strategos.
I'm sorry, the
The
officer
Strategos
stuff,
ones.
right?
Yeah, Strategos is the drifter kit.
But they're smaller, aren't
Um,
they? They're like, I thought they were like for smaller ships.
No, that's the new pirate NPCs that are in 0.5 minimum.
Okay, right. But they're officer mods that are for smaller stuff, like medium and
Yeah.
small. Yeah.
It was actually something nice
That's
to
not
actually
that's
have
not the
happen.
Stratios ones. They're Stratego. What do you say?
Strategos.
Strategos.
Strategos. I know that it would get a little confusing after a while because you Strategos.
That's too
Troll
close
Greek.
to the name, right? They're fucking with me personally, I think, on that one. Hey, Mike Flood, what you doing, buddy?
So yeah, we're having. So there's actually a lot of weird stuff, but also the big thing right now, everybody's going for those officer. They're grabbing all the officer fleet boosters, from what I'm seeing.
For the
Supposedly
market, or people are farming them?
Yeah.
Wait,
Well, they're farming them with the drifter stuff because if you
Privet.
go into the labyrinth, there's a traveler. There's somebody who pops up in the labyrinth that you can then take some of the loot that's inside the labyrinth and
that
trade
sounds terrifying.
to him to get special materials.
What's up, Mike Flip? Yeah, that's still a thing.
We aren't giving up, buddy. We aren't giving up.
We'll be here like Evil shut
Drake and I
down.
are gonna be here.
Evil
we fucking
shut
our
down in
skins
10
fall off.
years, and like Dom and I will be like in a retirement home, be like, so
Back in my day,
thanks for the follow, everyone.
it'll happen.
It'd be like that one guy. One guy will still be there.
So I don't know. We'll see. Actually also the other thing too was, what is the time frame for this Endfest? Because I think they've given the wrong times.
The
Just thinking
times,
but they're finally making it more
the
part
times
of
are
the game.
UTC. Or
No, I mean date
dates.
wise.
Dates.
Dates.
I
it
thought
looked
it
like
already ended, but apparently I read that wrong.
Yeah, it looked like it was a May time frame, which didn't make any sense to me.
Well, look at the date.
some of FanFest
It's already the
is
18th, so it might run
May?
into May. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, some of it is in May because it starts. Well, May 2nd is the Friday where it technically starts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's May 2nd through the 4th. Or well.
Okay, so basically
Well-
this whole next week, you guys are gonna go in and you're just gonna basically it's a full week up to that date.
Well, I'm flying in on. Well, I'm flying out Monday, but I'm going to get there like Tuesday morning local time, and
Mhm.
they have a couple of things Tuesday and Wednesday. But Wednesday is like more like there's tour stuff, like there's a Golden Circle, there's a Glacier tour and stuff like that. Thursday they have some player presentations and stuff, but it's not technically official FanFest yet. And then Friday is like official FanFest, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday is just Ahsoka hot tubs or hot springs.
If you to come on time, you'd know this.
So I'll be there Tuesday morning and then leaving Monday. But yeah, the first couple of days, like the Wednesday is a tour, but Tuesday is just kind of chilling. I think they have a thing in the evening for like, it's basically like a meet and greet, just drink and hang out thing if you want to go to that, or a bunch of people doing their own stuff. So
I can't find
But
a
yeah,
fucking
so
rig or module. That
I
does
think
that.
it, like even though it technically starts on the 2nd, which is a Friday, but I would say since there's so many player presentations on Thursday, I say it starts on Thursday, so it's like Thursday through Sunday. So first through the
What
4th.
Drayden says, it goes.
Yeah. If I say it,
Okay, so
it is.
Dominarch, the only things that really right at the moment that can you as a player
gravy.
only shrink you is the Halo implants and the X Instinct boosters.
Okay, but
now there are
you can back me up here. There
Yeah, sure.
used to be modules and or rigs that did this,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
in the
Absolutely. And I'm sure they're still there too.
Are you
Whoa.
doubting my ability to do research?
We gotta adopt a shot. From Tyreek the Seer. Yeah. Thanks for finding the stream. And he's a new player. You were asking earlier. Yeah, it was this April 1st he started. So I think he's like a 2-week-old player. So
And already hooked. I love it.
yeah,
That's
welcome to the
fantastic.
game. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, it's always kind of funny because a lot of the kit and gear they've been adding, we'll see how it goes because The one problem is I got some of these goofballs are constantly asking for certain nerfs of certain ships, and I'm looking at them like, you haven't even figured out how to use them in the first place. I'm like, jeez, please
Well, there's
don't,
this,
please
there's this
don't.
thing that bitter vets have. They have the ability to look at something and just know that it's wrong, no matter what. They don't have to
Yeah,
try it or check it out.
sometimes the
They
bitter
just
vets
know
look
it's
at
wrong.
everything
They
and think
look at
it's
the
wrong, even
name
though
and say,
it's like
"Fuck that, I'm not doing it."
there's some people. Sometimes the bitter
Yeah.
vets will look at something like, it's new, I don't like it, and it's like, yeah,
Exactly.
this is a
Yeah.
good thing, and they're like, nah. Back in
No,
my
that
day,
looks like Fozzie had
Yeah.
something to do with
we
it. I
didn't
don't
need
want it.
fancy missile graphics. In my day, the Drake shot light balls at people. Just big one single ball of light.
And the fucking
Damage.
the snowballs used to melt in my day. They don't do that anymore. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The snowballs are on fire. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and then you get new players. Like I remember when
well-
I came in. What's up, Zarbug? I remember when I came in and people were telling me horror stories of the fact that you could shoot a fucking AOE Doomsday through a Sino and not even put your Titan on field, just blow up whole fleets remotely. I'm like, that sounds fucking awful. People are like, yeah, but it was cool. I'm like, it sounds fucking
If you're the
terrible.
one guy that had a
That
Titan
sound-
back
that
then,
sounds
it was
like
really
s-
cool.
That
Right?
sounds
Yeah.
so fucking
Mhm.
broken. I don't like. I'm glad that's not in the game
Hey,
now. So
there's a science question redeemed.
oh
Get your gear.
shit.
Uh-oh.
Who would win a fight, Macho Man Randy Savage, circa 1989, as much coke as he wants, or 3 Times Square Elmo's circa 20? Oh,
But three of them. He
I
said three of
don't
them.
know. I don't
Well,
know. The
whatever you
times-
say right now will be incorrect because you don't have the
Okay,
fucking shit.
hold on. Let me find.
He
the,
paid for it.
Let me
getting
find
gear.
the thing. Do I even have the?
Your glasses, did they finally fall apart? You're missing a lens.
I was just about to type a science question out too, and he took it.
Oh,
I can't.
nice.
I
All
can't
right,
type
well,
it in
I'll
there.
get it. Actually, I
Don't
found-
go
darn it.
anywhere.
There's the intro song too. I'll play that.
Yeah. Who asked it?
Ray
Joe
Dan, the
Biden. See, you
science
gotta get in
man.
character. He says without his glasses and the coat, it's a lie. It's a lie.
Ray Dan, the Science Man.
Great.
Science rules.
Well, usually Maddox are singing it too, which is great.
He needs to have in the background. He needs like a little light bar that starts flashing and going crazy.
And I got my
support
busted
that.
ass glasses that I stepped on or fell on or something, and like this one's
Nice.
missing a fucking lens. So
Nice.
So what? Okay, so so Macho Man Randy Savage.
Everything can double.
I mean, this is gonna be a biased question because the cream rises to the top. Like you can't go against Randy Savage. I also don't know what the fuck Times Square Elmo is. Circa 2025. That must be a new thing I am unfamiliar with. And you know what? New things suck compared to Randy Savage.
I don't think the fucking no. What? Elmo cannot tickle Randy Savage's death. Randy Savage wins this.
No, that's what I said. I
Every
said Randy
time, yeah.
Savage wins this because I don't.
On all the coke he can do. I mean,
Yeah, nah, like I mean, like you didn't even need to put all the coke he wants, but like that's
Right.
just. I mean, you just gonna give Superman steroids like that? I mean,
they both lose. Yeah.
next time I'm in New York City, go to Times Square. I don't know when I'll ever be in New York City, but if I
17
do
years
go,
from
I
now.
probably would go to Times Square. I don't know what I don't know what the Times Square Elmo is. I'm gonna have to check it out on YouTube now at some point to figure out what that is. No, I'm not connecting via JFK. That was an option, and that was gonna be like 26 hours in airports and / on planes, because it was like a 4-hour layover in Minneapolis and then like a 6-hour layover in JFK, and then it was gonna be awful. I'm doing.
I'm with Radicals, Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, no, I'm leaving.
Oh,
I'm going
dude.
through Seattle. There's a direct flight from Seattle to Keflavik, so I'm taking that.
I am changing my vote. Fucking Times Square Elmo is scary looking. If there's 3 of them, Randy Savage is fucked.
So, I am a top tier scientist. What are you talking about? I have the coat. I mean, what else do you need to do science? Wait, did I button this up right? I might be missing.
How's it going, Radicals?
Did I put this up right?
I don't even.
Did you see my hat? Look at that, baby. My people, I found him.
Yeah, the count's fucking cool.
Blood, you can't out science shit. You may be able to FC, but you can't out science it.
Oh,
So
wait
since
till
you
we.
got the
Do you
science
remember when
quota,
he used?
can I
Do
ask
you remember
Maya a
when he
question?
used to be a snot-nosed kid?
Whoa. Okay. Hey, can you turn it down just a bit? You're about blowing my ears out.
I
Well,
can't.
you can
I-
do it
I would
locally.
be.
You can right click on his thing, and I always adjust people's volume on my end.
I just turn people up.
Y equals
I'm
MXB.
sorry. I was on it.
Yow.
Radicals, I asked you a question earlier, but I think you were AFK. Cenotaph in the sorry, Far from Peter, 1 second. Cenotaph in the AT. Do you think they're gonna ban it, or they're gonna allow it for a ungodly amount of points that'll make people never use it? Also, and then what was your question? You can.
So now they're claiming that the U.S. has a space-time weapon. Do you believe it?
No.
And if they did, how would it work?
No, I don't believe they have a space-time weapon unless you're well, a space-time is just like it exists. Like we're in space-time, so any weapon, like a gun, is a weapon that uses
You mean you
space-time.
can shoot it outside space time? I think.
But if you're talking about a
Well-
weapon that like warps space-time to function or something, no, I don't think so. Absolutely not.
Well, there is the concept of scalar weaponry.
And
So you can actually do some weird weaponry that can actually affect like brain functionality where you can actually stun somebody, but that's kind of really exotic tech that's very narrowly known. But you can also do some interesting ideas of concepts where like maybe a gravitonic weapon, but even then that would be kind of a weird issue as well on its own thing, because like if you use that type of device and cause so much disruption, I mean, wouldn't it be just as bad for the user as the target?
Well, the other thing though is I feel like some of those weapons you're saying like the one to confuse people. They have weapons that like the microwave focused. I don't know if it's microwave or
Confusion was the sonic weapon. I think.
Yeah, there's the microwave one where like they can
Melt
direct
you.
it in a way, not necessarily melt you, but it can cause such like weird neurological dysfunction in your brain and stuff. And that's probably one they have prototypes, but I mean that would probably be easier and cheaper to develop and build, and cheaper to use than whatever thing that probably requires like mega railgun levels of energy and like good luck aiming that. And I don't know, I feel like
But-
there's more practical uses to do exactly the same thing than have these like crazy
If you
sci-fi tech things.
if you do look it up, the space-time weapon, right, and you see the video, there's one video, right, and it shows
Is it
3
on-
orbs. You'll see 3 orbs that goes around a plane, and all of a sudden, all the orbs in the plane disappear.
Okay, so that to me
I
sounds.
don't believe that. I don't believe that it happened.
So
I'm not believing this.
To me, that
but-
sounds like some either one of those AI generated misinformation videos, or
Yeah.
It's like those conspiracy videos where they're like, look, like the one that's been going around a lot lately is like look at these like power coils under the pyramids. It's like fucking stop it.
What about the
Stop
Dragon's
it.
Triangle?
Those are one. I mean, go watch Mini Minute Van's video on it, but it's like when you look at the image, it's just some lines, and then they use some AI to like generate lookalike things, and they use a satellite to. It's not even a proven technology, and there's known cavities under the pyramids that didn't show up. And the other thing is like it's probably, if it's anything, it's probably just compaction of sandstone under the pyramids because they're fucking heavy, but also. There's no conclusive anything. This hasn't even been peer reviewed. It hasn't like the technology is unset. So it's like, but conspiracy theorist videos ran away with it.
I read it last week.
They
It's
ran
confirmed.
away with it big time, and they're saying that the pyramids are like these power generation things. So it's like that video. So if there's a video like that where it shows light bulbs around a plane and then everything disappears, that sounds like some AI generation or a fake video to me. That doesn't.
Well,
sound
if you
real.
actually, what about the ball lightning effect that has also been known?
I
that
haven't
actually is
heard
something
about
that
that, so I can't comment on that. I don't know what that is.
Well, that's going back as far back as the 1800s and 1700s.
Well, yeah, ball lightning is true. I mean, it's just a ball of plasma, right? That's
Yeah.
generated by the Earth, and it floats
strike,
around
yeah.
until it dissipates. Yeah, it dissipates.
So it is
So
fully
it's randomly
possible.
generated.
Yeah. So if it's randomly generated, now if somebody figures out how to contain and maneuver it, that's a different matter. because it is, everything can be figured out one way or the other over time if you really put your head to it. But then you've got stuff like, you have both the natural gas anomalies, both in the Dragon's Triangle, also the Bermuda Triangle and Dragon's Triangle are actually interesting things because they're actually linked by magnetic sphere effects. But because basically the area, it's a spot where like, okay, we have north-south pole, but we also have electromagnetic fields that also crisscross across the center of our planet in different points. And so there's spots on our planet that where the magnetic field acts very differently and can do a lot of things, but also at the same time, they've actually Bermuda Triangle supposedly has areas where there's liquid natural gas that bubbles up, and if liquid natural gas comes out of the water at a certain level, it actually lowers the density of the water, which then you can actually sink a boat with almost in seconds because it loses
How about the
buoyancy.
Hollow Earth thing, right? It goes down, yeah.
No, it's not Hollow Earth. This is something very different.
No,
It's when methane,
There's-
yeah, like you're saying,
yeah,
it's methane
yeah.
and natural gas is released, it bubbles, and there's
Yeah.
the
Talking
the
about my
boat
Yeah,
basement.
like it might be liquid.
Yeah,
but
like
I think when it
basement,
comes,
yeah.
I think when it comes up, it's not liquid
lot of
anymore
methane
because
down
obviously the temperature of the water would turn into gas. But yeah, I mean, if you have a bunch of gas around a thing and it lowers the density of the water, well, boats are designed to float by displacement, and if you lower the density of the water, you have to displace even more. And if that gets over I don't
That's
know.
You
before
take the glasses
That's
off
before you, yeah, that's
and the
before
coat
you
off
get
because I'm gonna
a.
start believing this nonsense because you're in
Well,
science
no,
mode. I have to
I
believe
mean,
everything you say.
I'm just saying, if you have I've seen it. I don't know if it was natural gas, but I did see a thing.
Methane gas is not controlling the Bermuda Triangle. That's
No.
not right.
I don't know about I haven't looked into the rest of it. But I did see
Clearly,
an experiment.
Millen,
No, I
this is
saw
a
an experiment
subject
thing
you
where
like.
like if you take a gas and like lower, there's some. I don't know if it was natural gas. I think it was something else they
Methane.
used.
Fart that shit out and let it
Well,
go.
methane is natural gas.
Quit fucking with it.
But no, there was something they used, some kind. I don't know if it was gas or some diffusion thing where they did and they lowered the density of the water, and like that could cause an issue. I don't know how easy that is to happen naturally, so I don't know. But
they did.
Well, there's like,
That's where the
there's a
kaiju's come
discovery-
from, right?
yes,
Well, they did find in a Bermuda Triangle in two different areas. There's these 40-foot by 40-foot by 30-foot holes. They're squares. They're literally squares. Like somebody went and carved it in the bedrock out. Like they don't know how that was done, and they think that some of these USOs,
They have pictures of it, right?
unidentified submerged. Yeah, they got pictures. They got divers that went down into them.
No.
They think some of these USOs had been hiding in it.
That shit's all fucking on Walt Disney's fucking super stage.
But
I don't know.
they got two holes in there, both ends of the Bermuda Triangle. Where they've had people have got missing or there's sightings of these USOs. But it could be anything. Like it could be a government testing thing. They're just sitting in the holes waiting.
Atlantis.
I don't know,
Kaiju's.
Well, but remember,
What'd you say about two holes earlier? Drayden said he liked two holes.
Well,
two black
remember-
holes.
Well,
Two black
remember,
holes.
Nikolai Tesla was actually the one who actually created like
Black hole discussions.
RC submarines before most people even thought
Right.
consideration. So there is a possibility.
It's too bad he was an
like,
asshole.
Well, there's a possibility of technology that maybe there may have been a parallel track of technology that's not publicly known because there's so many options. But also the same thing, Drayden. It's like most people don't know if you go up to Patterson in the NASA base in Ohio. It's at Glen Springs. You got these drop tubes that are almost a mile long that you can drop stuff to do on Earth microgravity testing. I've actually been there in person, so I know they're there. It's always kind of fun because like you can do all kinds of stuff, and the technology and thought processes. There's like 1,000 different ways to solve a problem.
What's the diameter of them? Can you jump in it?
If I remember correctly, because I was a young kid, about 8 years old, I know at least it was probably about 10. 10 to maybe 12 feet across. Because they make a capsule that's almost about
What
10
angle are they
to-
traveling at to get the?
They're going
is it-
straight down. Straight down.
So
They're not go straight down 2 miles in the ground.
Yeah, and
2
they have
miles?
a foam. Yeah, they have foam pebbles to absorb it when it comes down. So like a big bottom, they have it. As it drops, they do the microgravity tests, which are they have like all the sensors and stuff to track it as it falls.
so is it like they have a container and then they have something inside that's experiencing basically the zero G because it has no wind resistance.
Yeah, because you know gravity, you're just dropping it straight down,
right. Well, so
and
it's,
then they recover. Then they recover the capsule and
yeah,
they
so
haul it back out.
it's like it's kind of like the what the Vomit Comet, that plane over there. It's not actual no gravity, but it's zero gravity in relation to the thing that you're in, right?
Yeah,
So
into the forces.
yeah. So it's like, so if you eliminate all wind resistance and you basically drop at the same speed that gravity would pull you down, you then appear as if you're floating in 0G in the plane, but you're just falling with the plane at the speed and you're not receiving any wind resistance. So
They did some stuff like experiments with not only like liquids but also fire. So like because fire, as we know it, requires gravity. So because the convection currents require gravity and how gases move in gravitational environments. So it's very interesting because like I grew up, I was at a private school, and we had this massive library of old books. And so I got to read a lot of stuff that no longer you can even find on the internet. Stuff that's so old that most of it's not been scanned in or even put in. But there's all kinds of like weird kind of tech and stuff that people have done experiments with. I mean, there's stuff. Right now, I'm looking at something on web right now because it's a site I kind of poke around to see what lost stuff's poking around there. But they've got stuff on seaplanes that I'm actually kind of checking out because there's some new stuff that I'm trying to find out and learn, and different technologies for helicopters that kind of got put on the wayside over the years. Like if you guys ever want to look at some cool stuff, go to HushKit. There are guys who do model kits for aircraft, and they have tons of resources in there that always make it more interesting.
They the HushKit 727.
Yeah. Well, you say HushKit, hushkit.com. You go there and they have all these different like this. I was like,
modifications of the engines made them quieter.
Well, the one
that.
Well, the one I was talking about was actually it's a helicopter discussion on how they designed and redesigned helicopters back in the day, and like they had a concept. It's called the X-wing. Not like we think of X-wing with Star Wars, but the concept was, and they actually tried this a while back, but this is like from the 60s. They had the idea where basically you have a rotor, and normally like a helicopter rotor, like you can rotate its speed in order to get the lift. Well, they had the idea of, okay, we can fix this rotor in position and basically turn it into like a wing.
Oh, it is his birthday.
So you could actually make a helicopter into like a jet aircraft. But I can actually, I'll send you put in chat so the guys can kind of look at it. It's just a weird, fun thing. I just like kind of poking around, find the old stuff.
I can't find anything about 2 mile long tubes for parachute. I need.
Well, no, look. Let's see. Just put NASA gravitation drop tube.
I'm calling bullshit.
Nope,
2 miles. There's no way.
Yeah, right here. They got the drop tower. Here, you can put it on NASA video.
Where'd you
This is an illustrated picture. Oh, okay. No, that's not.
But yeah, they got the. Yeah.
These are all illustrated pictures. I don't know if I.
Yeah, some of that actually was product. So if you actually go through it, look at it more carefully. There's more. There's actually actual prototypes.
Not the HushKit stuff. I'm talking about the 2 mile long tube.
Here's the tube. They call it a gravity drop tower. A gravity drop tower.
Sorry, I'm reading.
Earth that truly represents the properties found in outer space
is
no easy task.
The intro
I've actually
made me a
been
little wary, but
research facility in Cleveland, Ohio. To see
that
what
video
it
I
takes
just
to test
posted. That was I've actually been to the top of that and looked down. But they basically, it shows you how they do it, where like they actually show you the pod that they then put inside that tube and drop.
yeah, I saw that. That's the intro worried me a little bit because it was very similar to like some of those intros of like channels that'll.
That's old. That's old kid from like 1990.
Yeah, it's like NASA video, and then like they started. Yeah, that looks legit, but and it's like if it's like I mean you could test.
It's not 2 miles long though.
No, I mean I don't know however long it is, however long the tubes are. You could do actual testing with that, but there's a lot of channels out there where they're like have you heard about this? And then it's just some pseudo
Yeah.
science made up fake stuff, and it's just like, oh no.
That stuff I
Bunch
actually
of
got to see
jackasses.
that in person back in the day. There's actually some really cool stuff at Glen that they have. Like there's a whole wall. At the time, they had a whole wall full of different models of aircraft that NASA was experimenting with. And so, like one of them, like the coolest ones I always remember is the fan prop aircraft design.
Fan prop.
And I know that sounds weird, but that's
It's like a box.
they had a
box fan.
Like an oscillating fan?
no.
Man, could you imagine a plane with an
No.
oscillating fucking propeller?
No. It's
That
well, they call them
existed.
also
Didn't work, but it
Did the
existed.
plane rip itself apart?
actually, I'll show you. I'll give you this. But it's called. They call them. I know this is on Wikipedia, but I do have the old NASA stuff. They call them prop fans, but they also had a flip side where they call them fan props. But you had different variations. But basically, it was a jet engine. Instead of them having just the fans inside, they actually put propellers further out. Now, the idea was at the time they were trying to make it more eco-friendly or to actually get better mileage. So their idea was to combine the strength of a jet engine and its exhaust system with propeller aircraft capabilities because propeller aircraft do have some advantages over jet in certain situations. Not 100%, but they do have capabilities. So they were trying to make that, the bridge between the two particular aircraft concepts. It's absolutely bizarre. They actually did tests where there's actually a plane that actually they only put one on. Like they actually took like an old MD, the T-tail jetliner. They took one of those normal jet engines off and put this thing on it. And it was just it's kind of one of those funny moments
That's what
like
I
they
said.
did,
That's
but
what
then
it
they
looks like
also
a fucking
did
box fan. Yeah. It looked like box fan blades.
yeah, but they also
Yeah.
well, but that whole thing rotates.
I didn't
So
say
it's
it
like
didn't move.
it actually
It looks
has
like a box fan blade.
yeah, but what it does is it spins, and some of these are contra-rotating. When they do it, it also has the exhaust coming out of the jet engine too through the back end.
Yeah.
Turboprop, yeah.
I was like, it'd be a shitty fan
Well,
if
not
it didn't rotate.
turboprop because turboprop is geared. This one is direct.
Spinning blades inside the jet, yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
well, this
pushing
one
and
is
pulling.
actually
Yeah. I'm looking at it.
yeah, it's a really it had some advantages. Just is I don't think a lot of people would have really appreciated being that close to a you think it's bad when you're near a jet engine and it's trying to suck you into the engine. Try to be something that it's not only trying to suck you but also trying to blend you at the same time. It'd be a
I
very,
hate
very
when I get
bad
sucked
day.
and blended.
I
Yeah.
hate that. You can blend me first and suck me
Yeah,
later,
dude,
but
yeah,
don't
don't
do
do
it
it the
time,
other way. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
one way to do things, and that ain't it.
hmm Yeah, but prop
You are
fans
doing
are
it wrong.
it's like prop fans.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, like because you have turbojet, turbo shaft, turbo prop, turbo fan, and then you have prop fan. But then when you do it,
The reason why
turbojets,
prop
you gotta
fan is
take
the worst because it didn't have turbo in the name. I mean, that's all the rest of them.
Turbo just means fast, right?
Like, all the rest seems
100%.
pretty good.
No,
That
it's
one,
well,
like,
it's also
Oh, that one. Give me
acceleration.
the turbo one of that. Yeah.
Well, because turbo means there's also a thing about turbo. Turbo is also how it powers up.
it's
When
faster.
we use the term
Everyone
turbo,
knows
the
turbo is faster.
turbocharged. Yeah. But the problem is both the turbo shaft and the turbo prop are both geared. They're not direct, whereas the turbo fan is directly linked in.
I mean, prop fan.
So, like,
if they called it prop fan turbo, money.
well, I mean, the
I
way
agree.
they do it, because it's really it's kind of an interesting way they do it. It's like turbojet is it's more turbojets are all about compression. They try to compress everything in order to make more power. That's where like the old German like Me-262 was actually considered a turbojet because it was axial flow. It was not the version of the centrifugal flow that the British used centrifugal flow engines, which was an absolute nightmare and a half.
Was that World War II? Because
So-
I mean, did they keep naming planes ME something after World War II?
Well,
So it was
Messerschmitt.
Messerschmitt, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, ME-262, but they still keep some of the names, so you actually find a ship after World War II as well.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I mean, that's just a manufacturer, right? It's not like it was. But I mean,
Yeah.
like the ME-105
Although
was like
they
the main one, right?
well,
Or
the
was it the
BF-109.
BF-105? But not. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Never mind.
Well, yeah, BF-109. Well, actually, it's BF-110, BF-109. It
Yeah,
was
those
only
were like the
until
main.
later.
They variations of the 109.
Yeah, but those weren't jet fighters. Those were like the prop fighters that.
Prop,
Correct.
yeah,
Yeah,
props.
they were like the main
Although
ones.
they did have an emergency fighter program where they were actually planning to put jet engines on a BF-109 airframe, kind of like a poor man's ME-262. And they actually found out. Did you hear about the Boeing project recently, the last few years, where they actually made recreations of the ME-262?
I have not.
Nope.
They actually found out that the airframe was actually capable of faster speeds. They actually had to put governors in the engines they used in order to keep the plane at authentic speeds, meaning whatever they historically recorded, because the original turbojets were so inefficient and ineffective.
I mean,
I was
can see
like,
that with
that
modern
would
technology
have
is
been
going to be better than old stuff.
well, yeah, true. But I was like, why didn't you guys try to see what the limits of this aircraft's airframe could do? This would be kind of interesting because people have always made interesting claims historically, when they did research back in the day.
Boils down to a safety issue.
Well,
I would say so
Make this
too.
thing go 100 miles an hour faster, all of a sudden
Yeah.
it tears apart. Yeah.
Yeah, like, there's a slight chance your plane might disintegrate while you're in it. Yeah,
There's reasons, there's specs and stuff. I mean, there's no
Or it
place really to be fucking around that much.
Or it rattles apart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we accidentally did Mach 1 and poof, the plane just.
Yeah, it's like, you get like the whole cartoon
Well-
thing where like the plane falls apart and you got the guy flying through the air holding the.
Oh, he's just sitting on a
holding
sitting on a
the
seat of
joystick.
stick,
Still, he's
yeah.
like just got the chair and the joystick, and he's like, "Oh shit!"
Oh yeah, that'd be fucking fantastic.
Well, actually, so the P-51 Mustang, the P-51 Mustang's wing, is actually one of the first laminar flow wings that was ever really used on an airplane. So that plane, actually the P-51 by design, could actually break Mach. The problem was all the other bits of the plane that were, like particularly the propeller, would cause problems. But it's like it's very interesting to kind of go through the concepts and ideas they were working through that time frame and kind of see how they use even like there's actually a book. There was actually a book called The Right Stuff. There was a really old book.
They
Probably
made a
remember
movie
that
of
book.
that, didn't they? That was like, but I thought that was.
No.
Neil-
There's a book that's even before that. There's one that's even before that.
Okay. I was like, I thought that
Because
was the Neil
names-
Armstrong thing.
Yeah, well, because the problem is a lot of people forget that a lot of the titles that are used, some have been before certain copyrights came into play. Some have been reused and rehashed. So sometimes you'll actually find books that are older that have information that you won't find today because now the new book that's coming out to copyright is now taking over the IP search.
Yeah, which is funny because every
But,
time I hear people mention The Right Stuff, my mind instantly thinks of that old, like 1980, I think it was like 1985, like horror movie called The Stuff. It was like the white
Well, there's
marshmallow
there's also
goo
there's also,
shit. That,
yeah. Well, there's also historical. There's actually a documentary book that's also by that too. So when you say The Right Stuff, which one are you talking about? Because there's 3 different books.
yeah.
But the one I'm talking about is like this one where there's a pilot. He actually flew after the war. It was noted as a P-47 variant. I think it was an M. And the original P-47Ms could actually catch the ME-262 in straight line flight. It's like they were prop planes that could catch the first jets in a straight line flight.
I feel like I'm not sure, but I mean, if you're able, even if a prop plane could go Mach speed, because I mean, when
Or
you
high
get the-
subsonic.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like if you could get a prop plane to go supersonic, I feel
Well, they can get it there, but the problem is you'll get so many vibrations. That's what you had when you had thunder.
right, and that's
Thunder scream.
because when you have like the sonic boom and the all the energy and stuff like that, when you have that happening, because generally when jets do that, like they're streamlined enough, and the jet stream going out of the jets out of the back, that makes it a lot more easy to handle. When you have a prop like in the front or on the wings, that's like all these oscillating things. Like you're gonna get the sonic booms happening there, and like you don't want to prop in the front because then now you're hitting the sonic boom on the pilot point blank. That's probably gonna fuck them up. And then also it's going to cause a bunch of, like you said, like a vibration damage on the plane. Also, and then same with the wings. I feel like it's just, even if you could get a supersonic prop plane, I don't think it's a good idea.
Well, like the story that was noted was the guy was in a P-47. He actually did break the speed of sound with that thing, and a P-47 is a. Have you ever seen a P-47?
I have, I forget which one was those called, because it's I went to an aeronautics museum in not like Salt Lake City, but like Ogden or wherever it is. It's near out there. And I did see a bunch of old planes. Like there was a Mustang, there was a P-47. Is that the Thunderbolt?
Mm-hmm.
I can't
Yes,
remember.
that's the Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Now
so
I'm
they
gonna
had
put
one of
this
those
up.
there.
We all struggled as well.
They were like replicas, I think. I don't think they were legit ones, but
What's
well, if you get it, well,
oh, I get it now. I said it out loud.
yeah, I saw a bunch of that. They had all that there. They had like a SR7, well, again, a replica SR-71 and F-107, fucking F-16s, all the shit, F-4s, all the good stuff.
So like, okay, so the P-47, I'll put this in the chat, but I'll put just a simple, because like a P-47, they call it the Jug for a reason.
You said you're going to keep it simple because we're all stupid? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just gonna, because there's so
I'm
many
going to keep it
different things.
simple for you guys. I feel insulted.
Yeah.
You do need to keep it simple for me. I'm not going to lie, but.
Yeah, that thing.
So like the P-47 is this monster of a plane. And the story was that he actually was able to get past Mach on it, level flight. Problem though was that because it was the engine that he had and all the different connectors, like we don't have they didn't have connectors like we do today. Like we can actually connect up rocket motor parts and have things not fly off. You know, the tech just for those little parts to keep things together at high temperatures and pressures is amazing today. Like we can make a diesel engine run at pressures that are greater than the bottom of the ocean at the deepest point. So he actually did put it past the Mach number on that plane. He broke it. But the problem was it then, because the overheating and everything else, actually blew out the oil connectors in the machine. And what happened was that blinding hot oil just came back and also bled through inside the cockpit.
That's
so
not
like
good.
it actually, yeah.
Blinding hot oil, you don't want that on you.
Yeah, so he was scalded, half blind, couldn't see what he was doing, and it was all over his windscreen on top of that. He actually had to land the plane by listening to the radio controllers in the airport and fly, like basically listen to the controls and actually land it blind.
Lucky somebody was in the tower that knew the fucking prop plane, or, a fighter plane.
Yeah, they actually, because they would actually tell, well, remember, prop planes are different than jets. And so like they can actually visually watch you coming in, give you instructions step by step. Whereas, now today,
many people in a tower today would have the skill set to do that.
Yeah, they would not have it.
I don't think so. There might be a few here and there, but
yeah,
because everything's automated. People in the towers now are off. They're just terrible people. They're terrible people.
Now a lot of them call pilots up and actually assist. Like you've seen a lot of videos now where people have had, where somebody's died in there and passengers had to take
like
over.
The movie Airplane.
I like the movie. Yeah. but they've had issues where people have had to take over and land, or people that are doing their solo runs and something's happened and the people in the tower can't do shit. They've actually called up either a trainer or another pilot or whatever, and they've had to walk the people down.
What's the manual say to do? That's what they say now. What's your manual say to do?
Well, not only that, they also have, there actually is some talk about, there actually been some cases where in some emergencies, depending on the aircraft, some have some technology that can be used to remote land, but that's not been used very often. But the problem is the reaction time. Like in comparison to a prop plane, you might actually have a little bit more time to kind of putter around before you come in. Whereas with a jet, if you do not make certain decisions within a certain time frame, you're screwed.
Jets
Now-
don't glide.
Well, yeah, and with the jets, they actually upload. I have a landlord that's a pilot, and he does the personal jets, and they can actually upload. The only thing they actually ever do is just sit there and monitor. They basically fly computers, so they just upload that, the directions to the computer. No computer does everything. So
Well, I mean, also like
They have to
Mike's
prepare
saying,
to take over if that shit stops working. That's why they
yeah.
get paid the big bucks.
yeah, that's basically all they do. Yeah.
and it's always kind of funny because how the thought processes with aviation and spacecraft kind of blend over historically, because like there's these weird thought processes over time that have kind of influenced each kind of department. When space technology went over to a certain point, like particularly composites, you have the concepts from composites, like with Burt Rutan. Have you seen like the Burt Rutan fighter concept that he built? He actually built an experimental out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Negative.
Yeah, are you familiar with Burt Rutan?
I watch a lot of YouTube, so
I only know Burt Reynolds.
I wish I knew Burt Reynolds. Burt, no, there's Burt and Ernie. I know them.
And Burt Bacharach because of Austin Powers.
Well, okay, so Burt Rutan made an aircraft that went all the way around the world unrefueled. So like they took off in the United States, they flew around, they circumnavigated the entire world, and then landed back at the starting point, unrefueled.
Are you here? Sorry.
I brought Mike
Hold up.
in.
You get him? Thank you. Okay.
Is my mic working?
Yep, it works.
It is.
I can hear
No,
you. Does
I
it sound
can't hear you.
decent?
Yeah, it sounds
Well,
fine.
it's you, so.
Sorry, I've been busy fighting Horde tonight. The oil
You're good.
pressure thing on the windscreen. I actually was at a museum recently, and that shit got brought up with with that particular flight. Apparently, what ended up happening with that was, at the end of the connectors, one of the metals they were using, just because it was an alloy, could not handle the pressures. It wasn't the rubber, it was an alloy that couldn't handle the pressures on that.
Yeah, that was one of the aircraft air accidents that happened years ago. I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, I'm when I started hearing this conversation, my missiletism got triggered. Because
you haven't seen old Jane's encyclopedias on missiles. That's a fun day.
But the other thing I was going to say is some of the jets that I know, like particularly with US, is they can glide under
You have a fighter jet.
Yes. So
Because
if
I'm
you
talking like the wing design for 727, there's no thrust; they just go straight down.
I mean, even so, if you not necessarily, so 727s, yes, but if you look at some of the it's Gulfstream aircraft, a lot of the
private
smaller
jets.
Yeah,
the
the smaller
private
stuff.
jet.
I get that, but my comment was like, 747s, the big planes, if they don't have thrust, make the wing.
Well,
work,
you would have.
yeah.
The problem is, okay, you have to open up. You have to make sure all your flaps are functional, all your slats are open too. You can get some lift to enough so we can glide down to a certain range. The factor is you have this airspeed also has to be up to a certain point because you have to have your emergency. There's a special system that pops
Get to
out
the
of
point,
the plane.
airspeed point in
and
a dive, you can't pull out of it because the plane can't take it.
yeah, or also the other thing too is if you're
No,
not
fighter
over a
jets can,
certain. Yeah. Well, even some of
It
the
also
fighter
depends on
jets.
the aircraft construction.
Yeah, construction,
been great
aerodynamic
lately.
shape, like a Delta Dagger, or like Delta Daggers, or like Mirages. They're great at high speed, but as soon as you get into a low speed, it's like, oops.
Yeah, because if you look, sorry for interrupting you, but like if you look at like aircraft design with the newer Gulfstreams in particular, if you look at some of the older Cessnas, like things like that, where they had that design, they can glide, right? And it's all in the pressure the flaps can take at the end of the day, right? Because if the flaps can't take that pressure, then you're not going to be able to angle up. And that's a very big thing when you look at that. But there are planes
weight
now.
makes a big difference too.
Well, especially a lot of aircraft, even some of the bigger ones, are starting to move towards that after different events that have happened. Like we've had Malaysia Air, whatever the fuck the number was, 370. and then you had a lot of different crashes recently, right? So they've gone towards having more power with the flaps and reinforcing them more than they ever had, which would be able to give that lift at the event of something happening.
Well, it's slightly off topic. You were mentioning the jet stream and gliding. I don't know if you guys have seen that. There's like that guy that he's like one of the Red Bull dudes, like the wingsuit guy. And he set a massive record where he basically was dropped above the jet stream and then went down into the jet stream with his, and it had to be like a special suit because he was up so high. It's like, I guess it's like negative 70 degrees up there. So he had like a special heated suit with a oxygen mask and everything. But he was able to, just like the squirrel wingsuit, glide in the jet stream and traveled like 35 kilometers or something, which the old record, I guess, was like 20. So he just like blasted it with.
Is it the same guy that parachuted out of the edge of atmosphere? That guy?
No, different guy. All the Red Bull dudes
that's
are.
totally. Oh, there's actually multiple people done that.
Yeah, all the Red Bull guys are fucking
Red Bull
insane.
guy. I'm talking about the Red Bull guy. Yeah.
Well, there's tons of Red Bull guys doing. all
there's
kinds
just one.
of crazy
One guy.
shit. Yeah, it's just one guy. Doing
every I think it's every 10,000 feet is minus 10 degree or is minus 10 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, they were saying there's.
So I know, like,
he wore a spacesuit.
Okay, so he said, I don't know if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius, but probably Celsius now. He was saying that it was like negative 70 up there. So it's like, yeah, you'd freeze.
Yeah.
Also, being up that high, like no oxygen. So you'd have like an oxygen tank, a special suit with like it was like a battery system, electrical heated suit to keep him warm enough while he was, and he was up there for I think like an hour or two.
What kind of squeeze did he get? You remember?
Well, it's like, and being that the squirrel suit, you have to keep like rigid. Like, basically, like he was basically imagine planking for like an hour and a half. Like he had to do years of training for this. Like it was ridiculous how much. What's up, E-Task? He had to do all kinds of like the amount of training. Like he would do like planking for like half an hour sessions a day, and an hour. It's like, and like you could tell, like when he was coming down on the parachute, his arm, he just went lifting. He's like barely conscious. It's like fuck.
Like, so well, there's I was gonna say, so with things like that, especially with the altitude difference, like when you're dealing with such heavy negative temperatures, like even at what the military does with halo jumps and airborne, I'm not going to fucking count because airborne's fairly low too. But when you talk about halos, you're still doing that at an altitude. Huh?
We count.
No, he was talking about for temperatures. When you're jumping
for temperatures.
When you're
for
jumping
temperatures,
out,
unless you're in Alaska, Dom. Unless you're in Alaska, I'm sorry.
It was warm. No, it was warm.
I was gonna say the reason I vanished for the last 3 years is because of that shit. But when you're talking about 25,000 and so feet, you're talking about a negative temperature that gets greater. So with the Red Bull guys, that suit has to be able to maintain their body at a temperature where they're not going to freeze, which is great, but two, that their muscles don't start contracting. That's a big thing that people forget with like what the whole Red Bull thing is, that at a certain point of your body losing enough temperature, your muscles are going to start contracting on its own.
Yeah.
That's why the pressure shoots, yeah.
Well, and also, but even keeping them at the right temperature, like holding, like at like you have to like put your arms out. It's not just like loose. It's like you're fighting against someone, so you're like putting strain. Can you imagine? Like,
the force is unnatural too.
Yeah, if I hold something that's like 20 pounds in my arm, like straight out for like even a few minutes, if I pull my arm in, it starts cramping up so bad. I can only imagine. Oh God!
It's a
to me that's a bad
the physical dexterity you gotta have for that is out of.
So to me that would be a bad design of the suit. If you were able to use the air that's coming up to push your arms up, that would be a better design of the suit, right?
Well, the thing is,
that could rip you out of your sockets too.
Yeah,
it would not be.
It's also the drag coefficient, right? So when you're looking at that, is what altitude you're at and what the drag looks like at that altitude, because with the difference in air pressure, the difference in drag. So at one altitude, you might be fine with putting your arms out, right? And if the suit had a reinforcement, but if you brought it down to say a different altitude, potentially that drag coefficient is going to be different, and it'd rip your fucking arms off. Like that's the truth of it.
There's no support in those suits? I thought they were.
Depends on the design and how they do it.
We
because
talking
they
about
can,
airsuits still,
they
or,
can,
The
yeah,
scrolls,
they
yeah,
can, they can
yeah.
structurally reinforce. But the problem is you're dealing with the limitations of the human body. Physical structure. Like the human body can take a ton of you can physically throw somebody out of a spaceship, and they just by skin tension alone can hold everything in. It's the orifices that tend to go first.
it's not very
But
long. Yeah.
the human body
I mean,
can resist.
depends on how hard you
Actually has
try.
some.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but
My
the strain
body
in
can
the
hold a lot of shit. I'm
well,
pretty sure, so.
it's not exactly. The human body can't hold it in. So
How do you know? You don't know.
no, I've watched things on it. So
My
when
body
you-
has. You
if
haven't
you
seen
go
my
out
body
into
do it.
space, so a lot of times what they show people is basically suffocating or like freezing to death. Those will
Yeah.
eventually happen, but that's not what happens
Suction.
immediately.
Is
Right.
that how you're dying though?
What happens? Imagine imagine putting a vacuum cleaner up to your mouth. That's not even close to what's going to happen in space. It's
No.
way stronger. So like
Oof, yeah.
you
Oh,
cannot
that's every- yeah.
like close your mouth or your nose hard enough. All that air is like everything in your lungs is going to be sucked out immediately,
right.
and then also out of your ass, every orifice.
Yeah.
All the pressure gets pulled out immediately, and then also being that there's no pressure, your skin
Blood
will start to
boils.
bulge, your blood vessels will bulge out, the blood vessels in your eyes will bulge out. You'll get the bends immediately because you instantly zero pressure. But also being there's no pressure, water boils at no pressure. So all the moisture in your skin, in your eyes, in your everything is going to immediately start evaporating off of your body, and your body. So it's like you will probably lose consciousness fairly quickly. Luckily, but
Try harder, you might not.
But it's like you will probably go unconscious and die not from the loss of oxygen or the cold. You're going to die from zero pressure first.
So you're telling me Event Horizon's full of shit?
And then eventually, like your body's going to expand out, and then all the liquid, so your skin's going to turn into like a dry jerky, basically.
Yeah, you're basically gonna be freeze dried.
Yeah,
Well, you just have the science shit on.
You're
We're
going to be
fucked.
freeze dried,
Yeah.
and your
Okay,
body's going to
mostly.
expand probably out to about double its size. And then if you're in the sun, the heat from the sun is going to heat you up, whichever side is facing the sun, and cook you. And then the side that's not facing, so everything things like the freezing happens immediately.
You
It's-
live through that
it's
all.
very-
Nothing kills you.
No, you'll die very. You
You're
will
not
die
gonna
immediately, but
remember any of that.
you'll die.
I won't.
You'll die pretty quickly, but not immediately. So
I won't.
Well,
I'm
I
immortal,
was gonna.
so I don't have to worry about it.
So I was gonna say the other thing you got to look at there too is cosmic radiation.
yeah.
Like,
Although that'll take longer to. You'll be dead from other stuff before that kills you, but that's going to be bad for you too.
not necessarily.
Not a cold 17.
I was gonna say also not necessarily based on like in a free float, yes, right? But say you're on a spacecraft and you have zero fucking shielding against it, you're probably gonna die a very painful and gruesome death to cancer because your cells will begin to break down at a ridiculous rate.
That's the Van Allen belts, right? That you're talking about. Those are the concentrated. That's actually the worst.
All you
ones.
need is tinfoil.
Well, but the thing is, the spacecraft protects you enough
water.
from those, but also you travel through the. So, like the astronauts going to the moon actually went through the Van Allen belts. That's a much higher increased radiation level. The spacecraft prevented a lot of that, but some of it does get through. But the thing is, like they spent a short enough amount of time in the Van Allen belt that they were fine.
Like I said, tinfoil.
Hanging out in the Van Allen belt. Say you did a spacewalk in the Van Allen belt, no good. Yeah, you're in some big
How
trouble.
are you gonna cook your hot dogs in space then? Tell me
Well,
that.
when you're talking about radiation, is like even in general with medicine, like this is what I do. My entire life is based around medicine. We still don't understand a lot of the things about medicine. Like we don't understand a lot of things with radiation and how medicine intermingle. And like we understand the cell multiplication glitches, right? That's what it is.
Well,
That's
doesn't
what
also
radiation.
sorry, go ahead. I'll ask you after.
But like we understand like, hey, radiation will cause your effectively a glitch within your cell multiplication, and that's what causes the cancer, right? But we don't understand everything within what we don't know what cosmic radiation would do prolonged, right? Because we never tested that. But even in general, when you look at radiation over not just, we have 50 years of data realistically, we don't know what 100, 200 years, what that's going to do to the human body. And that's where like the cosmic radiation shit, gets crazy is like we don't have the numbers because as much as technology and especially medicine has advanced more in the past 30 years than as ever, we still don't know. And we don't know how that radiation of putting someone in space long term is going to affect them. That's why like there's still prolonged studies on almost every astronaut who's gone into orbit. Almost every astronaut still at least 4 times a year minimum gets a screen from a dermatologist, gets a full panel of blood labs almost every month, and is screened by a just general physician because of that. Because
we keep track of my.
That's cool.
Of
Well,
mine, 'cause once I certain point, I can't do my job anymore. If I ever hit that.
One of the questions I was going to ask is because like there's different levels of different types of radiation, right? So there's electromagnetic radiation, and like obviously the lower ends don't matter, like radio, infrared, visible light, like those don't harm. But UV, X-ray, and gamma, those are the dangerous ones. Progressively,
Ionizing.
so
progressively,
so basically,
yeah, those.
So ionizing radiation.
Well, but ionizing radiation. Well, yeah, so that's ionizing radiation, but also then you have the other radiation, like alpha radiation, which is, that's helium nuclei basically shooting off. But then you have beta decay radiation, which is usually neutrons, but could be positrons or something shooting off. Those all interact differently. Ionizing radiation is usually that's beta decay, so that's usually a neutron shooting off of a radioactive element that's going to decay, and a neutron shoots off and it can hit something else and then cause that to become an unstable ion
electron, I thought.
Well, an unstable isotope, and then decay as well, and that can cause damage. So ionizing radiation is usually neutron radiation, whereas electromagnetic radiation is a high energy, the electromagnetic radiation that's dangerous is the high energy photons, which is usually gamma is the worst, and then X-ray, and then UV, and then visible light and lower usually doesn't cause damage. So I guess my question is so when it comes to different radiations, cosmic rays, I think, are kind of a combination of all of those. So those different
They're
types
not their
of
own
radiation
type
are
of
going to have
radiation,
different
yeah.
effects, right? Because like being exposed to gamma is going to cause potential damage, but then being exposed to like your Chernobyl type of radiation is like your alpha and beta decays. So
Cosmic radiation is X-rays and gamma rays in space.
is X-rays?
Well, it'd be a soup of it all in.
But I think it's a
space.
combination of other things too, though. But yeah, gamma and X-ray are gamma is usually like when the proton fusion process shoots out gamma rays. But
so this is a fun book to read. If you can you even see it?
But I guess my question got kind of lost in the explanation a little bit. I guess my question is,
see how thick this thing is? This thing's fucking thick. If you ever get a chance to see it.
Well, but so I guess my question is obviously there's different studies on different types of radiation, but honestly, I had my question, and now
So Drayden, when they first did, particularly pertaining to both astronauts and also the concepts of the Red Bull jump, are you familiar with the aeronauts? We have astronauts. Are you familiar with the aeronauts?
I don't think so.
Okay, that
Just not quite as
predates
good.
any. Actually, aeronauts were the pioneers to getting up above the stratosphere. And there was actually an entire arms race from like the 1920s, 30s up to like the 50s and 60s, where balloon tech, in order to get up to high altitudes, not only for spy operations but also for altitude testing, was a very big thing. And at the time, various different countries did it, but most of the time it's between us and the Soviet Union. And Mike,
And the Wizard of
for
Oz?
you, I'm gonna. Yeah, it actually was like one of the reason why the Red Bull guy was up there and jumped is that there was actually a U.S. Air Force guy who did it before him, and there was also Soviets did it too. But Mike, I was going to give you one piece of information. For your missile fun, look up Pyewacket missiles. I think you'll enjoy that.
You say missileism or missileitis?
Pyewacket? Is that like American Pie missiles or?
No, pie
It's
whack.
called Pie
Sorry,
Whack-It.
low-hanging fruit.
PYE Whack-It.
So I was gonna say, yeah. So like in general, missiles are crazy. Like if you want an SME for like subject matter expert, there's a dude on fucking TikTok named Habitual Line Crosser. That dude knows more missile shit than I know. And I know I don't know much. My specialty is medicine. But like
I
my
do know you
missile
don't want to be shot a missile at you. You don't want that.
well,
Oh, he
like,
probably
the thing
doesn't
is,
know about WASPs. He does not know what about the WASP program. A lot of his
Well, what-
stuff's actually a little bit out of date on things,
Hold
so it's
on,
actually kind of fun to look
let
over.
Mike finish though.
Well, I was gonna say, so like when you talk about missiles, and one, yes, his stuff is kind of out of date. That's also probably because he still is actively in. So you can't talk about everything he's touched, right? Only like stuff that DoD has actually published, right? Like, just my favorite thing to remind people of, especially like when you talk about like hypersonics, you talk about sonic stuff, you talk about breaking the speed of sound with a prop aircraft, right? The Thunder Screech was one of our craziest fucking things. They had to stop the program in the continental United States because, so for reference, Thunder Screech, they stopped flying it in the United States besides one location in Nevada that was away from housing by 200 miles because it was breaking windows because every time its props cycled, it broke the sound barrier.
It's always in
Each
Nevada.
prop, it was breaking the sound barrier every second. So they had to move it, and then they used it in Vietnam a little bit, not much. I think there was like maybe 15 recorded bombings with the actual Thunder Screech. And then when
Thunder Screech project was scrapped at Edwards, they pulled it out to the dry lake bed, did it, and then it was completely scrapped because it nearly killed some of the ground crew because they actually had one guy, he went into complete seizures because the oscillation and vibration was actually triggering a mental epileptic seizure.
look at the documents they released last year. If
Mike,
you
did
have
you
a
get
chance.
younger somehow? What the fuck? You look younger than you used to. What the hell?
I mean, I got a bottle of whiskey, but
Dude,
I know what your age is. I know how old he is.
Whiskey
You
reduced
look
his
really
age?
young in the
Fuck,
picture.
dude.
You did. Look at what? Where's the magic pills?
Dude, I got
Start sharing.
This was gonna be for Darwin, but fuck him.
Well,
I gotta
so
get younger.
what got funnier is like, yes, I may look younger, but at the bar I get told I look older by people my own age, and I get told I'm like 27 or 28 most of the time, or I get called Wish.com Zach Bryan.
I would have guessed you were like 24, 22, 24, to be honest.
I was gonna say 18, but I know how old he is. And I say, the people.
I was gonna say I hit 21, so goons can stop, yelling at me.
I'm making fun of you, yeah.
Okay, you're
I was gonna say I grew up in this game, so I've spent the past 10 years playing Eve almost. I literally spent almost half my life playing this game, and I still play it actively almost every day. I'm on comms every day if I play it, different story. And I've thankfully had the opportunity.
Pissed when I found out how old you were in the first fleet that you were leading.
Well, it's almost who was the other FC that was really young?
Elo Knight. Elo?
Alpha Star.
Elo was pretty, no, Elo's young, but I mean
Alpha
like
Star.
Alpha Star Pilot. Alpha Star
was
Pilot. Also very young.
I was gonna say
there was Fire
so,
Eagle too. He was. Yeah.
I was gonna say Elo was a very during the war in Delve, Elo was a very good mentor of mine. Like in general, really good dude. As far as mentoring me, he like used to. Well, Elo's he isn't just solid. Elo is a damn good FC, and I would still rank him with any of the FCs who are playing today. Right?
We're just talking about today.
He FC like when I first started the game, and he went to just kind of like. He was like a hired mercenary FC for like when Solar Fleet was getting dismantled and the body shield alliances that I was in. He came to FC for us. He was good. We lost because we just weren't good. We were all you
guys weren't good.
Yeah, we were bad. But then 4 or 5 plus years later, or whatever, I left Imperium and went and joined Black Legion and flew with him for about a year. Yeah, the guy's fucking solid.
What
I don't mean solid as like
that
a
was the
mediocre
second
term.
iteration.
I mean like he was really good, but
Well, I was gonna say, like, that's what I'll say about a lot of old Eve FCs in general is like, so you have your Elo Knight, your Laz, your Asher, your Killaby, right? You have those guys who know the game really well. What Elo was good at, and this is what I'll say about him, is like he was very good at managing a million fucking things at a time. That's one thing I took from him because he was a huge mentor for me. Him, Asher, and a couple others were like I got the fill of Elo, who was not inherently Goon FC, Asher, who was a good FC or Goon FC, and then John Hartley. So I got that all in there. But Elo's thing was Elo played on a little screen, right? And he barely had his overview of Eve was like this big. The rest was fleet comp, his targets, and all that. That's how he played the game, right? Managing trend so learning that from him, he was a very good FC. When you look at how a lot of FCs FC today, they don't think about that shit. I honestly think, like, in general, we had our little, like, it will happen again, right? Where all the FCs get really in tune with shit. But right now, the meta is so bullshit with Ferox fucking navies on everything. Because all that everyone does is fly Ferox navies.
They even
That's
got
all they
nerfed
fly.
a while back too, but it doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter because they're still a fairly good comp for the price. So when you talk about
that's the key, though,
it's
for the
bullshit.
price.
Well,
It's
the problem I
projection-
have-
it's projection too. Like it's just like projection comps. I feel like are the thing. Brawling
Well, it's a bunch of pores now because there's no more.
I mean, it's like CFIs and Ferox navies. Like, what are they? What are they really good at? Applying damage at distance. And they're fast and kitey. So it's like you don't really get the brawly comps very much.
So for me, one of the big problems is a lot of FCs got into leaderships, and I don't think FCs belong in leaderships. I don't think there's a totally difference in skills between being an FC and actually leading an actual organization. They're two different skills, and now too many FCs became leaders and
thought they could,
or thought they could. And Asher's one, Elo's one. There's just too many.
There's been exceptions to that rule.
I
but not
don't
very many. Yeah.
So I don't think that's necessary.
Vince Strackett is the only exception to that. Shadu is one. There's very
Thermoli.
few. Who?
I don't
Thermoli.
think that's necessarily true that FC shouldn't be in leadership, right?
No, they should be a part of leadership. They can give their input, right? I think they should be a part of input, but they should just run tasks. I don't think they should not have the end all be all say of anything, and I think they shouldn't challenge leaderships beyond. I think what has happened in the past, what's taken down some of the bigger groups, is that FCs have gotten too big for their britches. Yes, they get lots of notoriety. They run big things. They do a lot of great things, but I think that they go beyond. It's one of the reasons why
The
why
skill set to be an FC and an alliance leader are not the same. Some
right.
have both,
or
but most FCs
or
do not.
coalition leader or anything. It's a totally different skill set.
So what I'll say to that is right. Yes, it's a different skill set, but the things are still there, right? A lot of FCs, and I will use Asher as an example because Asher is someone I know, right? I've worked with
he's a poor leader. He's a fucking poor leader. I'm part of the Imperium, and I'll say it. He's a piss poor leader.
I think we're doing fine, to be honest with you.
No, he's a piss poor leader. I can't stand him.
I mean,
I can't stand him as a coalition leader. No, he's a coalition leader. He's a piss poor leader.
Well,
he doesn't. He as our coalition leader, we don't. He's not one to get up there and drive the masses. Nobody follows him for shit. You know, he's a great FC. He's a phenomenal FC.
Super nice guy.
And a super nice guy. I'll get in his fleets. I'll fucking get pumped in his fleets. But other than outside his fleets, what does he pump up? Who is he getting us all excited for? What does he plan ahead? He's a reactionary leader. He's not thinking ahead 10 steps. He's not providing any other content.
Well, but that's the thing.
At the massive levels.
Let me. Okay, so you're saying that FCs are all reactionary then? Because that's what you're saying by that. You're saying that FCs are all reactionary and that we're not planning. Because I can tell you that's inherently wrong, especially with Asher, because if there's anyone out of the FCs I have worked with, which has been Imperium, Allied, of course. Asher was the guy who was planning ahead compared to
No,
Initiative.
give
compared to
input.
Dark Shines. No. I know, but like yes, they give input, right? But when you
Yeah.
talk about planning ahead, yeah, not everything may be vocalized, right? Matani, great dude at vocalizing things to people. Asher is not as much of a vocal person. But if you think
Yeah.
he's not thinking a lot ahead, he definitely is with the way Asher is. Because I know, like, as far as back I've known him, he was one of the first FCs I worked under as a frigate pilot, was flying a Retribution in Reaver's fleets, fighting GOTG back in the day, right? Is he had different things planned ahead. And there's always something he's working towards, right? Yes, you don't have that charisma that you had with a dedicated person who was just leading, right?
Yeah,
But
you
also
know,
in
the
the big-
firesides
That's a
are
big loss
bullshit.
for this group, right? It really
I-
it hit hard. It hit
Yeah,
hard.
our firesides are bullshit. We don't have anything to look forward to. He's not a rabble riser. You know, he doesn't. Yeah, I mean, you know, for fleets or whatever. And yeah, he might be, you know, in the immediate leadership, you know, of some groups. But yeah, what else? I mean, guys like Matani, guys like Vince Strachan, guys like, and I'll give Elo Knight some of this too.
Vince was
The
a
guys that
fucking
could get
FP.
over,
Vince was a
get out
fucking
there.
FP.
Yeah, but he got a lot of people up and rolling.
So, but this is what I'm saying, man. Is when you look at the wider scope of things right now with Eve, right? Why is Asher okay? If we look at Eve as a game right now, right? Say Imperium rallies against Horde and tries pushing Horde out. What does that do for Eve as a wider game, but narrow it? Right? Look
I'm
at
not
the
saying
game.
we have
right
to go
now.
up against them. I'm just saying what
His leadership style is vastly different than Matani's, and it rubs people wrong. Some people,
Yeah.
Well,
not everybody.
I
not
agree
everybody.
with
Yeah.
his leadership style is different, right? And so I was gone when all the Matani shit went down, right? I was completely gone, and I also keep myself. One thing I've done since I became an FC was I don't touch the politics of Eve, right? I FC, I lead fleets, and I join streams and talk, right? That's about it, right? My whole thing is I lead fleets. That's what I enjoy the game, and I enjoy the people, right?
Yep.
But when you talk about like the whole thing of the firesides are different, cool, they're gonna be different because we had the same person in leadership for almost a decade, right? So he honestly he was the charismatic person, right? Lord of the Rings reference.
And he really couldn't lead a fleet, right? But he had the people to do it.
I think the support staff has made a big difference too between the two leadership groups.
Right.
We lost a lot of people that had played the game for a long time. They just chose not to play the game anymore, and that hurt too.
I think Asher worries too much about running fleets than worrying about what's going on.
But when
to
you
learn this stuff now,
when you look at the big fleets, though, like if you look at things that happened recently, like for example, right, we dropped Titans the other day, right? Asher was in command comms. Was Asher in charge? No, I heard Asher say 3 words that entire time of talking to the fleet and us, right? The same like Mittens did back in the day was he just the FCs were doing their thing. Hey guys, y'all need anything from me? I don't think he's as focused as you think on leading fleets. Like, yes, we will.
We don't need him to, but yeah.
But the FCs will also. The other thing is, right, is a lot of the Goon FCs are senior at this point, right? The guys who are in the Goon FC team have been around for a while, right? So we'll be like, hey, we'll have our little powwow of, hey, who's gonna run the fleet, whatever. We'll ask Asher, hey, do you want to run this? Do you want to do that? And sometimes he's like, hell yeah. Sometimes he's like, it's up to y'all, right? He's focused on when it comes down to it, right? He's no Matani with the charisma, right? That's not how Asher's always been. But when it comes to being a leader, yeah, he's got shit to figure out. But every person who takes over a position like that does.
So I know.
Look at
get army generals.
Look at
generals are really good at planning. They do really good stuff. But as far as running a country, you don't have generals running a country.
We did Eisenhower.
North Korea.
Yes, we very much did for most of our country's existence.
No, we did not. There have not been generals running our country.
Eisenhower.
Eisenhower.
Grant,
What? So,
Washington,
and Washington.
Eisenhower,
Jackson.
Washington.
Technically right. Grant.
Not,
Actually,
not
Jackson.
most of our
Jackson.
country. Not the
Um,
most of the time.
Bolt.
Mike Flood, I think he's trying to point out more
Bolt.
that
Teddy
change in
Roosevelt.
style.
Teddy
So,
Roosevelt.
yeah.
Well,
Was he?
the-
No, he wasn't a general.
Was he not?
But the-
Teddy's
yes,
Rough
no.
Teddy's Rough
Yeah,
Riders?
well,
Yeah,
yeah,
he was a
in
colonel at that
combat.
point.
Yeah, he was in
Okay, that's pretty
combat.
close. That's pretty
he said
close.
general.
Well,
But
but even then,
the cha-
military service. So
That's not what we
the
said.
thing also
Military
was that
service is
leadership
totally
thought process
different.
that-
the
Yeah.
change in style, yes,
Yeah,
it's, I
but the
get.
problem is, here's the thing:
It's
is
a huge difference, right? And
Well-
then there was some things that
well, but
happened
Teddy
right at
also
the
was
beginning.
outside of military service too.
We're talking about Eve.
So you have to-
Perception. That's what we're
I
talking about.
know.
The perception is that seems like a lot of the not different groups have all of a sudden a leader who's been leading, not necessarily the FC, leave and the FC takes his spot, struggling. And I think Imperium had that too. And it may not all be Asher's fault because a lot of other people stopped doing space jobs too at the same time. We had to get new people doing them. There was some balls that were dropped. The perception is that, right? It may not be true, but that's the perception. And a lot of people say it. I like Ash too. I've loved him forever. But his first several months in charge, it didn't do him any service. Like I said, it might not be his fault at all. I mean, some of it is, but it just, it's just the perception of
When we look at
floundering there.
I was gonna say, when you look at the wider scope of, like, so for reference, the past 6 months, right? I've been fairly active on everything, not as much FCing, but I've also been around a lot more recently, right? We're coming off, so as far as like our crabbing stuff, right? Beehive is not shut down in 48 hours. We have
45 of them. I do
Yeah.
Beehive all the time. Well,
like we have that, like, yes, there is things that have to be built back, right? But it's just like any great empire in history, right? When a new leader takes charge, there has to be built back, right? Because you're not going to have that support infrastructure that you had around the original leader, right? Because either people retire or in history they die, right? In history, and also not necessarily, right? We also had people that are not there anymore who were for a very long time for one reason or another, right?
that's
we
what
had
I said. Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
where
I
I'm
think it's
getting at.
That's
It's
a
like,
huge thing that hurt, right? That's a huge part of it.
and also, like, right now, the Eve meta is not exactly great for
No,
nullsec.
and I'll give you that.
I was just going to also
that-
say it didn't help his leadership, like when I report card, the move, right? That happening when he's pretty much still kind of not new, but still not been for a long time. That hurt because it pissed everybody off. That every other little thing, you got to blame somebody. Buck stops here, type thing. That when you get an agitated group of the size we are, people bitch about everything, and that didn't hurt. That didn't help him either. Like you said,
I mean,
it changes the
Well,
game.
there's also some considerations.
Oh, you robot and robot.
Robot and Midland.
Yeah, sorry.
And I think the
Right.
fucking labor pool is really shallow.
Right, and
It used to be
it
really
was-
deep.
right. Well, the other thing too is he hasn't really treated his allies as well as other people have in the past from there. So I'm just saying.
I'm gonna give him a pass
I
on
mean,
that.
we
'cause I don't think our
literally.
allies have been treating us very well either.
I was gonna say we literally just spur of the moment formed Ravens to go help Brave. Like, I'm gonna be so fucking real on that.
But
Like, literally,
all our allies, Brave's been
Um,
one of the most supportive lately.
Lon is getting. You know what I'll say? I am super proud of Lon recently.
mhm.
I have seen Lon fleets, and that actually makes me very like, as an FC, right? When I see like Lon, who for most of my time in the Imperium was just joining fleets, doing their own fleets, that's super cool, right? You have Brave, that is a standalone alliance and doing their own thing, right?
Mm.
And they're doing their own thing, and yeah, they ask for help on occasion, right?
Look at
They're
Dracarys
living
now.
in it.
Their status got raised. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Well, yeah, but when you look at Brave, right, and this is one thing I will say, Delve either breaks or toughens alliances, and that's where
Mhm.
Brave's living right now. And looking at the Brave, like the people at least I've interacted with from Brave, they're adapting to it, right? They're taking that time, they're adapting to it, because I grew up when Goons were in Delve, and now we're in Impasse, right? And things are completely different because of the environment,
change.
right? It's not the day of me randomly dropping my Titan and my fucking Marshal on shit. It isn't like that anymore.
We
But
need to try
getting
harder
to
then.
I've tried. People don't like to aggress Mike Flood in a Marshall because they know that there's going to be something behind it.
Some people like it.
Um,
They just can't. Yeah. They
but
want to
like when
do
you
it.
look
They choose
when
not to.
We'll do that
when you
tomorrow.
look at like alliances like when you look at like alliances like Brave, right? And I'll use Brave as the biggest example because I've always liked Brave as much as I haven't liked certain people in Brave leadership over the past years, right? Brave and what they do, that's cool. And them moving to Delve had, at least as far as EVE history as I know, is one of those regions where you have the NPC access that you're gonna get dropped on, but they're taking that time to adapt and figure out, hey, what can we do to this? What can we do? Hey, if they got dropped by 100 redeemers tonight.
Well, they're doing that and not getting the same type of or amount of resources out of it, right? So that's even harder for them. They still have all the negatives of Delve with the null sec or the true sec, whatever, a low sec fucking connector, and it's not as it's less lucrative. So it's actually harder for Brave to survive there than it was for the other groups.
Well, also
And
here's
there's
the
no
other thing too is that there's also been a lot of like, and I actually think that there's been some now becoming more apparent consequences to the Goonswarm Federation move, is because Amar is now kind of dying on the vine. Not so much just because of the Narja and then also the Abazon Gate Camp, Narja being taken by the Trigs, but when Goonswarm moved from Delve and then swapped over to more in between that and Mimitar space, it took a lot of the market, basically the logistic line even to Amar out of the picture. And so now there's
Amar is no
been
longer
some
an option. Yeah.
consequences there too. Yeah, so basically it's now basically that whole section is now collapsed in a way. And so even though nullsec players may not directly always interact with highsec, they do have influences upon the market forces of EVE. So they shift around in different areas. Like I'm even seeing right now in areas like Heck and Rens, there is a little bit more of a push in those sectors for market capability.
Well, of course, we're the Imperium. I mean, what we do affects the whole game. I mean,
Well, I was gonna say,
they should all
it'd be
respect us. Yeah.
it'd be of any coalition moving, right?
I know we're more important. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
I agree, right? But I will also be realistic, right? If any coalition makes a big move, things are gonna happen, right? One thing that I know
100%, yeah.
I have been noticing in I was talking to a couple of my buddies that I've been playing with for probably 8+ years, is we've also noticed like in Delve a lot more potential bots running burners, right? That is something we've noticed because when we lived in Delve, we were able to just nuke the crap out of them. And now
we had density where Brave does not. Yeah.
Yes, and you know what? And that's not on Brave either, right?
Oh, it's not. It's
because
just fact of numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fact of numbers, right? Is when you have so many goons combined to a space. You know what? I think the move the move is something that wasn't spur of the moment. I hope that's been said many a time, but we had been joking about that for years about moving, right? Because yes, Delve is great and all. Yes, it hardens your alliance as a whole, and that's why to be honest, I am happy Brave is there because I think it is the right environment for Brave to be in. Because
as long as initiative doesn't turn into douchebags. Yep.
Yeah. If initiative turns into douchebags, we'll fucking curb stomp.
Well, Brave could be in trouble real quick.
You think initiative would make a move? Sorry to interrupt. I was just saying. I mean, I don't.
They stole my Archon. I think they'll do anything.
I don't think in general right now. I think big moves in EVE are bad. Like a lot of the big moves, like if crazy big moves happen in the game right now with the current state of the player count and everything like that, I think it'd be overall detrimental to overall EVE because if you wipe someone off the map and destroy their space, like was done for God knows how long, right? I remember when where we live now was owned by Lumpy, right? You're talking about the game is getting fucking smaller and we don't necessarily have
It is, but sometimes those don't just leave; they move to other groups, right? I mean,
they move to other groups, but also
that's 100% negative.
Things shift all the time. I mean,
but I think if Imperium had to move again, I don't know.
People are so blocked up though, more so than they've ever been.
Well,
right when you look at
I would say yes and no at the same time, because I know that there's like the resets where Winterco and PanFam they're fighting each other. They're even blowing up each other's structures. But there's never going to be an invasion. Like Frat is not going to invade PanFam space and vice versa. Same with the Init and Imperium split. Imperium's not going to take Fountain and vice versa.
No, of course not. Yeah.
But they're to shoot each other, they're blowing each other up. But if it came down to like if PanFam came to like invade Goons,
We invaded PanFam.
and it would probably join up with Imperium, and Frat would probably join up with PanFam. Like that would just happen. So like there's like this. It's kind of like a two-side. Most of Eve is two sides, but it's five sides. I mean, Braves has their thing in it, and Imperium, and then you have PanFam, and then Winterco. They're their own thing. But if like an actual invasion of space happened, that would get smaller, right?
No, 100%, and that's what like, yes, like, oh, we may be pushing this, or maybe like, yeah, it's fights, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing I will say is we dropped Titans the other day, and I logged in all my accounts, which I don't do often, and I was really salty because I thought we were about to get dread bombed, and I knew I would have lost a Titan, but hey, fuck it. But like that's sadly where Eve's become is like right now with the meta, everything is F and I's. When you look overall in Eve right now, it's Feroxes or F and I's.
Or CFIs.
Not even CFIs as much anymore with the F and I
They're
meta.
still around. They're not as prevalent as they used to be. Like
they're like the
4
redheaded
months ago,
stepchild.
Yeah, but 4 months ago it was like CFIs online.
But Eve's done this forever. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down, right?
Yeah, it does.
Changes over
the
time.
other thing that I think in general is going to become Eve's detriment is collecting a younger player base, because overall the Eve player base is older, right? I'm an outlier. Being a younger guy, I'm an outlier.
100% agree.
But when you don't have that incoming younger player base to a game, it's going overall, right? Your player base ages, different things happen, right? The guys who started playing Eve when they were in college are now in their 30s. You know what I mean? Or 40s.
My kids are older than you, Mike Fudge. I mean, that tells it right there. Right? My kids are older than you.
Same with mine. Yeah,
and I've been playing the game for a long time. This game has been niche forever. And I agree with you 100% about the new players. Because people who are new players getting into games, this isn't for them. The game's not for them. It's because they have a different mindset of what they think of what's fun in a video game, right?
People come to this game after they played all the other games. And that's what I think CCP forgets. Once they've done all the other games, once they can't do FPSs anymore, once they can't do all the other ones, they come to this game.
Yeah. We start with what's that one where you shoot people? Not
Call of Duty.
No, the multiplayer
Fortnite?
one. Fortnite.
Yeah.
Fortnite and these kind of games, right? Eve's not. If that's what you break your teeth on, every 100 people who break their teeth on this, like stuff like that, and work up from there, we're going to get 2 out of 100 that
I feel like
will even try Eve, and 50% of them won't stay.
Well, right.
People got to stop with the instant gratification. The instant gratification in Eve has to stop, because you know what I mean. That's bullshit. It's the building of that character.
Like that's just how like newer gamers are. They're like instant gratification or
but that's the newer gamer. That's the reason why.
But
that's
if you
just
only
what
rely on
attracted
the
other
old gamer,
people.
those people slowly but surely do go away. And if you don't attract any new gamers, the game will die.
That's what Mike's saying.
You have to get new.
We're
players.
in trouble because
you have
the new
to get
players,
new players
we don't
in. You
necessarily
have
want them.
to attract new players, and a game can't stay the same forever. Games, it's just like music and. Anything out there, like, you have to evolve.
Well, there's also
with the newer
there's
generations.
there's
If you don't do that, you will die.
Yeah. Well, there's also the other fact also as well. Is like from my perspective, coming in at 2020, I'm at over 220 million skill points. I personally believe
a lot of them. Yeah.
Well, there's but there's also mechanics that probably have not been discussed or worked over for years. Like the thing is, here's the thing: the so-called skill cliff. I actually like to think of it in 2 thought processes. There's the actual, how to use the mechanics, how to engage a fight, how to do certain things with your ships and fitting. That's a different skill cliff. That's the invisible skill cliff.
Correct.
That Eve has. But the physical, like with the skilling system, to skill up to a certain point, that could probably be kind of made into a slope. So people can come in, like, if you start this game, here's the other problem too, is because we also have a lot of people that push certain very specific content, and they immediately throw up, you're going to make all these millions and billions of ISK right now. And the problem is then people waste their skill points, in the start. Like, there's a whole set of, like, if you start this game, there's a critical window for about a month that you need to set up correctly. And if you don't do that, you're going to miss out on a lot of capabilities. But it's actually, starting actually punishes you. Whereas if you actually were to more carefully consider how you can get this, like, if you were just to come in as a new player, get your million skill points plus whatever referencing plus the Eve Air stuff, you can easily get to level 5 of whatever frigate you want because they're not that expensive per pointage, and you can do whatever the hell you want for the most part. But it's going to be frigates. So the problem is everybody wants to jump immediately to whatever content is being spewed out by all these streamers and other people. This is the quickest way to get here, and they actually it drags them out and has all kinds of problems where they tank their standings and they do all this stuff. It's like I tell people, you have to sit down for a minute, think what you want to do, and then you can go. And like for me, I can, like right now, I've got skills up to carriers. I can fly anything I want to. I can do where the hell I want. And it actually gives me a lot more freedom than somebody who starts this game. They do whatever the current thing is. They get all whipped out in their brains, and then they tear them. Then they become burnout, and they're another statistic because they're like, well, I don't like doing this anymore. But then at the same time, CCP has built into the skill system a system that does not benefit or give you a good way of basically, like where you're saying instant gratification. Most of these skills, as soon as you do level 1, you actually have access to everything. You don't have a gradated delayed gratification system, which actually would keep people in the game because, oh, I want to skill up to get to this ship or this module or this thing. We don't have that. So there's
There
a lot
needs
of
to be
stuff
a better explanation to new
Unless you want
players
Tech
on
2.
how to work that stuff.
Yes.
Because there
Well,
is
'cause
ways. It's there, but it's not communicated to
Mm.
new players at all. Not even
Oh,
poorly,
yeah,
but at all.
Well,
Right?
I mean, like you can go with one of my skill plans I have, I can get a new player within 2 weeks access to all actions, including
Correct.
pirate,
Do you have a new character or a new player?
new character, new player, or new, like you can do either one because
You
it
can do it
applies
yourself
either
because
way.
you have the knowledge. You can get another
Yeah.
character there
It's
because
it's
you have the
it's
knowledge, not
it's the
them.
institutional knowledge,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If
Yes.
they don't have that institutional knowledge, that's a different thing. So like I was talking about this the other day, with some good. It's like sadly, like with my generation, and it is my generation, is like the fucking TikTok generation, right? Is everyone wants that instant gratification of, oh, what can I do to have X, Y, and Z? What can I
League
do
of
to, like there isn't that whole people wanting to like sit there and give the time to a game. We don't have that, right?
Or
Which is
goofing around with a ship fit to figure out how many different types of stats you can maneuver. It's like to me when I look at this game, it's like having a 3D, a fully. Mike, are you familiar with three-dimensional topographical graphs?
yes.
Okay, so if you think about that, every single ship in this game has a 3D topographical map that adjusts so many ways that there's so many potential capabilities. But the problem is we've got institutionalized, basically dogma that has come into place where people are not really. I mean, it's a sandbox game. There's 1,000
We had
different
spreadsheets
options.
online. They get fucking 3D topical maps. That's ridiculous.
Damn.
Back
Well,
in my day, it was just spreadsheets.
Well, this
Two
Yeah,
is
but
dimensional
or
spreadsheets.
paperwork.
this is the other thing I'll say in that regard, right? Is like
Mhm.
when you look at Eve right now, right? So yes, you have that alliances are going to get fits, right?
Mhm.
But right earlier on one of my fleets, we had a dude who old 1-year-old character had never really played the game much, right? So we made
Mhm.
sure to get him fit and all that shit, right? But when you look at Eve and what can entice the younger player base is like one warfare.
But also too, the
Mm-hmm.
meta needs to change with fights. Like
Not for a
this
new player, it
fair-
doesn't.
It doesn't have to be
Not for a new
fights. Why
player.
does
No,
it
it
always
doesn't.
have to be fights?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
But even for a new player,
well,
they're not
no,
going to be at that level yet.
It doesn't always have to be fights.
What is
Well,
what
well,
draws
okay,
people to
okay.
Eve? What draws people to Eve?
He's
What-
an
A
in-depth
lot of
player.
it's not always fights. No, this is bullshit. This is what I.
What are you
what
gonna
we
get?
do
What are
try-
you gonna get a young player doing? What are you gonna get a young
We
player
have
doing?
had
He
a
plays
lot
bunch
of-
Fortnite, plays a bunch of Call of Duty, right? What do they want? A fight. What do they
Dude,
want?
we got shit tons of people just chilling and relaxing in a big mining group, having fun, talking
honestly think-
bullshit and doing shit.
I'm a PvPer. That's all I like to do. But I do think that if a new player coming in, you have a better chance of hooking them with mining than you do PvP.
Really?
Yeah.
I honestly believe
You
that.
get them
Well,
together. You get them. You get
Well,
them.
you might be able to
that's
convert
that-
them over, but I think hooking them with
But-
mining.
but
and
do you-
that's the
do
time
know
you get
why
to.
I-
And that's the time you get to show them all the cool things in Eve. You get to show them all the stats. You get to train them. You get to do all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is because of you know all
People like
all the
me.
different. What's that?
Because of people
What
like
fuel?
mean
What fuels the
pipelining.
Well,
economy?
yeah, because of people like I'll say it because of people like Dom, you don't get a chance to do that anymore because your mining fleet gets interrupted every 10 fucking minutes because you can't fucking do shit.
Because a new player
Well,
coming out to nullsec is
well-
not going to have that much fun in a fleet
So many
because they're so
rounds.
limited in their
Well,
choices.
what?
Of ships.
So what? So okay, yes, but like what fuels the fires of industry in anything?
Mining.
Well, yeah, you gotta, yeah. But here's the thing: the thing is we haven't had the big ginormous feats anymore that we used to have because everybody's docking up all the big shit, and all we're having is these little teeny tiny fights with these little teeny tiny ships
There's been
because
some
we
big
can't
cat
have any
fights.
big stuff. Nah,
Well,
not
That's
like we
what
used
I'm
to.
saying.
Well, okay.
That's what
Okay,
I'm
well,
saying.
Yeah,
Well, when I
not
came-
like we
when I
used
came-
to.
Okay, well, when I came in 2020, I'll say this here. I understand it was COVID. I came in August 2020. This is just before scarcity. I came in. The game was much more vibrant. I know that there was a lot more people on because of COVID. But there was also a lot more stuff available. Like we had high-sec mining enoms. And the traditional thought process, hey, I can start as a new player, maybe running a couple missions, maybe running a couple of, doing some mining on the side. I can get, and also remember, we had login BPCs for ships. So like a new bro coming in the game, they got BPCs that they could start ships off of. And you could actually mine up the minerals and materials, build that ship, and then you could either decide to go faction warfare or do more missions, or you could run, exploration, or you could go out and do well, because at the time filaments were there. You could jump out into nullsec and try your hand at PvP or poking around, and there were more people out there because there was asteroids, etc. The thing is, like,
and there was more fighting because people were around.
Yeah,
And
Well,
the PvPers had more targets, right?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you had more. You had
Well,
more
there's
sheep
no re-
out there. You don't have no sheep out there because why? You ran them all out of the fucking game because of we need the instant gratification right now. Where'd all the fucking sheep go? You
Are
don't
you
have
saying bring
them.
back modders?
That's
Is that
what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying?
No, but that's what I'm saying is right is when you had so like for reference, I started in 2017, 2016 era, right? So I was there for the end of the golden age of making stupid ISK and buying a super for 9 billion, right?
Yeah.
So when you talk about like, okay, we need more sheep, so you have more. The thing is at least on a whole Eve scale right now, right? What is everyone's response to someone fucks with one of their crabbers?
They should have fucking done better.
It's either 1,
Let 'em
blops,
die.
2,
quietly.
fucking we're gonna drop a shitload of some tanky ass fleet that you have no chance of killing on you, or 3, you're gonna die, right?
Yeah.
Because like I know Horde right now does PNIs. We brought Canes earlier for a drunk roam, and they brought PNIs just in headshot.
It goes
We
both
came to
ways,
their-
though. I mean, I've
Oh,
been on fleets where we go
it does
down
go.
like,
It does go.
yeah,
It does go both
not
ways.
everyone, but
It does go both ways.
When
right?
You never caught
coalitions
us
were
before. That's bullshit.
when coalitions were able to spread out into multiple regions, right? That was hard to do. Like when we lived, when we were LI3 or whatever at Bastion,
that
whatever, when we lived in a different group, we didn't have always the support of the Imperium to just come run over and help us unless our shit was under attack, unless our actual sovereignty was under attack,
Yeah.
right? So
Mhm.
we had to defend our space our only way. That's when we had fights. But you could mine, you could build stuff, you could build things, and then when we went to war or we deployed or this or that, and then that was when the fights. That was when it was fun because you would go. You spent. I mean, even you go back to 2010, 2011, 2013, where you were prepped for the South to come to the North to fight us, right? Because they would spend all year fucking prepping, building up their ship counts, building their people, training their people. They come and they fight you, and it would be a fucking hell war for half the year.
But here,
And then you would rebuild. While you're rebuilding, they're fucking restocking. Yeah, those were fun times. And yes, things were not balanced. See, the thing is, the more we strive for balance, the more
Yeah.
best we got, the more fun more unfun it's been. Like
Well,
That's the whole thing is like.
let me give a good example. Let me give a good example here. When scarcity initially happened, I remember the day after I actually got to see a roll call in Tibetzer, ironically the place where this whole drifter thing happened. I actually got to meet with them and they actually invited me to the fleet. I got to do mining under the effects of a roll call. That was the first time I'd ever seen one. You don't see that anymore. You don't see people popping in and around up there. But also the other thing is too, is like I was taking ships. Like I took orcas, I took porpoises, I took, barges, I took my mining expedition frigates down there, and I actually was fitting them, so at least I had a chance to get away from somebody. If somebody jumped on my dang grid, tried to grab me, I had a chance to get away. But there were fits that could counteract me if
Oh,
they
sir, there
wanted
still
to.
are though. Here,
Yeah,
but we're
and
talking about
the
new
problem
players,
is,
right?
I know, but here's the thing: if the new player does not have offensive or defensive options, and they're
And they
always going
shouldn't
to
come to
lose.
nullsec. That's why there's
Yeah,
3
well,
active space.
I know, but not even nullsec. Even going down
That-
into low sec, like
Yeah,
people
that
like
isn't-
they'll get
Once
shot the
again,
first
there's
time,
high
and they
sec.
won't go out.
But Dom, I actually have to agree with him on that one, right? When you talk about Eve and what a lot of people see about Eve and like things that are published, right? That give Eve the notoriety it's known for. It's nullsec war, right?
It is.
And
Yeah,
when you bring a new player into that, right? And for IS making, there isn't a whole lot they can do. Yeah, right now, I will actually be real. So I went, fucking took one of my accounts and I zeroed it out and fucking SP'd it, right? So I just fucking threw it into Goonwolf and fucking fucked around with it for like a week. I was able to get it self-plexed,
What you're
right?
talking about is not a problem with the game; it's a problem with the messaging. Right? That's the problem.
Well,
You
but
watch
the
these
problem
big
is
fleets. I see that.
we-
Oh, I want to do this, and then there's nothing in between that excitement
Well,
and when you start the game to tell you that's not the way it's going to be. Right? There's
And
no
we
way
would
it's
bring
not there.
people.
And we
Like,
would
there was
bring
a
new
YouTube-
bros out to us in the Imperium, or whatever. In our we're not part of Goons, obviously. We're part of TNT at the moment, but we would bring new guys out, and yeah, they couldn't make us by themselves, right? So they would work with us either in the mining groups or when we're ratting or whatever, they would roll behind us and salvage. Right. And then they sell everything right back to the corp. We help them out, give them money. We do the buyback programs, and they make enough. They can flex their account. Plus, they get into fleets, right? And we do, we pay them to get into fleets, do that kind of stuff. They get ships because of buyback program, and boom. And with the FU fleet, setups and all that stuff, they can participate in just about every single fleet, right? So there's all sorts of stuff that they could do. And so you could take a new bro and bring him out to nullsec, and he can have a lot of fun. But if you don't have the fleets going out to do that, for one, or you can't have the mining fleets because you have the increase that they did with the wormholes or the fucking where people just pop into your shit, or you can't have the umbrella as much as you used to, or all that
Or you
kind of
can't get
stuff.
away from somebody if you want to. Like, I mean, if you just want to
So
poke around in
I
Nullsec with a barge that has.
I mean,
But
we
all
used to
these
s-
changes don't affect new players,
One
right?
thing I gotta.
No, they do
They
affect
do.
the new
No,
players.
no,
do.
they've
too.
never
They do.
experienced.
They
They've
did,
never
yes.
experienced.
They
they do.
absolutely
They
do.
They
No, they do
Dom,
not.
Dom, Dom,
Because they
Dom,
never
Dom, Dom, Dom.
experienced. They didn't experience either the roll call days or the
But
disparate
they
things.
Because
right?
you
They
can't
come in the
put a
game with
work
what's
will
going
on the
now.
field now. You can't
It's
put a
not
work
their
will
fault.
on the
It's
field
not
now.
their fault. The people
Yeah, but
teaching
they
them.
would
Well,
get the
yeah,
mining bonuses from the work will, so they'll see the
okay,
difference between HiSec
But they've
and
never
the
But
mining
there's
experienced
bonuses.
that.
also
They have nothing to compare it to.
well,
Yes,
there's
there
also
is.
other things too.
What?
I can actually compare stuff from the 2020 when we actually had like warp core,
'Cause you were here.
warp core stabs. Yes, warp core stabs allowed people to at least take some risks and go out in hostile space where people are hunting and lurking about, and they could get away to a certain extent until they ran into a very specifically built fit designed to catch them or a well-organized small gang. The problem is that somebody keeps complaining and they're dumbing down the game, but it's
Yes.
negatively affecting the low end
Yes.
of the game, not the high end.
I could catch him. He
High
had
end-
too many work core stabs. Yeah.
Can I say this
But the
about
new
like
player doesn't have
can
that
I say-
experience.
Let Mike go.
Can
Then I got something to say after that.
So can I say this about like in general with like the null PvP environment right now, right? Okay, one, there is no reason to risk your caps right now. There is zero. I can't go fucking hunting for a goddamn Titan right now because there's no reason to put my Titan on field. I own 2 Titans and 3 supers. I put my supers on field as a joke because if you want to drop my main and my ult and my super, I have a Hector sitting off it. That's the only reason I will risk my super caps is because I'm a dumbass and I like to fuck with people, right? That's the only reason that I will risk super caps right now. There's no reason to put them on field. We need something for that, right? Because when you give that, what dug me into goons was I got bosoned by one of the dudes who brought me into the alliance. That's what brought me into goons, right? 2, right? When you talk about new players, a lot of people are going to these comps that are fucking mind-numbing. When the fuck are we gonna bring back A-hacks? We need an A-hack meta. Do you know
New
why
player,
I say?
but that's not a new player thing.
But no, yes, no,
Zealots
no,
are
no,
bust,
A-hacks?
baby.
Dom. Do you know why I say that? Do you know why I say bring back A-hacks? Because during the A-hack days, you're fucking E-war maddered. Because armor hacks
100%.
were more susceptible. So if you had a newbie who's sitting there in a fucking E-war ship, he was doing a lot of work for your fleet. And you know what? Like tonight, right? I had a dude who was on my fleet. He had not played in a while. He got sent over like 5 billion ISK because we wanted to take care of him. We made sure he was in the right ship and he got to have fun with us, right? Okay.
I remember when I was in period. Fuck you, fleet days, dude. Like fucking 300 Celestis running around. That was.
But that's what I'm saying is when you don't.
The other side just hated that shit so bad. But
When you
We're not
get to this
talking about-
bullshit, but what I'm saying is, Dom. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say, right? When you're dealing with comps that are the flat out fucking same by both sides, and this is something that's not on the fucking coalitions. This is a CP issue. Is when you're dealing with FNI on FNI and Ravens on Ravens and all that shit compounded onto each other. You were not dealing with a difference in comp. You were not dealing with anything like that. E-war is not a factor as much as it is when you're dealing with an A-hack fight for, say, or an armored battleship or armored battle cruiser where you have those useful mids, right? Because you can't do that when the Ferox Navy is so fucking powerful. And you can't sit there and be like, hey, man, like, you're not as appreciative, at least most FC, like, I like my E-war as much as anyone, right? But when you're sitting there and you're in a fight with A-hacks and it's an E-war battle for part of it, or you're sitting there with an armor battle cruiser and you have that mid usage, those new players matter a lot more. And what draws people to Eve is those big engagements that we can put on the internet, right? One of my things I've been trying to do is I've been posting TikToks about Eve Online in the history. I don't tell anyone about it because I don't want to get memed on by the rest of goons, but I'd like my generation to play this game.
It's too late. I just clipped it.
Oh.
I don't give a fuck. You can clip as much as you fucking want,
So,
dude.
Go ahead, Drake.
Well,
You had
well,
something.
yeah, so
then I'm going to respond to
my
Mac.
thing,
when
like,
you're
I
done.
know it's been a lot of doom and gloom, but honestly, okay, so, and I know that this isn't everything, but I feel that there's a bunch of content, like fun, good content out there, and you might have to find it, but I have been going on fleets where, I mean, Mr. Unlucky does fleet. Now, I mean, I'm in PL, but
Zigam can go fuck himself.
probably,
After tonight.
I like Zigam.
I was not.
Zigam headshot me tonight. Zigam headshot me tonight.
I know
I'm
he'll
pissed
do
about
that
that.
once in a while. But so,
Me and Zigam have to have words after that because I brought a fun. I literally sent him a fucking message and I said, "Hey, bro, this is a drunk roam. We're gonna have some fun." And he headshot me.
Did he respond to
So
your email?
he lost. Yeah, when you play that game and headshot a drunk roam, you're on site. It's on site now.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I wasn't there tonight. That's.
The other thing is, if he didn't respond to you, you can't assume he's going to do it.
So,
right?
so that aside, but I mean, what I'm saying is, sorry, I'm in PL, but probably soon to be Horde. There are
PL
fun fleets to be had. Yes, you have the big giant blob stuff that goes on, and it's usually either a raffle stomp on one side or the other. You have all that stuff, but you can find, like, and some of Unlucky's fleets are that way, but then there's also fleets I've gone in where it's like, hey, we're going to bring out maulers, and we run around in like 100 maulers with some logi, and we go through a wormhole, and we go into Brave Space or something, and we'll dick around there. We'll start shooting an ANSI to get them to riled up to like come fight us, and then they come like the other night. It was like early on the week, like Monday or Tuesday. They came out in maulers, and we had a mauler on mauler fight. I was like, this is fucking awesome. And then Init and Goons showed up. It's like, okay, now we're all dead. But it was fun, like when we were having the little, you know, it's like you can have fun stuff happen. And then we'll go on Interceptor roams. We on this channel do roams on Saturday. It's usually only a few of us, but we go and do just random roams and like low second stuff. I mean, like there's content to be had. It's
all about finding
it's not all about and I know the big giant fights draw people to the game, and then they're like, oh, where's this? But the thing is, like, if they find those, they'll probably find out pretty quickly that 0.1% tie-dye is not fun. Those big giant fights sound cool in the news, but when you're in them, they suck. They're not fun.
Well, there's also
8 hours to do 10 minutes of shit, and then but I mean,
well,
like,
Drake,
go
there's
ahead.
also a PR side to this issue because I have seen this happen even when I started Eve. There were because I wanted to check out what Eve was going on because I saw your ads. The ads are kind of a little weird too because they're actually passive aggressive. Like you'll have one of the ads say, "Well, you're not ready for this game." That already can set up a problem where people don't want to join. But the PR issue and the perception of Eve.
But it's a true statement.
Yeah. Well, the PR situation of Eve is also a problem. Because you had in 2020 there was actually one guy who was like a big streamer and he wanted to try Eve. Like he sees all the ads and everything. He comes into the game and he immediately gets hit by that wall. And immediately he said, I see what you're doing here. And he immediately negative review bombed Eve that way. So he actually influenced his streamer, followers from not coming in. Then you had, the whole stupid thing with Maldavius. That's going to be another issue of its own type. That also affected there's
with
over
Maldavius. Are you talking about Maldavius? The Pochman dude, the one that I warned everyone about that no one fucking yeah.
Well,
but issues though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. But he has effect because he has 10,000 people that he influences. So that has another bad PR. I've talked with people in person. Because I know actual Eve players who play this game. I've also talked to people.
Well, you're talking to people.
What? There's people out wherever I'm working. Now, during COVID, I was actually real life. But I'm also telling you, I've actually tried to recruit people and say, hey, why don't you come join? Just try it out. And I'll immediately hear this. Oh, I'm hearing about all this stuff about the scamming in the game. I'm hearing about this people stealing stuff in the game. And they literally actually, there's a lot of people, they will not even start this game because of the bad boy PR comes up front.
That's funny. It's a generational misunderstanding of it.
Yeah, but some of the people are the same age as you and I.
Maldavius had 10,000 followers.
No, the other guy.
No.
Wait, are you talking about the Pochman Maldavius, who is a piece of shit?
It
No.
wouldn't just be that issue on that. I'm just saying
Okay.
the PR issue for Eve is one of the problems that needs to be looked at. Because I know CCP is trying to positively do it. And I think also
I doubt
CCP
that.
well, but here yeah, we're trying, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Well, CCP
But
is the worst at their own messaging for everything and anything. Even
yeah,
at the start
100%.
of scarcity, right? The whole thing they did was scarcity. Like I like how they got
They should have
to
expanded
a certain
it,
point.
honestly.
The way they right.
Mm.
Okay, so a lot of us know devs, and a lot of us talk to devs. So some of us, have, it softens the blow when you can talk to a dev, or you go to meetups, or you do this. Not a lot of players do. Not every player does that, so a lot of them get the bad taste in their mouth. But
Raise your hands.
so right, but so like Carneros, I don't know how many of you guys know Carneros, but Carneros, like he talked to us, and he's like he softened the blow to us before scarcity was about to start. He said, so Hilmar just talked to me. He says we're about to go through something, and this is what he told me. He says, hey, hold on to your seats, because for the next few years we're gonna go through something, and when we're done going through it, we can all say, hey, we went through something, but we have to go through it, right? And we were all like, well, what the fuck is this? And all of a sudden, blackout, scarcity, blah, blah, all this crap. And Carneros kind of walked us all through it. We were like, oh, shit. Well, what the
Some of the
fuck?
greatest ideas that you've ever did.
Right. And we were like, all right. So he was preparing us through. So when you got somebody like that can walk you through and keep you, that's fine. But it wasn't CCP that meant, that was walking us through. It was, it was, a leader or somebody like that. CCP, the whole time they went through that messaging, was lying to us. They were yelling, they had the most fucked up messaging for the whole thing.
But
and then you also
So
had
you're
then you
saying
also had
CCP
then
can't
you then you also
communicate?
had the
I
protest.
love-
You had
hold up. Can I speak on this real quick as
Yeah.
someone who is like younger and
Come
I've
on,
been
what's
playing
up?
Eve for almost half my life? Like let me explain this, right? I've been playing Eve. Next year will be a point where it's at half my life, where I've actually spent it in the Imperium as half my life, right?
Mhm.
Okay. One, I understand how the outside works, right? I understand like Horde and NC and Brat and Init and all that, right? But the biggest thing CCP has to do is like, hey, one, showcase the big fights, because yes, that brings in people, right? But also showcase the reality, right?
Mhm.
I did some college recently. I didn't do much of it, right? One of my college papers was on this game. I did a whole college paper on the economy of this game. It was actually weirdly enough, it was for a fundamentals of Christianity class, and I did a presentation on
Eve.
well, because it shows off human nature. That was the point of the project, was showing
Not
off
in a
human
good way,
nature.
usually.
But well, when you look at it,
Yeah,
right?
he's
So
correct in that.
if I do anything in Eve, right? All of my subs that I pay them directly.
Mhm.
I have always been someone that I will pay for 2 or 3 years of Eve at a time.
Yep. Same here.
Goons has been like, that's how I do it, right? And then anything I make afterwards, I market PvP like a motherfucker. While we've been on the stream, I made 20 bill.
What? What are you doing?
But here's the thing, Mike. You are an anomaly. You were lucky enough to get in the group and very well accepted from an early time, and had a lot of experts around you feeding you information that you would not have been able to get if you're on your own starting this game. Right?
Well, that's
you're
what I'm
you're in a
saying.
unique situation.
But what I'm trying to get at with what I'm saying, right? I wasn't trying to get at what I was given, right? But looking at overall what new Eve players are given is a lot of new Eve players, yeah, they may not understand the little shit, right? They may not understand, hey, how do I do X, Y, or Z, right? But if overall, as if CCP kind of leans into like, hey, right, this is an active war, right? Like, I think the worst thing they did was not lean into the big ass war we had, right? The Vietnam War, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't care. I am the one goon that I will say I don't give a fuck what someone names it. I have fleet fights and I have fun. Don't care, right? CCP didn't lean enough into it, right?
They
right
never have,
now,
though. It's not unique.
what CCP should be doing is lean into the little fights that are happening, right? Where, hey, what other game are you gonna have where you have 1,000 people fighting, and not because that's what brings the big numbers, right?
Have
And
a
once
commercial with 10 on 10. Still be fucking cool commercial.
But the thing is, yeah, even if it's a 10 on 10, even if it's a high sec thing, right? Because as much as I will say this as a goon, we neglect high sec. I lived in high sec for a good amount of time. High sec shit happens, right?
I don't neglect
But
it. I avoid it.
But if we introduce like, hey, this is shit that happens, right? We have fights like this, and maybe like we've had some crazy fights in high sec over taxes. We had some some fights over
But
fucking
you're saying we,
taxes.
that's not our job to do that. CCP needs to step up and do this stuff.
No, but that's
Could
what I'm
you-
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is like if CCP stepped up and like went like, hey, this is what's going on. Because my biggest thing with Evil, why I can't stop coming back. Like,
right? But could you imagine too, all the players that have left the game, and the reason why they left the game is not because they're bored with the game. They got pissed off with the game. They got pissed off with the developers. And the reason why they get pissed off with the developers is because they get lied to by the developers, or they change something so drastically for the dumbest reason. They change it for the 1% that are screaming the loudest, right?
No, I agree with
They
that.
either
but
don't
that's
get what
also-
they want,
that's all-
or they get what they want, and then they quit and they cry babies. I'm sorry.
But that's also the
Yeah.
thing. Okay, but also like with the whole thing, that's the same thing with the real world, right? With the real world, that's the same thing, right? Is whoever's loudest. And when it
course,
comes to when it comes to Eve, right? Yes, they changed something, but if, to me at least, and this is my opinion, right? If we could show, I have thankfully my group of friends that I play video games with for the past decade plus at this point, which is crazy to think about because I'm 21. I've been playing video games with the same group of people since I was 10. Right? Almost all of them have a character in Goon Swarm.
Those are just terrible people.
So like almost all of them have been playing Eve.
The funny thing,
But
I've got guys I've been playing with that are the same age as you. As old as you, for that long too. So I mean,
I'm trying to.
I seriously.
I'm trying to think back because if you were playing for 10 years, that means that you were playing. I was in Imperium when you were playing. I'm wondering if I'm like thinking back.
I mean,
on
I've been in
fleets
the
where, like,
Imperium
maybe-
since it started.
Maybe
Were you
fleets
14 or 13?
Where you
Your
piped
first
up
fleet?
and like you were like 14 or 13. I was like, oh, there's a kid playing.
12.
I would have.
Jeff's the
I'm
first
like,
one.
certain, like maybe I've heard you. In
I
fleets
was
before.
so I was 12. I got brought into Goons and I got brought into Karma Fleet and they didn't know what was going to happen with me and they didn't know how it was going to turn out. And this was something we were joking about on a Saturday Night Swarm, which is something I've been going to religiously as much as I can for the past 8 years, right? And they made a joke about it, and there you go. You were the best social experiment because they didn't know how it was going to turn out, right?
But you didn't start out as a squeaker either, though, right?
No, I was.
You were acting very mature when you were younger. I'll give you credit.
Yeah, but I was still when I first joined Karma Fleet. Oh, dude, I was a complete fucking squeaker. I said I was such a fucking squeaker.
By the time you were
But when-
FCing bigger groups, you were not. And it was only a
that's
year
also-
difference.
That's
right? Yeah.
that's also. I mean, yeah, that was a year difference. But for me, I had people who were willing to teach me, right? So for me,
Once again, anomaly.
I got
New player.
very lucky that besides Asher, when shit kicked off with the Warren Delve, and I was fairly entrenched with FCing, and like I would talk to Mittens a lot when Matani was leading Goons. I talked to him a bit, right? I also knew Asher pretty well because I grew up under Asher, and Mittens also knew who I
Literally.
was.
Figuratively.
So when I came into FCing, I was leading things and doing things, and Asher took a 2-week vacation. Elo was running things. Elo wasn't there at night, And I said to Mittens, I said, hey, I want to do this. I don't have the keys for this. And Mittens said, and something along the lines of, fuck it, we ball. And we went ISK positive, and we lost carriers. And my subcap fleet still brought it positive. And that's when things kind of started rolling. I got lucky, and Elo, because of some reason or another, I'm not going to get into that. I've known Elo for a long time. But Elo would always text me on Discord and be like, hey, be around for this timer. You're going to backseat me. And if you know Elo Knight does not like backseats, but he would always have me around. And I'd be like, hey, man, would you let me do this? And he'd let me do it. Right? I was an anomaly. And that's one thing I will
For the
say.
experience, yeah, for sure.
Timber, you're
But
very
one thing I
oh,
will
there we
say,
go.
for bringing in a younger generation to Eve, it's
Where
gonna
is he?
turn into one, what can we show them, right? Because for me, why I still play this game is it's 40 fucking chest for me. And we get into the big fleet fights. Like right now, I am on a single monitor setup. I have nothing. I have my laptop and a mouse and a headset that I
That's
bought
impressive.
because the other, that's all I run. And I run 7 accounts right now off of it.
Is your
And
tab,
that's what I
is
did.
your,
60-inch
alt,
monitor?
is your alt and tab key worn out?
No, it's not. It's not because Evo preview.
Oh,
But
okay.
Oh, your botter.
It's not
Evo
modern.
preview.
That's
Evo
not even, that's not
preview
even
does not.
Fucking with them.
That's not even input broadcasting.
Yeah, that's not. I was gonna say, but like that's how I do things, right? But I've shown this game to my friends. Shit, one of the last large ass fights I had, my ex-girlfriend was sitting next to me the entire fight and was entranced by the game because I was explaining shit to her as it happened. Like, if CCP did a good job of explain to people in their ads, like, hey, this is what happens, because the butterfly effect doesn't do shit with my generation. That shit doesn't do shit. If they did the whole, hey, this is what happens in a fight, right? What goes into an like, if you got into the what actually goes into an FC's head before a fight, even if you're not going to turn into an FC, even if you're going to turn into a minor, that's a way to hook someone, right? It's like a book. It's like any book, right? If you get someone talking about X, Y, and Z, they're going to get hooked, right? So if you talk about the numbers, the scouting, the recon, all that stuff, right? You talk about that in a game, and that's something I've been doing. And I'm working with someone in Goons right now that I'm gonna start posting EVE history on TikTok.
That'd be cool.
Maybe I'll grab a couple. Maybe I'll grab a couple people with it, right? But at the end of the day, if you start showing people the wider scope of, hey, look at what goes into these big fights, right? Spread, like, for reference, when M2 round 2 happened, I think I had 3 spreadsheets up on one monitor, 4 on another, and 4 accounts, because
it's
we
a
had
rope-a-dope, right? If you try to capture people with that big huge fleet fight, M2 or whatever, that's when they come to the game. They're not going to experience that at any time soon. They're not going to experience it anytime soon.
Abnormality in Eve. Like
Yes.
those are rare, and
And
also they don't play out the way that they sound in the thing.
This is not World of Tanks where you get in here and fight immediately.
I agree with Mike's thing where as long as you present it the right way, because the way I started playing Eve, so before I played Eve, I was told about Eve like probably 6 months before, but I was at a gaming shop playing like Friday Night Magic, so I was playing Magic the Gathering. And this dude, I saw something. I'm like, oh, what's that? He had his laptop. I was like, oh, this is EVE Online, and he started talking about it. I'm like, okay, cool. And then he just I went over to play my match, and he brought his laptop over and sat next to me. He's like, and then this, and then like the whole, like the meme with the guy from Always Sunny, where it's like who is Pedro, on the whiteboard. This guy sounded like that going about Eve because he was very passionate, but I was just like, bro, I'm trying to play some fucking Magic. Like, leave me alone. And then 6 months later, I get a new computer. 6 months later, I get a new computer, and I'm just like, all right, what game do I want to play? I'm like, that spaceship game kind of looked cool. And I went and looked it up and I started playing it and then I was hooked. I was just like, all right, so crazy Eve guy at Magic Shop got me hooked on Eve, but I was not ready to listen to his shit at the time. But then I was like, oh, okay, now let me check it out. So
It's not
Well,
for
I mean, it's
everybody.
like-
It's just a fact.
So,
Yeah.
The game's not
so
for
what
everybody.
I say,
There's also, so like I'm sorry, I don't mean. If I was going to point this out to Dre,
No,
is
you're
like
good.
there's the flip side of the anomaly. So you have Mike on one side who pulled into the system, and you had people who were willing to train him. I'm kind of the opposite because I grew up from gaming from in 1998. So I've actually played a lot of systems, but I'm an RTS player. So RTS, RTT, 4X, TBS, TBT. So my viewpoint has always been, and I always like taking apart stuff. So I actually tend to, when I go into a video game, I tend to like really deep dive on the mechanics, the systems, etc. I'm looking at every facet and material because I want to know exactly how this works exactly. And I know that has garnered a lot of people kind of going like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing this? I'm like, well, it's a sandbox game. You can try almost anything you want. So, but also the other thing too is like, because, I mean, in one good thing, and I might say this very silly, is that Eve Wiki kind of, because before I even entered Eve, I actually took 2 weeks to read through the Eve Wiki system.
Good lord.
And do as much Yes. I took 2 weeks going through the Eve Wiki and all the other stuff because I wanted to learn everything I could as much as possible about the game. And because because my family, we did not have a lot of money. I didn't get the privilege of getting a game as soon as it comes out. My family only had certain pieces of equipment. I only had a certain amount of money. Like I barely got $20 a month. So I had to buy a game, and I would actually end up playing a game for 5 or 6 years or have it on my capability to play it if I wanted to, if it was that. So my mentality of playing this game is very different. So it's kind of shaped how my thought process of how I build ship fits and how I do stuff. Because I'm like, I want to try this out. Oh, can we do this cheaper? Can we do this? Can we adjust a different weapon system? Or can we do this? Like, Mike, if you're dealing with those stupid Feroxes, one of the problems is the blaster system affects both shields and armor equally. It's the only weapon system that has it equally if you have Void in. And it's one of the problems I think needs to be looked at and worked on. But these ideas, like you play the game, and if your mentality is break everything down to one point, you'll then find all kinds of interesting little corners, and there's tons of options. That's why I always say I believe
You're an
Eve
anomaly
has
also,
potential.
Mike, or
So-
Millet. Just the other
So
way.
yeah, I was gonna say, Mill. So one thing I'll say, right, is for me, right. So this is first time I never told like anyone about this. So the way I paid for my initial Eve subscriptions was I worked a summer job. All of my Eve subscriptions were actually paid for by a summer job that I worked for my grandfather. He's not actually my grandfather. He passed. He was my neighbor. Damn good individual, and he taught me how to work construction, right? I did that, and that's how I paid my Eve subs. I still pay my Eve subs by working, right? Because for me, Eve has become one of those things where it's a part of my life, right? It is the scariest thing for me is not being in Goons because it's been so much a part of my life, and that's like scary to think about, right? But one thing I will say is like when you talk about different things in Goons, and like, yeah, okay, X, Y, and Z might change this in a fit, right? So, right before I came on stream, I did my Hurricane fleet, right? We fed miserably, and we actually, I will say, we fed hard because we didn't kill enough. That's also because they had shot me and I couldn't cause targets. But hey, that's life sometimes, right? But I've spent the past like 3 days thinking about fits, and I literally was sitting in the shower earlier, literally right there, because where the light is, where my shower is. I went, I have an idea for it. I have an idea to kill someone in Eve. And then I had to make sure to say in Eve. I didn't want to end up like I was about to say I didn't want to end up like GigX, but I feel like a lot of people don't know who GigX is anymore.
Right?
So,
Yeah.
That's an okay thing.
well, when
Well, I
I'm
mean,
I'm
I
like
mean, Eve has enough effect on your mind capability. Like even sometimes I'll catch myself, evaluating, particularly from an intelligence perspective, okay, what do you think this little action here, this change here, how this will change and modify the activities and perceptions of people? I mean, and I kind of have to sometimes have to kind of keep myself from saying, oh, the EVE Online player base, because it'll come up from time to time in my head.
But when you say
Oops.
that, right? Do you think the average new player thinks that way?
Well,
Most
hold on.
new people coming to games don't think that way. It's a very small percentage of the gaming population will like this game, and that's just a fact.
Well, guys, Mike,
Well,
Mike,
so
Mike,
the other-
Mike wasn't done. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
So this is what I'll say, right? When you talk about like the average, like the new age of what could become EVE players is showing them like, hey, there's no game where you can show that you can figure out something and play 4D chess, right? Because when you talk about this game, it's not about what you do during a fight. And like, I come from the FC generation where it was what you could during, but what can you figure out before? What can you do prep, right? That's what entices people, right? And not even if they're FCing, but even if they're fleet members. If they're looking at a fleet and they're like, ooh, this could be really fun, right? When I was talking to one of the guys that he always has been coming my fleets for almost the past 5 years. And he was like, dude, it's so he logged in because I fucking pinged, right? And he was like, because you always figure out something. And when you show your guys, not necessarily like they don't have to be an FC. They can be a miner who likes to go on some fleet PvP. Right? This has been a great time for mining in the past couple weeks. Right? I've been mining. Right? I go with my corp. I'm in Goonwafa. Right? I went with Goonwafa and I went mining with him. Ragnar may yell at me, but I went mining with him the other day, right? Why? Because I need some extra ISK for some new fits because I got some ideas. And two, cool, it's a good time to talk to people. We sit on Discord and we talk, right? And
The social commentary.
Well, the thing is what has kept me playing EVE is a social commentary. I try almost every weekend to go Saturday Night Swarm. That is something Karma Fleet has done. I am not in Karma Fleet. For one reason or another, I'm not going to get into that because that was a long time ago. But I go to Saturday Night Swarm every week. I've met those dudes IRL. I got to my biggest like thing in EVE was Stupid Idiot Fleet, which is our home defense doctrine. I found out about that 2 days before it was announced at an EVE meet because they went and told me at an EVE meet. I just found out there's a goon fucking Discord for North Carolina meets. I just moved to North Carolina, right? When I mentioned I moved to North Carolina, I had 2 dudes on Discord reach out to me. Be like, hey man, do you want to come to dinner? Like, that's the one thing I will say, right? My first EVE meet I went to is the player. Like, the one thing I will say about this game is it's the player base. That's what keeps me here.
That's another place the CCP does not communicate because the outside the game meta is huge to this game. It really makes the experience much better, but it's not communicated to new players.
Well,
that's important.
I was gonna say my first EVE meet, right? And like Wade, Angry Mustache, and Victor will attest to this. There was a horde dude, like mind you, this is like middle of the war, like middle towards the end of the war, who had a mild freak out when he met me, and it was really funny. He didn't realize I was as young as I was. And I just turned 18. I drove maybe 20 minutes from my house to go to an EVE meet, which is really nice. And this dude kind of had a freak out. But everyone sat there and drank. And funny enough, I AWAC'd one of the dudes who was there. But like all these dudes, we sat there and we talked EVE. And that's when I found out one of my ideas was becoming a fleet comp. was at that Eve meet, and those dudes like I know it's weird to say, but like a couple of the guys I play Eve with, especially the guys I've known for a while, they have my phone number. That if there's something in Eve that's going on that's, hey, some shit's gonna go down, they text me or call me. I've been called once in the probably 4 years I've played, 4 years since I've been like fairly notable, and they've called me to like get home as quick as possible, figure out a way, fake your mom's death or some shit, get home. Like that's the one thing I will say, and like at least with Goons, right? I mentioned, hey, I moved to North Carolina in a Karma Fleet, like standing thing, right? Immediately, I do react to me like, hey, man, I'm gonna be down there in a couple weeks. If you want to go grab food, I'll take you to grab food, right? Like things like that. That's why I keep playing Eve. It's the people. It's never because of the game itself. It's because the people who play the game and what they do, right? I think the biggest thing for me and my generation, and being one of the younger guys who plays this game and who's vocal about it, right? I'm 21. I'm fairly young. Is one, show people. What's that? I have the hiccups right now. Sorry.
Take another shot.
Good
Take another
job.
shot.
I tell a lot of people that I spend more time playing Eve outside of the game than I do in the game. I do. I spend more time logged out than I do in, and I spend more time playing it outside of game.
Yeah.
Like metagame is huge for me.
And I was saying, like, yeah, the Eve meets, like, so I loved the game, and I would hang out in comms all the time. I mean, I definitely played a lot more in my first like 3 or 4 years I played the game. I played a lot more back then than I do now, but I mean, I still play the game. But the friendships and the various, not just friendships, but also just people that you meet through the game, and then meet through meetups. Like meetups are a big thing now for me. I started going to the Eve Vegas. That was the first meetup I went to that several times. I've been to like the Toronto one, the New Orleans one. There's gonna be, well, this will be my first Fan Fest coming up in a week and a half. Never been to Iceland, so that's gonna be a big one for me. And then there's a Seattle meetup coming up in August. I've been to Seattle.
Sorry.
I've been to Seattle meetup to meet with like friends that live out there. Genovan, sorry if I just doxed you.
I'm so sorry.
Not-
by
not
the
a
way,
little bit.
Draven. Hold up, Draven. I'm so sorry because I actually would have been able to meet you face to face.
Oh.
I was supposed to be at the Seattle meet.
Coming up in August.
Yeah, so I just moved. So I was living in the Seattle area, Tacoma area for a couple of years. I was supposed to be at that meet, but life situation trained.
They've had other. They would do local meetups. They used to do it like every few months. They would just, but it wasn't like a big meet. It was like we're gonna go get dinner at this place and have some drinks, and then that was it. I've been to one of those.
I was very focused on chasing tail and not Eve for a
Understandable.
while.
Yeah. Understandable.
So
Like
I didn't.
sheep tail?
Sheep
Yeah,
tail. Nice.
Well, I was gonna say I just found out from Buffoon there's a North Carolina meetup group. So if anyone is in the North Carolina area, I'll fucking throw an X in fucking Twitch.
You
chat
got actually. There's all sorts of people in North Carolina. So
if you're in the
that's in
Carolinas,
Goons.
I say if you're in the Carolina area,
Vinny.
regardless, I say if you're in Goons or you're not in Goons, I don't care. I've met dudes from low sec, high sec, the enemy. I don't care.
Because we're all Eve players. That's the
We're all
important. Yeah.
But the thing is like we're all playing the same game, right? I saw some X. If you need a link to the North Carolina Discord meet, let me know, and I'll shoot you a link right now.
And Tyrick there, he says he's close to Toronto. Well, we actually do some in the north up here. If you're willing to drive into the U.S., we do some in
We're
Minnesota.
not that close to Toronto.
Yeah, you guys get Minnesota, but they have a Toronto one. Ivy.
Yeah, there's that Toronto one. But if you want to drive into the U.S., we do one in the Twin Cities every once in a while, and then we do the Madison meetups. So if you're willing to drive down there, and Milwaukee, we've done those.
That's a long drive.
That would be a long drive to that one, and it'll be a long drive for the Iowa one too.
I was
but
going to get
if
him
you're
a
willing to
link
drive-
for the Eve North meetup, which is the Toronto one, but I don't have permissions to link invites for that. So
Are you
but-
in streamer mode?
no, I just
Or you just don't have permission.
no, you
Okay.
just have to be it. But Apo, Lamperouge, and also O'Hara's or Ivy. I don't know her in-game name is not Ivy, but they do a lot of the Eve North setup stuff.
I usually host.
I
the
could
meetup every
probably
summer.
DM Ivy and ask her for a link if you want a link to the Toronto.
Been a while since I've done the Eve Minnesota.
did it last
one,
year.
but- Yeah, we did.
I did. I've hosted 5 meetups here where I live, and Rain's helping if you can usually comes. It's not that. I mean, it's fun. I enjoy. That's my favorite. Yeah.
I like to go to the
meetup.
Madison ones, the Milwaukee ones. I like to go to those. I go to the Vegas one. Yeah, Vegas,
New
Vegas.
Orleans has been fun. Yeah.
So
I haven't.
will
I
say-
haven't done that one yet.
I say
will.
next year I will be at Vegas. I've already been setting aside money, so next year I'll be at Vegas.
2026 or 2025.
2026. Because
Okay.
2025 already technically happened because it was at the end of January, I think.
Well, that's the Goon one, right? So
Yeah.
that was the Goon one, but it is. Well, we're hoping that at FatFest here they say that CCP is gonna have one, right?
If
Hopefully.
CCP does one this year, I'll try my best to make it out to it. Because my biggest thing is I just like meeting people, and I'm a very social person. So if there is one they announce,
I'm hoping that they'll announce one for October.
if they don't announce one for October, there'll be the Goon one that comes up. And if there's not a Goon one, if anyone's in the North Carolina area, let me know. I mean, I got a Discord link. So we got a fucking North Carolina meet.
You'll need to invite Vinegar Duche, because he's in that area.
There used to be a great website that showed us all this stuff, but it's gone now.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that site?
Yeah.
Somebody to knock it down or something?
It was yeah, they don't play the game anymore. One of the guys from Crossing Zebras was running, I believe.
Oh, I got you.
So I mean, we could.
Let me get this image for.
Yeah, I'll be at FanFest, gentlemen. It's gonna. I think I might be the only one here right now that's going. But
the FanFest. Yeah, I'm not making it this year.
Hey, Graven, I need you to do something for me. Make sure to fuck with Zebra Corp as much as possible.
Zebra Corp?
he's
Just for the
too nice to fuck with anybody.
just for reference, Sasha's wife's gonna be fucking with them enough. Just fuck with Zebra Corp. Janovan, you know exactly why I'm saying that right now.
Zebra. I don't know Zebra.
work.
I'm sure I've heard of them, but
So, Mike, you're telling us to be like lions chasing them around?
Yes, exactly. Aloe will approve. I've known Zebra Corp. Zebra Corp has been a corp that I've known for a while. Unironically, I got my first Titan from Zebra Corp. One of the dudes in Zebra gave me a Titan. Like almost fucking 5 years ago, Sasha, who's been one of my close friends since. But Zebra Corp has a lot of dudes who are going to FanFest.
nice. Yeah, there's a few other from the show that are going, but they've already Skyhawk's going. Alex is going. Yeah, Skyhawk's
Alex
going.
is going.
Alex
Vlad's
is
going.
going. Vlad's going.
Rain, Delana.
Rain and Delana are going.
Manic.
Manic's going. So there's a bunch of us that are headed out there.
I say, not this year, but next year I'm planning a FanFest trip.
Yeah, I've never been, so I'm super excited. I'm ready to go. Although I won't be out there next year because
I was gonna say
it's expensive. So I could do it this year. The next year I gotta save up for other stuff. But
what I told my goon boys is I'm gonna save money. I'm gonna save like fucking $3,000 either way. And either I go to FanFest or I go to whatever the fuck Vegas meet we do. It depends. I don't know what's going on, so I'm saving $3,000 either way.
Well, Vegas is a lot cheaper to do.
Vegas
You don't have to
is-
spend $3,000.
Yeah, Vegas is
Vegas.
cheaper. Another new meetup.
New
Well,
Orleans,
new
my
meetup.
favorite.
Yeah, I was like, they've done it 3 years in a row, or maybe 4 now. I went to 2 of them. So I went last year and the year before, but not this. Okay, so this year was the 4th one. But Eve New Orleans is one that Delana has been setting up, and
Well, I went last year and had a
it's
great time.
a blast. It was so fun. So I went 2 years last year and the year before, and that's a very fun one too. Probably cheaper than Vegas. Like the flight, depending on where the flight would probably be cheaper for you if you're in North Carolina. Than going to Vegas, but also
dude,
the
I
hotels
drive-
usually cheaper. But
I
it's
drive down there.
I drove
I
down there
drive
too
down
because it wasn't.
I was
too
gonna
bad.
say,
and
dude,
like
I'm buying a new truck. I'm gonna fucking do burnouts with a goon. Also, I already bought the goon sticker for it. I'm putting a goon sticker on my new truck.
Well, and it's because they do like a crawfish boil. There was one year they missed it because I guess there was some drought and all the crawfish died in the rivers, and so the crawfish went from like $3.50 a pound to like $14 a pound. So she's like, nah. But the first year I went, and then this year they did a big crawfish boil at her house, and just everyone hangs out, and then they do various other events and
They
stuff.
had a good
down there.
turnout this year too.
Yeah.
Damn.
So one thing I will say is the Boston Eve meet is pretty good. There's a lot of cool dudes who go there. Not just goons. There is a lot of goons there, but in general, like just the Boston Eve meet is pretty cool. There I think is like 2 or 3 horde guys who go. There's a couple low sec dudes, and then a couple goons.
Yeah.
But then you have to deal with the people of Boston,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
One of the nice things about
I'm
the
from
Eve meetups-
Massachusetts, Dom.
That explains a
Oh,
lot.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Dom, it does. But those dudes have always been super cool, and I had my attorney, unironically, when I was in high school. I was like, "Hey, bro, I have a question." So when I went to my first Eve meet, I was still in high school, and I was like, "Dude, am I gonna get in trouble for this?" And I went and talked to a goon who's actually a lawyer in
Oh, okay.
my
I
home
thought you're
state.
like your attorney. I'm like, you just have an attorney on file. Like, what do you do? What are you doing?
No, dude.
You get in trouble a lot.
So I never get into trouble, but it was over a vape when I was in high school.
Oh wow.
And I hit up a goon. I go, "Hey, question, can they subpoena this?" And he said, "Fuck no." He said, "If they do, pay me on retainer."
Well, the nice thing, the great thing about the meetups with Eve is, aside from your like rare exception douchebag, the vast it's like it doesn't matter. Like you could be in alliances.
Everybody's blue.
Yeah, you could be alliances
Everybody's
that
blue.
are like at massive war with each other, but it's like it doesn't matter because like that's in the game. Like that shit is in the game. It stays in the game.
You know,
Now,
the
there's
only
rare
weirdos are the
times that something
wormholers.
happens, There might
it's
be
super
some
rare.
ribbing. You might give some people some shit and a little bit of trolling, but like it's all in good fun. Generally, when you're all hanging out with actual people.
Yeah, but the only weirdos are the
meetup.
wormholers. They're the
Yeah.
weirdos.
I was gonna say not even the wormholers. So like
No,
every evening-
they stay in their own group like they do in the wormholes. They stay in their own group. They don't fucking mingle.
You get a lot of
I was
groups that
gonna
hang out with each other, but I'm just saying, like, you don't usually get a lot of like actual hostility. It's like people are all hanging. It's like, hey, we all play the game. We're all hanging out. Doesn't matter who you fly with, except for you get those
They're just-
few random people.
they're just
that
weird.
show up.
They-
So when I went to my last Eve meet in Boston, or sorry, the first Eve meet I went to, not the last one. The last one was almost entirely Correction, the last one was entirely goons. The first one I went to, like, dude, there was a horde dude who was like really friendly and was in shock of how tall I was and how young I was. Because I was like freshly 18, and like it was like a 20-minute drive from home, and I drove there, and I was like, "Hey, what's up?" You know, it was really nerve-wracking, but like I immediately met 2 dudes who were in the directorate at the time of Goons, and they got to reveal some, like, that's before we announced Stupid Idiot Fleet, which is our Redeemer doctrine. They got to tell me face to face about it, which was the most insane thing. Is like, because I was a Cap FC, but I wasn't like in any of the channels, if you know what I mean. I have always restricted myself to I am an FC and I'm only an FC. That's the only thing I don't want to be. I don't want to do any of the EVE politics. I like leading people and having fun. Like, that's the one thing I will say about EVE is one. I don't think Zero Muskie is listening. Muskie, love you, hate you, in game, of course. But like Muskie is one of my favorite people to fight. You know, Philly is my favorite person to fight.
You know, the joke is though,
Billy?
at least the joke on the PanFam side is it's like, oh, it's a muskie fleet. What structure are we shooting?
Well, so, I was gonna say
we've had those FCs
Does-
too. That's funny.
Does
So,
Billy
like-
even play anymore?
I don't know, dude.
Yes.
I love Billy, but I love making fun of him
So-
too. But does
so,
Billy
look-
even play anymore?
I don't I honestly don't know. And that's just like for me that's how out of touch I am with the game. I appear and like even with goons right now, I kind of backseat things. I know how to lead a fleet, so I'm not gonna fucking step on anyone's toes who's been doing the work. And that's one thing I will say is like you gotta let the new people in there because I don't have every second of the world to do something, right?
Being an FC is a major time commitment, right? If you can't do it, you can't count on you to do it consistently. You're not going to get people who want to join your fleets. It's a time commitment to be a good FC and skill.
Yeah,
I mean, but
I
if
love
you don't
the
have that time
politics.
commitment, it's hard.
I'm a
But-
politics guy. I can FC small fleets. I'm not an FC. I like doing the leadership stuff. I like doing the politics. I love doing everything else.
So-
FCing is okay. I'd rather have other people do that.
I was
I'd rather
gonna
have
say,
guys do that.
so for me, it's like at least for me, at least I don't know how it is for anyone else, but like when I've come back, like I usually take a couple months off and then I come back for like 3 to 6 months and then I vanish again unless there's a war. If there's a war, I will appear at random times. Like that's the thing is like I don't care what fucking time it is. I'm gonna appear and I'm gonna fuck someone's day up. Like that's the one thing I will say about being a goon FC is like if someone like that's the one thing. Certain
When you're
people
getting
in
your
the
reputation as an FC, you were doing fleets constantly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I was in high school when I did that too, which is the funny part. The funny part is during Vietnam is when I got my best grades because I was attending class the least because I understood what needed to go on in the class and that's about it.
the Imperial machine was bribing his teachers to keep him so he could get FC. We know what happened. We all know what happened.
Slide that
And I got
Plex
Well-
under the textbook.
Hell
Well, I was gonna say when I explained to my dad what I was doing, and my dad barely knows how phone numbers work. He is 63 years old and does not understand shit.
Did you say barely or fairly?
Barely,
It makes way more sense.
but he doesn't. And when he saw me like leading a fleet one day, and I was like, "Hey, can you give me a couple minutes?" And he goes, "Just tell me when you're done." That was the day that I was like, "Okay, cool, I'm good to go." Like I know right now if I need to do what I need to do, cool, I'm gonna do what I need to do. But like that's because I also know that Eve FCing led me to a better career path too. In my IRL world, it taught me a lot of things and I met a lot of people who helped me learn things, right?
That's 100% true statement. Yeah.
Whether
Everybody
that
has experienced that.
whether that be enemy or friend, right? Because there's certain things that the enemy taught me, right? Any enemy will teach you things, and there's things that you don't learn. And I was like, oh shit, I learned that because I got to do that in a video game, right? So
Back in the day when I worked at Comcast, when I was a field supervisor, well, I'll just say a field supervisor equivalent when I worked at Comcast, I would, if I needed to get a job done or picked up by one of the techs because everybody there played Eve, even if they weren't in my corp or even in our alliance or whatever, I would pay them ISK. Hey man, can you pick this up? I'll give you ISK. They'd be like, really? How much? You're like 25 million or something like that. Because back in the day, 25 million was a lot. When 50 million will get you a dummy.
Well, I was gonna say, so for me, like growing up, like right before the age of scarcity was, ISK wasn't the issue, it was experience. And
Mhm.
I got lucky in the fact that there were FCs willing to teach me. And something
100%.
that,
Yeah, yeah.
like, one thing I know a lot of Goon FCs are not fond of is the fact that, like, I was an ELO child. I used to get fucking a Discord PM of be around at this time by ELO. Or John would text me. You know, John Hartley pisses off a lot of people nowadays, but he's a damn good FC. Right?
Mhm.
So I get those texts of be around at this time, right? And I'd be around, right? Whether that be on my personal computer, because funny enough, Goons built my last computer. During the war, my computer exploded,
I do
and Goons sent me the parts to rebuild my computer. They sent me computer parts that they had just phased out to rebuild my computer, so I could continue to FC for them. And that was a huge thing for me, especially being, you know, at the time I was like 16 or 17, right? Like, they rebuilt my fucking computer so I could go play video games with them. So
I
I
think Elo's ever given me, or just yelled at me. What the fuck?
say again.
The only thing Elo's ever done for me is call me stupid or dumb or the fuck's
No,
wrong
that
with you, Dominar? Get fucking back over here.
I was gonna say that was Rasa in PvV3.
The first version of Black Legion, that's what I was with. I get yelled at a lot because I get high, I get drunk, and sometimes
The only thing
don't pay
Elo's ever
attention.
done for me is blow up my capitals and shit.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, so
I love you.
Because of Dominart.
right about when Elo was around. So that 2 weeks when Asher took a break during the Vietnam War, whatever the fuck we call it, right? My computer took a shit. I was running a 970, and Rasa and a couple other people. I think it was Rasa. I'm bad at names, and a couple of the people from Sniper Eagles Corp. They shipped me parts to fix my computer. I had those parts within 2 days. I took those parts, put them in my computer, and then, like, I was still running shit, right? Like, I still could run one account, and I was still getting paid, so I was still running fleets, right? And I got those parts immediately. They sent me computer parts
Damn.
that they had out on spare, so we could continue fighting a war because they wanted to win, right? And that's something I'm forever grateful for, right? That computer still is in its entirety. It still runs. It still runs great, to be honest. It runs better than my 3080 on my laptop. And those dudes are always dudes who I'm going to fucking respect. And I will always try and buy them a beer.
That's the right attitude, right? That's what you do.
Well,
Somebody does something good for you, you fucking, yeah.
Yeah, you buy them a fucking beer.
Real quick, it's getting late. I'm gonna probably send a raid
Oh,
off
it's
somewhere.
really late.
Yeah, it's getting late. I gotta close it down.
Hey, we didn't mention we had drops tonight.
We have drops all the time. If drops are running, we
I
have.
know there was one going on. I didn't
I didn't know there
realize
was one going on, but
I just got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were having
I got it a
fun.
long time
We had
ago.
a good talk. I mean, so we were all over the place, but we got a lot of stuff done in a way.
Did we solve anything? I don't think we did.
Well, no, we didn't probably
We
solve
solved
anything.
world hunger. That's what we did.
Fuck yeah!
I'd say my
awesome. I'm so
my
proud of us.
missiletism led into this. I'm probably going to get yelled
I
at.
appreciate you
but-
stopping by.
Okay,
man.
okay, Mike, you need to look up Pyewacket missiles.
Pyewacket.
I'm not whacking shit. I'm gonna tell you right now.
So PYE Wacket WACKET.
Let's see. Who are we ready? It looks like 4 people are shared. That's the thing. Like, that's a new thing. Like, a lot of people are doing this like share streaming thing.
Oh, so yeah, Ghosty, Chaos, XD, and Badman are all
Yeah,
sharing
they're
with each other.
all
Yeah.
sharing. there's Morty Snerd doing a St. Jude's fundraiser. I think he's ratting though. I kind of want to send it to the other guys. Are doing like a Kikimora Rome fleet, I think. So that's probably the best one for PvP.
Ghosty.
Thanks for saying. No, yeah, Terry.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Appreciate you
sending
coming by.
Ghosty. Yeah,
And next,
yeah,
next Friday, hit us up for if you're looking to join a corp. There's a lot of choices in our group.
Yeah,
a lot of diverse choices. You know, so.
Yeah,
Karma Fleet is recruiting.
Yeah, we do this every Friday
Yeah, don't go
night,
Karma Fleet.
And then also Saturday. Most Saturdays we do a Rome and streaming here.
NPX is recruiting.
So we'll be doing that tomorrow at 4 Pacific. It's 7 p.m. Eastern, and I think that is 2300 UT like game time.
What?
It's
6 hours different right now.
It's
Oh, and
7 hour
Drayden,
difference for
just-
me, so 5 hour difference for you.
Drayden, just giving you a heads up. Tempest Rising is now available if you wish to get it. I know some people were interested in it.
What is Tempest Rising?
Yeah,
If you
Tempest
ask the same
Rising.
question, what is it?
And it's also it's got one hell of an OST if you get the deluxe version.
What is it?
What is it?
Tempest Rising.
Yeah, what is Tempest Rising?
But
Yeah.
what
So
is
it's an
Tempest?
it's an RTS that they're kind of doing with like StarCraft / Command and Conquer together, but it's got one heck of an OST if you want to listen just to that. But it's now available, early access.
Who's the
and
developer? Is it
company
one of the ones
does
that we're doing like Command and Conquer? Okay, it's not one of those groups.
Let me see. It's by.
Oh, isn't that by people that used to work for Blizzard that built StarCraft?
Well, they did a whole bunch of different stuff, so they got a whole bunch of it, but it's really, really good.
Okay. I'm not a huge RTS guy, but I mean, I did play Warcraft 2 and StarCraft, but I'm terrible at them. I cheated to.
Fucking hate them.
I'd be like, show me the money, like 10 times. Be like, don't have to mine minerals or gas. Fuck it, just gotta build shit, and then I would just turtle up and then build like. I did.
I
not
hate to
play-
ask
I-
this.
I'm
What was
bad
the
at
name of that game
RTSs.
again? Sorry.
What was it?
Tempest,
Tempest
Tempest
Rising.
Rising.
Tempest Rising. Thank you. I know I bitched at you for it.
But yeah, so hold on. Let's see. Yeah, let's send the raid to Ghosty Gaming. They're doing some PvP roaming. But yeah, we'll be here tomorrow early evening, if you're in the US for a roam.
7 Eastern, 4 Central.
Yeah, we'll dick around
4
and
Western, sorry.
some frigates and destroyers probably. It's also an open fleet. If you want to join, you're welcome. I think we're gonna be roaming like we tend to roam low sec because it's a lot more neutral, so we don't have to worry about like, oh, are you blue to them or are we to?
Just say it. You don't have to worry about
going
that.
out to nullsec, it's hard unless everyone's in the same coalition. It's a bit hard to roam in nullsec and have everyone be able to shoot things. So like low sec is usually the best option. Then we can just catch people and everyone get to shoot on them. So. Also, Pravi, if we are going to go to nullsec, Pravi is usually the pick because whether you're in PanFam or Imperium, you can usually shoot everyone in there. So that if we do want to do nullsec, that usually is the pick, or Brave Space or in it as well. But you tend to get blobbed if you show up there with like 4 dudes. You're going to get blobbed on within 20 minutes. So we usually avoid that. But anyway, we'll be flying around. But until then, let's send you over to Ghosty. They're doing a Kikimora Rome fleet, so we'll send it over there. Let's see if I can spell this right.
That was one of the funniest errors you've ever done.
Well, that one,
A Narcos, right? It spelled it wrong.
I thought it was
I remember
CK.
that.
Yeah, I thought it was CK, and I spelled it CK, and I rated a channel that was not active for like 4 years.
Mike Millet, thanks for stopping by. We
yeah.
appreciate it. You guys are welcome.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, guys.
Puking too.
And,
You're not a regular here, sorry. Yeah, thank you, all three of you. Appreciate it.
All right, race going out. Thanks everyone for hanging out tonight. Have a good night, and we'll see you either tomorrow or next Friday. Bye.
All right. Have fun. Good night.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
All right. Raid should be sent.
Yep, it went.
Oh my god, he's got some screen metal going. that's gonna be jarring for anyone who gets raided over there.
Yeah, I have my volume turned down.
I finished my bottle like maybe an hour ago. So.